Is there a problem with the fire's melt crystals? The old man asked with a friendly chuckle. There's nothing wrong. These were precisely what I bidded on. Hanli nodded and calmly replied. Then he handed over the spirit stones, took the gems and took his leave with a salute. As Hanli walked away, the old man took a glance at the empty jade box and frowned, his eyes revealing slight doubt. Soon, Hanli returned to his seat at the auction and in a flash of light, a fire's melt crystal appeared in his hand. Hanli looked at the gem with a smile and obvious satisfaction. The green-clothed woman next to Hanli saw his expression and said, Fellow Taoist must be quite wealthy to spend 800 spirit stones on 3 fire's melt crystals. After calmly looking at the woman, Hanli replied, That's right. I've been wanting to buy those crystals for a while. Being able to buy these made this trip quite worth it. When the green-robed woman saw the glint in Hanli's eye, her heart trembled and she suddenly became unable to say anything further. The yellow-robed woman at her side saw this and her expression changed as if she sensed something. She also said nothing. After acquiring this unexpected harvest, Hanli began to look forward to the rest of the auction. But at that moment, Monarch Soul Divergence couldn't help but ask, Youngster Han, what do those fire's melt crystals have to do with demon cores? How about you give me an explanation? Senior should have already guessed it, Hanli calmly answered. One of the fire's melt crystals is actually a grade 7 demon core, but after the passage of countless years, its body had turned to that of complete crystal. It now appears no different from a fire's melt crystal. Even those with exceptionally powerful spiritual sense aren't able to see the difference. Grade 7 demon core? Since one can't tell the difference with spiritual sense or its exterior appearance, how were you able to see through it? Monarch Soul Divergence wasn't particularly shocked, but he still felt somewhat doubtful. This has something to do with the baleful chi on my body, Hanli calmly explained. In the past I had personally slain thousands upon thousands of high-grade demon beasts, resulting in the dense baleful chi on my body. As a result, the baleful chi on my body began to stir when the grade 7 demon core was taken out. Since I handled a great number of demon cores in the past, I acquired a particular method of detecting them. So it was like that, the old man chuckled. If you truly killed so many demon beasts, then it makes sense to me why you have so much baleful chi on your body. However, I am quite interested in how you were able to kill so many demon beasts. It seems you have many old tales that haven't been revealed to me. It's nothing. I simply had an opportunity in the past. More importantly, I fear Senior doesn't know the use of a crystallized demon core. Not wanting to mention his years in the scattered star seas, Hanli changed the topic to capture Monarch Soul Divergence's attention. Oh, this is also the first time I've heard of a demon core turned to crystal, Monarch Soul Divergence said with interest. I do wonder what it can be used for. The crystallized demon core can no longer be considered a true demon core, Hanli said as he stroked his chin. If it were used during pill concoction, it will turn into a poison that would kill ordinary cultivators when taken. As a matter of fact, this material is an optimal material for refining flying needles. It is said that when a flying needle is crafted from it, the needle's speed will be so fast it'll immediately strike the enemy as soon as it is released, and most fearsome of all is that a flying needle crafted from this material will be nearly invisible while in flight, allowing it to be an optimal weapon for sneak attacks. However, because it is extremely difficult for crystallized demon cores to be created and there are sparsely few cultivators that can recognize them, so they are seldom ever found. If it weren't for my baleful chi, I wouldn't have detected it myself. As it so happened, Hanli had once read through a jade slip that recorded the refinement method for a flying needle created from a demon core. When he killed Zenith Yin's master in the scattered star seas, he had taken a look at this jade slip out of interest and had only just remembered it after he acquired the crystallized demon core. I've never heard of this before. It seems there are countless bizarre things in the world. I fear there are no cultivators that have tread through all areas of the mortal world. According to what I know, there are at least 6 other cultivation worlds apart from our heavenly south. There are few that can be safely ventured and others that will be dangerous to enter. During my lifetime, I visited 2 other areas apart from the Great Gene. Due to my decreasing lifespan, I returned to the heavenly south and desperately researched techniques to extend my life. Monarch Soul Divergence's tone turned completely dim and listless. There is no need for Senior to be so dejected. The cycle of death is something all are equally subjected to. Even if you ascended to the spirit realm, you might not necessarily be freed from the shackles of your lifespan and only be entering a world full of immortals. But it is extremely difficult for mortals like us to ascend to the spirit realm. There are only a few people that had managed it since ancient times. Something seemed to stir in Hanli as he said this. Hehe. I'm still unwilling to give up. I've always believed that I am absolutely among the best in the world with regards to cultivation, aptitude and intelligence, but at the very end, my soul became trapped in a puppet body and I only slowed down my death. If another opportunity is given to me, I will surely enter deity transformation stage without too much difficulty. Monarch Soul Divergence muttered with regret and his voice gradually became softer as he went on. When Hanli heard this, he felt a trace of sadness deep in his heart. In the past, he established a sect in the far west and none in the heavenly south posed to be his match. He was even more illustrious than Hanli and was peerless without a doubt, but he was never able to enter deity transformation stage. This pitiful end of his weighed heavily on Hanli's heart. Monarch Soul Divergence's current circumstances was a very likely possibility that Hanli could find himself in. With that thought, Hanli's expression turned gloomy and he didn't say anything further. The auction proceeded as usual and the items became even more precious as time went on, but there was nothing that caught Hanli's interest. When the auction was bidding the very last magic treasures and pills, Hanli lost his patience and promptly left the auction, attracting a strange gaze from the two women that sat at his side. After he left, he paid no further attention to the other booths and left the plaza, slowly wandering around several buildings absent-mindedly. When he passed by other foreign cultivators and a few disciples of the three noble clans, he paid little notice of them either. With slow and steady steps, he gradually made his way to a far more remote area. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli stopped and looked to the side. He was now in front of a building with a white-robed foundation establishment cultivator standing inside it. The cultivator was looking around as if he were waiting for someone. With an expressionless face, Hanli quickly swept his spiritual sense around him and found that there were no other cultivators nearby, nor were there any powerful restrictions. The nearest cultivators were over 300 meters away and wouldn't pay any attention to this area. As a result, he approached the cultivator standing inside the building. The fierce-looking man was surprised by Hanli's appearance and asked, "Does fellow Taoist have any business here?" When Hanli approached him, he smiled and said, "Are you a Kong clan cultivator?" The large man sized Hanli up and saw that he had a variety of pouches at his waist. Since he didn't seem to be a vagrant cultivator, the large man politely replied, "That's right. I am the Kong clan's chief external affairs attendant. Does fellow Taoist? I have a few matters that I must talk about with your clan master. Do you think you could inform him?" Hanli asked in a friendly tone. "See the clan master?" "I'm afraid that isn't possible," the large man said with a frown. "Our clan master is currently handling important affairs. He cannot casually see a stranger. If it is important, you may as well tell me first." With a deliberate display of hesitation, Hanli then said, "Very well. Just as I left the auction hall, I discovered that there was an item with a problem. I wish to talk about with your clan master." "The auction hall? Something is wrong with your item?" The large man's expression suddenly froze and he said, "If that's the case, you should bring up the matter with the fellow Taoists at the auction hall. It isn't something that the auction hall can resolve. You'll see once I show you the item." Hanli sighed and then he touched a pouch at his waist. When the large man saw Hanli's action, his many years of experience caused him to unconsciously place his palm at his waist, but when Hanli flipped his hand, he took out a shining red gem and handed it over to the large man. The large man's suspicions disappeared and his body relaxed. With a confused tone he said, "Isn't this a fire's melt gem? Why would you need to see the clan master over this?" Just as he spoke and reached out to take the gem, a wisp of blue flame suddenly shot out from the stone. At such a short distance, the large man couldn't dodge and just as he was about to yell, his head froze and a chill ran down his body. In the next moment, his body was sealed in a layer of frost and he couldn't move in the slightest. Hanli swept up a wave of blue light from his sleeve, wrapping up the frozen man in it and bringing him deep into the building. He then entered the building with a blur. Hanli brought the large man to an unremarkable room in the building and laid him on the floor. His body was covered in blue frost, and his eyes were open wide and filled with terror. Hanli summoned a silver needle in between his fingers with a wave of his hand. He then stooped down and quickly stabbed the needle several times into the large man's head. The large man trembled as a result and turned completely lax. Hanli formed a hand incantation and he softly muttered an incantation before striking the man's body with several spell seals. The frost immediately disappeared from the man's body and he sat up with blank eyes and stiffly crossed his legs, then waiting motionlessly like a puppet. With azure light covering his face, Hanli waved his sleeve, releasing several various colored spell flags around him. They surrounded the two, creating a chi-concealing spell formation. After activating the formation, his body blurred and reappeared behind the large man. He raised his hand and pressed it against the top of the large man's head. At that moment, light brightly glowed from Han Li's body and enveloped the large man. "What is your name and what is your position in the Kong clan?" Han Li's cold and emotionless voice echoed from the light. The large man listlessly replied, "I am Kong Do. I am the chief of external affairs." "Since when did the Kong clan occupy Falcon Cloud Village? Where did the original residents go?" 7 years ago, the original residences were all relocated to a town by the name of Snow River. "What is the purpose of the Kong clan's Grand Assembly?" "That is..." After a string of questions, Han Li extracted most of the information he wanted. At the end, he released his grip on the large man and the man immediately fell to the ground. Han Li then took out a medicine pill and forced him to swallow it before striking all the acupoints on the man's body with a silver needle. A while later, Han Li stood up and muttered, "With the worry-free needle, his recent memories should be sealed. He won't immediately stir any trouble. It is a pity I can't make use of the Dream Tear technique because of my lacking cultivation and save myself all this trouble." Han Li shook his hand and then withdrew the spell flags before walking out of the building. Afterwards, he directly made his way to the village's exit, having completely lost his interest in further participating in the Grand Assembly. There were quite a few cultivators that were already leaving. As a result, Han Li hadn't attracted any attention from guards at the entrance. In a streak of azure light, Han Li made his way to the small town that the large man had mentioned. The small town wasn't very far away from the Snowmound Mountains. Soon he faintly saw Snow River Town over the horizon. Snow River Town was about 4 times larger than Falcon Cloud Village, but it still barely qualified as a town. When Han Li entered, it was already late and the sky was dark, leaving scarcely few people wandering on the streets. As a result, Han Li's arrival hadn't stirred up any attention. As Han Li walked through the streets, he slowly released his spiritual sense, in case there were any nascent soul cultivators hidden nearby. As he expected, there were cultivators in the town, but a majority of them were low-grade cultivators. The highest of these cultivators was a core formation cultivator that was hidden in a courtyard in the southwest corner of the town. As Han Li stealthily swept his spiritual sense through the town, none of the cultivators detected him in the slightest. After confirming that there were no threats to him present in the town, he concealed his aura and walked down the street, occasionally sweeping his eyes to either side as if he were looking for something. Soon he arrived at a wide intersection, what seemed to be the center of the town. Han Li glanced at the sign for an inn and narrowed his eyes before coming to a stop. The signboard was a meter long and was written with the silver words, "Pleasant Arrival." It was a common name for inns in the Great Jin. There were surely several hundreds at the very least, if not thousands. Han Li was staring at the teapot mark at the corner of the sign in particular, and his eyes wandered. After examining it for a short moment, he took a deep breath and looked up at the small inn. Seeing that there was no one around, his figure blurred and in a flicker of faint yellow light, he phased through the inn's door as if it weren't there. The main hall of the inn was pitch black and completely quiet. It was unknown if there were any guests or if they were all sleeping. After some consideration, Han Li closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, immersing his mind with the image of the inn. He then silently turned into a gust of wind and disappeared into the darkness. The owner of the Pleasant Arrival Inn was a shriveled old man in his 50s and was among the wealthiest people in the village. After a busy day, he had drawn himself into deep slumber, embracing a young concubine that he had married earlier in the year. But suddenly he felt an icy bone-chilling wind blow past him, rousing him wide awake. He suddenly opened his eyes and broke out into a cold sweat. In the pitch blackness, there was someone standing at his bedside, staring at him with cold shiny eyes. "You!" Just as he was about to yell, a silver line flashed and his throat turned numb, his voice coming to an immediate stop. "Don't be loud. Although there are no cultivators in the inn, I don't wish to alarm anyone. I only want to speak to you about this item." The silhouette raised his hand and a key shining with silver light appeared in front of the old man. When the old man saw this key, his body trembled and his body relaxed. Instead, a trace of delight appeared on his face. The person holding the key was Han Li, of course. The old man hastily jumped up from the bed and gestured with his hands, attempting to speak but no sound came out from his mouth. Han Li smiled and raised his hand, taking out a silver needle from the man's throat. The old man coughed several times and eventually regained his voice, then asking, "Could you allow me to examine the silver key?" After a moment's pause, Han Li handed it over. The old man took the silver key and examined it for a long while before handing it back to Han Li with both his hands. With a respectful expression, he deeply bowed to Han Li and said, "Are you the great young master?" "You already saw the key," Han Li said. "Is there a problem?" "None. Since the young master sought me out and he has the genuine key, your identity is certain, but—" The old man then turned his gaze to the young woman sleeping behind him. Han Li blinked and calmly said, "Don't worry, I already put her under a spell before I woke you up. No matter how loudly you shout, she will hear none of it." "That is good," the old man sincerely said. "The clan master hasn't contacted me after several years. I am only a mortal, so I didn't know what was happening. I didn't dare to make any inquiries, fearing that I would attract the attention of other cultivators. Now that the young master has brought the silver key, I can finally relax. Were if not for the clan head mentioning that you had changed your appearance, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Something had truly happened to the Feng clan. As such, I will need to open the secret reserves and take a few items out. Apart from the clan head, none knows of its location. You should have left behind a backup map with you. Give it to me." Han Li spoke bluntly and with a commanding tone. "Yes. Since you have the key to the reserve, you have the qualifications to open it." "Just a moment, young master." The old man then covered himself in several articles of clothing and led Han Li to the inn's rear courtyard. As a result, the old man grabbed an iron hoe and began to dig at an unremarkable corner of the courtyard. Afterwards, he used his hands to carefully search the soil, eventually finding a stone brick with a common appearance. At that point he was already covered in sweat. The old man handed over the brick to Han Li and said, "The location of the secret reserve is sealed in here. There is a restriction on it and I am incapable of opening it, but young master should be able to." "Of course I do." Han Li gave the brick a few appraising glances and nodded with satisfaction. Then with a stern expression he commanded, "Now that I have this item, you shouldn't stay here any longer. Travel far away and hide your identity." The old man's expression turned dim when he heard this. Then something must have truly happened to the Feng clan. "Don't worry, young master, I will immediately depart in a few days. I won't have the information of young master leak out." Han Li put away the stone brick and took another glance at the old man's dim expression. With a moved heart, he flipped his hand and gave a small azure bottle to the old man. "You should know how things stand now. Since you've always remained loyal to the Feng clan, take this bottle of medicine pills. Although you are only a mortal, the pills will strengthen your body and allow you to live a longer life." The old man was stunned for a moment before happily replying, "Many thanks for your generosity, young master." Han Li waved his hand and expressionlessly said, "All right, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourself." Then in an azure flash, he disappeared from the inn without a trace. The old man glanced around him in shock and after a long while, he confirmed that Han Li had left. Then he lowered his head and blankly looked at the medicine bottle before letting out a sigh. When Han Li left the inn, he immediately flew out of the town and went to find a desolate mountain. After dropping down, he summoned an azure brick with a flip of his palm. With the brick in hand, Han Li took a closer look at it and swept his other hand past it. With fingertips glowing in azure light, they brushed past the brick's surface and caused it to ripple in white light. He curled his lips into a smile and nodded. The brick was consistent with what Feng Yu told him. It was actually a storage pouch in disguise, but it needed to be opened with a specific incantation. If it were opened by force, the items it contained would be turned into ash. Han Li acquired the incantation from Feng Yu before his death and now uttered it, spitting out a ball of azure light with talisman characters roaming across it. It struck the brick and enveloped it within. Soon, he formed an incantation gesture with a single hand and quickly pressed against each corner of the brick with his finger. With a light bang, a pitch-black hole appeared on its surface. He didn't take the risk of sticking his hand into it. Instead, he slapped the bottom of the brick and it trembled with light, causing two items to fly out from the hole. There was a jade slip that was several inches large and a pile of tightly bundled documents. He easily caught them in the air with a single hand. After putting away the brick, Han Li paid no attention to the documents and immediately immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Not long after, his expression warped and turned sullen. Monarch Soul Divergent saw his reaction and asked, "What is it? Could it be it doesn't contain the location of the Feng clan's secret cave?" "It's there, and it even details its exact location." After letting out a long sigh, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and frowned. "Then why are you so gloomy? Could it be the cave is in a dangerous place?" As expected of an eccentric nearing the age of 10,000 years, Monarch Soul Divergence guessed correctly. Hanli sighed and wore a helpless expression, saying, "It is possible I'll run into trouble. The secret cave is located deep into the Snowmound Mountains. Why did the Feng clan establish it there? Could it be they didn't know there was something strange about the mountains and that cultivators often disappeared?" Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a flabbergasted tone. "Who knows?" Hanli said with a wry smile. Perhaps the Feng clan ancestor felt that the more dangerous the area, the safer it would be. Monarch Soul Divergence lazily said, "Since they had always used this secret cave, it shouldn't be too dangerous. There's no point in being too worried." "I hope so. Now that I've acquired the map, I can't let this go by because of some unknown danger. If this goes smoothly, I'll arrive there in a day." Afterwards, Hanli put away the jade slip and then picked up one of the documents, flipping through it before yelping in surprise. He then said, "These are the deeds for the Feng clan properties in the mortal world. They can be said to own the most land in the region." "Is this anything strange?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked. "The noble clans of the Great Gene and the immortal clans of the Heavenly South have quite a few differences. Interfering with the mortal world can be considered quite ordinary, and it isn't a disgrace to interact with high-ranking government officials and the wealthy. Even vagrant cultivators take the initiative to reach out to them for help. Not only does the Great Gene span across a great amount of land, but the mortals living there exist in far greater density than the Heavenly South. As a result, there are fewer desolate areas, and spirit medicines and spirit stones often found themselves in the hands of mortals. This is different in the Heavenly South, where mortals occupy far less land and there is much more wilderness. As such, the Heavenly South cultivators don't interact much with them." Hanli doubtfully said, "You mean to say the many sects allow the royal powers of the Great Gene to control their cultivation resources?" Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said, "It isn't that they allow it. The Great Gene isn't like the Heavenly South where there are many different countries and clans, but rather a single powerful imperial court has ruled over the Great Gene's mortal world since ancient times. No matter how powerful a cultivator may be, they won't dare to harm mortal affairs, or else other sects and powers will use this opportunity as a pretext to move against them. As a result, the Great Gene Court had reached a compromise with many of the great powers in the cultivation world. If I remember correctly, the agreement would dictate that the powers or sects wouldn't pressure or interfere with the mortal imperial court, and would even allow the imperial court to directly hire a few vagrant cultivators in order to preserve the prestige of the court. Of course, the Great Gene imperial family can also nurture a certain number of their own cultivators, but the great sects keep a close eye on them to make sure they don't get carried away." Monarch Soul Divergence continued, "For all of these great powers to acquire cultivation resources and manpower, they had made agreements in secret with the royal family and imperial court. A few particularly powerful officials will likely have been backed by various sects in order to prevent other powers from holding the advantage. Under these circumstances, noble clans began to appear from sects, and as a result, noble clans gradually accumulated many mortal properties and became accustomed to interacting with the mortal world. However, these lands should have cultivation resources on them since they've been so carefully stored away. These are crucial for the survival of any noble clan." When Hanli heard this, he stroked his chin in utter amazement. Since these documents are so important, why were they placed here? Hanli pondered, did the Feng clan master sense something was about to happen and put them here as a contingency measure? "That's possible, but this has nothing to do with us," Monarch Soul Divergence stated. "Let's not waste our time thinking about this and instead head straight to the Feng clan's hidden storage. Perhaps there could be a Buddhist technique to dissolve your baleful qi." "It is as you say, senior." Hanli smiled and then put the documents away in a jade box. After making certain of his direction, he flew off on a magic tool towards the Snowmound Mountains. At that moment, in a tomb underneath the Snowmound Mountains, there were two silhouettes enveloped in green qi. They were kneeling in front of the 3 stone coffins and remained motionless. Suddenly, 2 streaks of green light flew out from one of the coffins and they each entered into the silhouette's foreheads. "Go. Kill him and retrieve the treasure." A man spoke from the middle coffin with an imposing tone. The 2 silhouettes blurred into streaks of green light and circled the room before flying off. "All right, I've acquired the appearance of the person who took away the Vajra barrier and gave it to the incarnations. The prince's remnant qi should also remain in the Vajra barrier for a short amount of time. So long as this person doesn't immediately leave the Guaning province, it will be impossible for him to escape." Many thanks, Lord Father." A happy stutter came out from the other coffin. The man from the center coffin snorted and said, "I will leave it be this time, but there had better not be more trouble. Yes. Next time, this will not happen. The stutter now had a fearful tone. No further words were spoken from any of the coffins. But after the time it took to finish a meal, a loud bang sounded out. The lid of the middle coffin flew 10 meters in the air, and a thin silhouette wearing a crown sat up from it. "My king, why are you?" A sweet woman's voice sounded out from the other coffin. With glowing red eyes, the man said, "The veins of Yin Qi in the earth will soon erupt, and a temporary leave from the tomb room won't cause me a large loss in cultivation. It is a good opportunity to lend General Gu some aid and dispose of some troublesome characters outside of the noble clans. After I head out, I'll activate all the restrictions in the tomb to prevent any outsiders from entering." After a moment of hesitation, the woman replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. Please be careful. Don't worry, my beloved concubine. I will return to the tomb after 2 days. I won't be leaving much after that." The man nodded and then he stood up from the coffin. His body blurred several times and then his body became indistinct, turning into a cloud of gray mist and disappearing from sight. It was unknown where he went. Soon, silence filled the tomb room, only to be interrupted by a woman's deep sigh. When Hanli caught sight of Snowmound Mountain, it was already dawn. Without another thought, he rushed into the mountains on his flying magic tool. Fearing that he would provoke trouble, Hanli concealed his aura and flew at a low altitude, releasing his spiritual sense to only cover a couple of kilometers and carefully watching everything that happened nearby. The location of the Feng clan's hidden storage was near the heart of the mountain and in a well-concealed area. After flying around for the day, Hanli looked down at the mountains from the air before dropping down on an unremarkable peak, discovering a huge waterfall that was a kilometer tall. The scene was completely the same as the jade slip described, much to Hanli's relief. After looking at the surging mists of white water, Hanli floated down and formed an incantation gesture. Then he raised his hands and released 2 streaks of azure light into the waterfall. A series of muffled rumblings sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 3-meter-wide hole in the waterfall. Hanli flew in without hesitation and soon after, the hole disappeared. Of course, Hanli didn't know that in the instant he entered the cave, 2 green silhouettes were pursuing him from 500 kilometers away. They snarled with rage and bared their pitch-black fangs, occasionally releasing out series of low roars reminiscent of a dreadful 2-headed beast. However, these 2 silhouettes couldn't have known that a few kilometers behind them, there were 2 hidden figures coldly watching them. They were whispering to each other with lowered heads. "How about it? Do you have any certainty of restraining Devil Glorious Blaze's incarnations? If they manage to escape, we'll end up scaring them all away." One of the 2 figures sent a voice transmission to the other, speaking with a sharp voice. The other figure snorted and gloomily said, "King Glorious Blaze's so-called incarnations are created from soul-mending techniques, forcefully refining them until they are obedient puppets. Their intelligence is greatly reduced as a result. Although they possess nascent soul cultivation, they are easily handled by cultivators of equivalent strength. It won't be difficult to take them on together. But now that the old devil is releasing his own incarnations by themselves, it will benefit us greatly. Killing them would be the same as cutting off his arms." The voice was deep and low. "Brother Heavenwind's words are very sensible," the sharp voice said. "However, I am quite curious about the person those incarnations are chasing. It was enough to make the old devil send men away from the tomb at a crucial moment and lose sight of his objective. Who knows? Regardless of who it is, they have no influence over our plans. King Glorious Blaze's cultivation will greatly decrease when he leaves his tomb. This is an extremely rare opportunity. That old devil is extremely sly and never leaves his tomb for more than a moment at a time. If it wasn't for the trap I set, I fear we wouldn't have any opportunities in the slightest. After all, his abilities are no lesser than a late nascent soul cultivator while he is in his tomb." The sharp voice sinisterly chuckled and said, "If old Devil Glorious Blaze knew that we have already leaked this plan to the other 2 noble clans, I wonder what expression he would make. The clans have already invited their sect backers and are waiting for him to take the bait. Besides, even if he manages to escape them through a fluke, we'll be waiting outside his tomb. It will be impossible for him to escape." "That's right. Us brothers schemed over 10 years for this plot. Furthermore, ever since we laid out the trap, we've always been outside, keeping an eye on his actions and allowing us to move at an opportune time. With him gone, his beloved concubine and his child won't be able to stand against us 3. Then, the treasures he's accumulated for countless years and the thousands of corpse soldiers inside the tomb will be ours. And I've heard that his heavenly corpse body will soon be completed. from his cautious nature, the heavenly corpse pearl for the body should be hidden somewhere in the tomb. So long as we can find it and rid it of his soul, we can also make use of the body to cultivate body hardening and strengthening techniques. It is the ideal treasure for that type of cultivation. The deep voice of Brother Heavenwind spoke with a greedy tone. The sharp voice said, "Hee. My cultivation technique doesn't emphasize cultivating body-strengthening techniques, so I have no interest in the heavenly corpse pearl. I only want the thousands of corpse soldiers his tomb contains. With those soldiers I could become a faction of power without leaving seclusion." When Brother Heavenwind heard this, he spoke with excitement. "But I know what fellow Taoistine would say. He'd only want the corpse spirit arts so that he will be able to control the corpse soldiers with ease. Otherwise he would have to go and ask us for help to use them." "That sounds right." The owner of the sharp voice then examined the green silhouettes from a distance and proposed, "Now should be time to act. Since Brother Wild Sand is closely following after the old devil, there should be no problems. We should take action before something unexpected occurs. Let's quickly get rid of the old devil's incarnations and then returning to the tomb to lie in ambush. If we let the old devil make it back, things will turn for the worse. Yes, it is nearly time. The old devil should have left the Snowmound Mountains. Let's set off." Heavenwind paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, the two green incarnations were violently howling, but soon, they suddenly felt astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from behind them. They couldn't help but to turn around to look. As a result, they saw a large black mist and an astonishing storm of wind chasing after them. It filled up the entire sky and appeared almost as if it aimed to envelop the two. Hanli was currently standing in front of a stone door behind the waterfall, completely ignorant of the great problem that another party had unintentionally resolved. Although he would have been able to easily dispatch of the two incarnations, it would consume the last opportunity for him to lift the soul lock seal. His eyes were focused on a corner of the stone door and there was a slight protrusion there with an inch-large hole on top of it. He reached for his storage pouch and took a sparkling silver key into his hand. He flicked his finger and shot it into the hole in a silver streak. The key smoothly entered, leaving the outer half outside of the hole. He smiled when he saw this and pointed his finger at the key, shooting out a streak of azure light towards it. Then the key slowly turned a half circle and the stone white gate began to glow in a layer of white light. With a faint tremble, the stone doors slowly opened, leaving a small opening for someone to walk through. Hanli glanced at the opening before calmly heading in. After walking over 30 meters inside, there was a 3-meter large transportation formation in front of him. There were 8 grooves around the spell formation that were completely empty. When he saw this, he let out a faint smile. If one didn't have deep knowledge of formations, they would put their spirit stones on all the grooves, resulting in the formation's spatial power to completely disintegrate them. Whoever designed this hidden storage was quite shrewd. He walked up to the spell formation and his eyes flickered several times. His sleeve trembled and 5 low-grade spirit stones shot into 5 separate grooves. Then he struck the spell formation with a spell seal and the transportation formation began to hum. With Han Li's attainments in spell formations, he could see if there was anything amiss with the formation. He was able to quickly tell that it was safe and then walked into the center of the formation. White light then wrapped around him and he disappeared from sight. The distance he was teleported was quite short. As expected, he didn't feel much of a headache from the teleportation due to his strong spiritual sense. Then in a flash of white light, he appeared in a large hall. He swept his gaze across it and took the entire scene in. It only spanned about 60 meters long and was made completely out of cleanly cut warm stone. There weren't many things in the hall, 2 rows of green shelves and 3-meter-long silver chests. To Han Li's surprise, the Feng clan's secret cave was quite small. The wooden shelves were made of precious wood. Its color hadn't changed despite its vast age and it still possessed some sort of fragrance. An arrangement of over 30 magic tools were placed in one of the shelves, all of them at mid-grade quality or higher. There were several unknown magic treasures mixed amongst them and they appeared exceptionally eye-catching. On the other shelf, there were over 100 various jade slips that were densely arranged. He didn't take another look at the magic tools and treasures, nor did he pay any attention to the silver chests. Instead he walked over to the jade slips. He swept his gaze past them and casually took one into his hand before quickly sweeping his spiritual sense through it. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to look through the jade slips in the time it took to finish a meal. To his surprise, none of them contained anything that was related to Buddhist techniques. Could it be that Feng Yu had lied? Han Li shook his head and tossed the thought to the back of his mind. He had used the dream tier technique to make sure that Feng Yu had been telling the truth. It was impossible for him to deceive him. After some further thought, his eyes dropped down to 3 silver chests. Pondering to himself for a moment, he walked over and opened each of them with a wave of his sleeve. One of the chests were filled with several hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Another one was filled with jade boxes of varying size. Han Li swept his spiritual sense past them and discovered that they contained rare materials and pills. At a first glance, it was about as valuable as the chest of spirit stones. After looking through these 2 chests and failing to find what he wanted, he unconsciously wore a gloomy expression. After he looked into the final chest, he found various talismans sparkling with light. He immediately expressed disappointment after seeing this, but regardless, he carefully swept his spiritual sense through the chest. Then, his expression stirred and he reached his hand out towards it. In a gust of wind, an object underneath the talismans flew into his grasp. It was a scarlet wooden box that was a half-foot long. It had a faint yellow talisman sealing it and the surface of the box was engraved with Buddhist talisman characters. He glanced at the talisman on the box and saw that it was a common chi concealing talisman. He tore it off without hesitation and opened the box. As a result, he saw 7 colored lights shoot out from the box. The source of the light was a milky white thumb-sized pearl. A crystal relic. Han Li yelped in joy. The crystal relic wasn't the only thing inside of the box. There was also 2 Buddhist sect magic tools and a yellow jade slip. The magic tools were a dharma wheel and a bracelet of golden prayer beads. They both glowed with faith spiritual light. As for the jade slip, it appeared unremarkable but Han Li's interest was completely captured by it. With a sweep of his hand, he took the jade slip and impatiently sank his spiritual sense into it. Righteous Prevalence Technique. Reincarnation Cycle Arts. Bright Jade Arts. Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense through the jade slip and muttered the name of the techniques it contained. These names alone suggested they were Buddhist techniques. When Monarch Soul Divergence heard the name of the latter, he shouted out in amazement, "I heard of that name before." The Bright Jade Arts is a very rare technique passed down by Vajra protectors in Buddhist sections. It is also exceptionally difficult to cultivate. How was the Feng clan ancestor able to acquire it? Give me the jade slip and let me see whether it can be used to dissolve baleful chi. Han Li was overjoyed to hear this and promptly handed the jade slip over to the bamboo tube on his back. After that, Monarch Soul Divergence was absorbed in comprehending the contents of the jade slip. As Han Li waited, he began to look for the most valuable items in the Feng clan's secret cave. He would have wanted to loot the entirety of these items for himself, but it was a pity that he had limited space in his storage pouch. Apart from the spirit stones, he would have to carefully choose what he would bring along. Han Li took away the several magic treasures and a few of the materials and talismans that were useful to him. As for the magic tools, he took 3 of exceptional quality and left the rest behind. With that done, he turned his attention to the large pile of jade slips. When he was looking through them with his spiritual sense, he found a technique that interested him. After he had seen all of them, he sat down cross-legged and began to silently meditate the technique that caught his attention. As time slowly passed by, Monarch Soul Divergence eventually broke the silence in the room, immediately attracting Han Li's attention. He slowly said, "The Bright Jade Arts is quite a bit heretical. It is said to be a Buddhist technique, but the cultivation method is overbearing to the point where it can be considered a partial devilish art." A devilish art? Han Li's heart sank and he asked, "What do you mean? Is the technique able to dissolve the baleful chi in my body?" There is no need to be impatient. The technique will truly be able to resolve your problem. However, the method to dissolve the baleful chi is somewhat similar to the method of the devil Dao. You will not be expelling the baleful chi but refining it for your own uses. This method of cultivation is clearly dangerous as this chi isn't something that is easily controlled. You should consider the advantages of finding another Buddhist technique. Monarch Soul Divergence muttered for a moment and tossed the jade slip out from the storage pouch. Han Li caught the jade slip and his heart trembled. He then vigilantly asked, "Refine the baleful chi for my own uses? After I cultivate this technique, won't I be set on the path of the elder devils?" There is no worry of that. The Bright Jade Arts is truly a Buddhist protector technique and will not set you on the path of the devil Dao. Although its methods are somewhat extreme and share a few similarities with devil Dao techniques, it will only have the baleful chi to assist in your cultivation. It won't have you directly use the baleful chi to attack others. This way, you will be able to eliminate a majority of its harmful effects despite its overbearing nature. Buddhist sects have truly capable individuals and are even able to fold devilish techniques into Buddhist ones. I reckon they had someone on my level to accomplish this. This is a grand technique that rivals the abilities of even my great development technique. Monarch Soul Divergence said with admiration. When Han Li heard Monarch Soul Divergence, he felt a wave of doubt and promptly sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip, examining the contents for the bright jade arts. After a moment he shouted in surprise, This technique seems quite familiar. Where have I seen this before? You've seen this before? Monarch Soul Divergence asked in amazement. That's right. I remember now. This technique is similar to the demon race cultivation art. Han Li then touched his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized copper plate into his hand. It was the sacred provenance plate he acquired from the scattered star seas. 1. First appeared in chapter 546. Han Li later acquired it from the venomous flood dragon. Without another word, Han Li began to compare the scripts on the plate and the jade slip. After a moment he discovered that the techniques were different, but they clearly stemmed from the same source. Of the two techniques, the bright jade arts was far more shallow, but the two gave the same indistinct feeling that something was missing, causing him to feel confused over the matter. When Monarch Soul Divergence saw Han Li shifting his attention between the jade slip and copper plate, he felt that something was odd and couldn't help but ask, "What is that copper plate?" After a moment of hesitation, Han Li sighed and tossed the copper plate into the bamboo tube. "Senior, have a look. My aptitude is too poor, so I am unable to see how they relate. Perhaps Senior will be able to clear my confusion." Monarch Soul Divergence began to examine the technique on the copper plate. These are demon characters. This should be a technique that came from an exceptional demon clan. Let me look. About a quarter of an hour later, Monarch Soul Divergence came to a clear conclusion. With a decisive tone he stated, "I have a general idea of what is similar. The Buddhist bright jade arts is an altered version of the demon clan technique. Furthermore, it is based on the portion of the copper plate that is missing." At that moment Han Li finished his thoughts as well and said, "So it was like that. However, the last portion of the bright jade arts isn't capable of being joined together with the copper plate. It should still be lacking an addition section." I didn't think that youngster Han would be able to see that too. That's right, the set of demon clan cultivation arts could be divided into 3 sections. The bright jade arts are using the most basic body refinement portion of the demon clan technique. As for the copper plate, it details the incantations for the final ability and is missing the middle portion that details the bodily transformations. These techniques are quite extraordinary. How interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms, isn't that the same technique the Elder Devil used? I've heard that the demon clan were those most in touch with the Elder Devil realm. It seems the rumors were true. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled with great amusement. After hearing that, Han Li added on, "Then the technique should have been something the Elder Devils passed on to the beast clans. Later, a Buddhist sect acquired a portion of the technique's foundations and changed it into the current bright jade arts. For the devils, demons, and Buddhists to hold this technique with such importance, it seems to have come from a single great origin." Han Li then sank into thought for a long while before sighing and saying, "But regardless of the might of the technique, the pestilence demons in my body may soon fail to contain the baleful qi and I don't have much more time. I will have to cultivate the bright jade arts to resolve this crisis as soon as possible." Monarch Soul Divergence pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, it is as you say. Spending more time to find another technique will prove far too dangerous. Furthermore, the technique might prove difficult for others, but with the vast amount of baleful qi at your disposal, it should be much easier to cultivate. I hope that is the case, but it seems it requires a Vajra relic in order to cultivate. Will there be any problems if I attempt to cultivate it? Didn't you just acquire a Vajra relic? This is an opportunity. I might have not suggested you to cultivate the technique otherwise. Although you would barely be able to use the Feng clan ancestors' crystal relic to cultivate it, it would be far less effective than not using a Vajra relic. Once your spirit beast finishes consuming the corpse flames in the Vajra barrier, you will be able to finish refining it. I will impart another set of techniques to you for do so, allowing you to cultivate the bright jade arts without a problem. When I journeyed in the past, I became very interested in crystal relics and such. I even infiltrated one of the 10 great Buddhist sects for over 10 years. There is no need to worry too much over the matter, given how much I researched into it. Even if you didn't cultivate the bright jade arts, you would need a crystal relic to cultivate other Buddhist techniques for dissolving baleful qi. And given how widespread Buddhist sects are in the Great Gene, it shouldn't be too difficult to find one." Monarch Soul Divergence seemed to have already given the matter much thought. After some careful consideration, Hanli felt that there was no problem in cultivating the technique and said, "If that's the case, I can be at ease. Since the technique is suitable, I may as well hurry and leave. Ever since I entered these mountains, I felt that something was amiss. This is not a good omen. I better look for a spirit vein to cultivate with." Afterwards, he swept his gaze through the hall one last time before walking back into the transportation formation and disappearing in a flash of white light. In the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli was directly flying out from the Snowmound Mountains in a streak of azure light. As he flew, he was discussing with Monarch Soul Divergence about where he could find a spirit vein and secretly cultivate. After flying over 100 kilometers, a large world-shaking boom echoed from the air and an entire group of mountains collapsed. Hanli was caught off guard from the boom and lost balance as he felt a ring buzzing in his ear. With a vastly changed expression, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then he flew off in the opposite direction with greater speed. As he flew a dozen kilometers away, he felt astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from behind him. Then a cloud of gray chi, a cloud of black chi and a white windstorm began to tear through the sky, pursuing one another as they headed in Hanli's direction. With his current cultivation, they quickly closed the distance to only 2 kilometers away. If fellow Taoist truly thinks that you can escape with earth movement techniques, then you're delusional. King Glorious Blaze's expression revealed shock, but after a moment of doubt, he smirked in disbelief and said, "Blue crystal heavens? As if Madame Heavenstone would allow you to borrow something as precious to her as her own life. You sure know how to bluff." Hee hee. Master Wild Sand coldly laughed when he heard this and didn't bother to refute it, causing King Glorious Blaze's heart to tremble. Despite the obvious advantage the three devils had, they now found themselves at a standstill. It seemed like they either feared what would happen if he fought with his life on the line or were planning something else. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he rejoiced. Before he had fled, he sent a voice transmission for reinforcements, and it shouldn't be long before they arrived. Silence filled the air as the four maintained their standoff. Apart from these four old eccentrics, there was a fifth person trapped in the yellow sand. That person was Hanli, who had been caught off guard and was trapped in the large sand formation alongside them. Hanli felt particularly gloomy and had remained silent this entire time, hoping he wouldn't attract any attention. He was currently waiting for an opportunity to slip away when their fight began. But before he could make his escape, a sharp voice from the cloud of black devilish chi said, "That junior over there is in the way. Before we finish our business, let's get rid of him first." The large yellow-robed man glanced at Hanli and dully said, "Right? Let's kill the pest before it can become a hindrance." When Hanli heard this, his heart was set ablaze with anger. It appeared he would have to utilize his last opportunity to lift the soul lock seal or die. Without any further hesitation, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and softly muttered an incantation, causing his face to quickly cycle through the images of 5 glowing green ghost faces. Then 5 egg-sized green balls of light flew out from his body and disappeared without a trace. While this was all happened, the old devil in the black cloud had already attacked. A portion of the black cloud condensed into a huge black python, which fiercely pounced towards Hanli with a gaping maw displaying its incisive fangs. When the yellow-robed man and the cultivator within the white windstorm saw this, they didn't bother to launch their own attacks against a meager Foundation establishment cultivator. But when King Glorious Blaze saw what was happening, his brow faintly stirred and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The huge black python quickly arrived above Hanli with its mouth wide open, but then Hanli raised his hand and released a bolt of golden lightning. It struck the huge python, whose body trembled before scattering into dust. Soon after, Hanli began to circulate the magic power in his body and released an astonishing aura, covering his body in sparkling azure light and abundant spiritual chi. After easily striking down the python, he looked at the old devils in front of him and calmly said, "You four can have your fight, but there is no need to involve me. I'm only passing through." The old devils around him simultaneously looked at Hanli in shock. At that moment, they realized the cultivator had coincidentally trapped in the spell formation was an existence on par with their own. He was simply concealing himself through some unknown technique. Did this person harbor any malicious intentions, or was he truly only here by coincidence? The three devils began to ponder about the situation and remained silent as they were absorbed in their thoughts. King Glorious Blaze felt his heart tremble. Although he knew that Hanli was the cultivator who took the Vajra barrier and should be somewhat capable, he didn't expect that he would possess such an impressive cultivation. King Glorious Blaze's expression wavered upon this discovery. Hanli hastily spread his spiritual sense past the yellow sand restrictions and faintly frowned. There truly was some heavens and inside of it and would need to spend quite a bit of effort to break through it. After some thought, Hanli calmly spoke to the man standing on top of the large gourd. "Fellow Taoist, you should have heard me. I don't plan on meddling in your affairs, so you should allow me to leave." After a moment of hesitation, the yellow-robed man slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you tell us your surname and why you were in the Snowmound Mountains?" "My surname is Han and the mountains were merely along the way. That answer should be to your satisfaction." Hanli answered with a cold and impatient tone. There was only a limited amount of time before the Solok seal would come back into effect, so Hanli couldn't remain stuck in this situation for long. "Release the restrictions and allow you to leave?" The yellow-robed man's expression turned unsightly. He blinked several times and then said, "I fear that won't do. The sand formation isn't easy to release. If we were to relax the restrictions, we would be giving him an opportunity to escape. How about fellow Taoist bear with it for the time being and we release you after we exterminate this old devil?" King Glorious Blaze chuckled and said, "If fellow Taoist Han believes those three, then you are truly bringing about your own death. After these three kill me, they will certainly deal with you too in order to keep this ugly affair quiet. If you are wise, you will join together with me in order to break the barrier. My cave residence is near here and so long as you help me break this spell formation, you will have nothing to fear from them once we arrive there. If it is to your liking, I can even make a devil heart oath and will compensate you heavily when we leave." Hanli raised his brow when he heard this as the yellow-robed man's words had left his heart particularly sullen. It would be best for fellow Taoist to clearly understand what there is to gain before he takes action. If you help him, don't blame us if we act ruthlessly afterwards. You should understand the might of both parties, not to mention that it will be extremely difficult to escape from our sand formation. Surely you don't want to die here with him? My conditions are quite simple. You only need to wait here for a little while and when the time comes, we will release you. I'm also willing to swear a devil heart oath on this." King Glorious Blaze looked at Hanli and addressed the yellow-robed man's threats by saying, "Fellow Taoist, do not be coerced by them. Soon my reinforcements will arrive. So long as you protect me for a short while, you will have nothing to worry about." Hanli's appearance was the surprise factor that could tip the scales in the favor of either side. At the moment, Hanli had his arms crossed with a pensive expression. When Master Wild Sand heard King Glorious Blaze, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes, but he forced himself to remain still. Although this youth hadn't fully displayed his abilities, Master Wild Sand didn't dare to underestimate after the golden lightning he displayed earlier. Under these circumstances, he could no longer continue to hide his plan and spoke bluntly, "Brother Glorious Blaze, could it be you haven't discovered the 7 devil wind seeds and 3 yellow earth fiends? In the instant you left your tomb, fellow Taoist Heaven Wind and I placed a spell formation outside of it. Your reinforcements should still be trapped in the tomb. Although it's possible they'll be able to break through it, they're going to be stalled for at least half a day. Besides, hee." With that said, he began to let out a cold laugh. "Besides what?" King Glorious Blaze's heart grew sullen and he glared at the large man while clenching his fists. Master Wild Sand looked up at the sky and sneered, "Besides, it's currently almost noon and the eruption of Yin Chi in the earth veins will soon arrive. Brother Glorious Blaze, your heavenly corpse arts will suffer a great loss in power as a result." King Glorious Blaze's expression froze and a faint layer of black chi appeared around him. With a fierce smile on his face, he furiously said, "Good, very good. I didn't think that you knew about both my heavenly corpse arts and the earth veins Yin Chi. However, these are mere superficial details. I'll have you personally witness the might of my heavenly corpse arts." With no hope of reinforcements, he flew into a fury and began to unleash his strength, unresigned to just sit there and wait for death. Of course, unless he did this much he wouldn't be able to win over Hanli. King Glorious Blaze promptly spat out a ball of black blood that formed a fist-sized black talisman character before shooting onto his forehead and leaving a distinct mark behind. The talisman character released a black demonic light, causing the old man's body to release roiling gray corpse chi while he began to savagely roar. Although Master Wild Sand didn't know what ability he was trying to use, he wouldn't allow him to easily finish. He immediately shouted, "Attack! We don't need to hold this off any longer." After shouting, he stomped on the giant gourd beneath him. The gourd faintly trembled and spouted yellow sand, condensing into a 10-meter-tall flood dragon in the blink of an eye that fiercely pounced towards King Glorious Blaze. When the other two saw this, they took action as well. A white gale suddenly roared and released over 100-foot-long wind blades. Each blade shone with dazzling white light and let out astonishing shrieks. As for the cloud of devilish chi, it released over 10 flying sabers. Each of them glowed profusely with jet-black light, and quickly grew from only an inch in size to 3 meters as they streaked through the air. Under the concealment of the wind blades, the sabers were nearly undetectable. Just as these attacks were about to strike King Glorious Blaze, he finished casting his technique. He howled in rage and his crown flew into the air, hair wildly blowing in the wind as it instantly grew several times longer and turned black-purple. In addition, he crossed his arms as he grew a meter taller, as a thick 3-inch-long layer of green fur appeared on his body and viciously sharp purple-black claws extended from his fingertips. His face quickly turned shriveled and he revealed inch-long fangs, completing his frightful transformation. King Glorious Blaze had fully revealed his appearance as a 10,000-year-old corpse monarch. At the same time he finished his transformation, the sand flood dragon, wind blades, and black streaks had arrived. King Glorious Blaze's face warped into a fierce expression upon seeing them appear before him, and he spat out a fist-sized golden pearl. The pearl spun in the air before turning into a large golden hand that grabbed the sand flood dragon. He then held out his claws in violent opposition to the other attacks. The wind blades and black streaks directly struck the claws, and King Glorious Blaze was enveloped in overflowing black and white light from the impact. A huge explosion sounded out and green light surged around King Glorious Blaze, repelling the wind blades and black streaks with great force. King Glorious Blaze brandished claws that had strength far beyond steel, displaying a hardness superior to magic treasures. In a single blow, he was able to blow away the combined attacks of the wind blades and flying sabers. Meanwhile, the large golden hand was grabbing onto the neck of the struggling flood dragon, restraining it for the time being. As Hanli calmly watched all of this, his expression stirred in surprise. He hadn't expected that King Glorious Blaze would still be able to muster this much strength despite being so heavily injured. But when Master Wild Sand saw that the sand flood dragon was being restrained, he smiled and pointed at it. The sand flood dragon began to glow with yellow light and suddenly grew still before escaping from the golden hand as scattered sand. The scattered sand then condensed into a ball, trapping the large golden hand at its center. He didn't stop there and coldly glanced at King Glorious Blaze and Hanli before silently forming 2 incantation gestures. The yellow sand in the distance began to stir and rush towards both of them in waves of sand that were over 30 meters tall. The waves of sand would occasionally release echoing ghostly wails as they surged onward. He had activated the grand formation around them, drawing assistance from its restrictions to kill King Glorious Blaze and Hanli. In the instant Hanli saw Master Wild Sand looking at him, he immediately came to the conclusion that Master Wilds and planned on dealing with them both in the same move. If he continued to hesitate, he would be killed alongside King Glorious Blaze once the spell formation closed in. Cursing in furious alarm, Hanli no longer remained idle and took action as well. With a wave of his sleeve, several tens of golden flying swords flew out and circled around him before transforming into a huge mass of sword streaks and striking at the nearest wave of sand. Then with his other hand he summoned an ancient purple mirror and began to pour magic power into it, releasing a beam of purple light to strike the sand. Then a strange scene occurred. The purple light was particularly effective against mist-type creations, but it completely went through the sand without a trace. Hanli frowned and wore a vigilant expression. The giant sword streak condensed from his flying swords chopped through the huge wave of sand, leaving a giant hole in it. As King Glorious Blaze was being attacked by several magic treasures, he saw Hanli move to break the formation and rejoiced. But then he hurriedly shouted a warning, "Be careful, Soulfall Sand is specialized in corrupting magic treasures." Corrupting magic treasures? Hanli was stunned when he heard this. Just as the sword streak cut open a hole through the sand, Ain wind blew out from it, carrying specks of black sand all around the huge sword streak. Then strands of black chi shot out from each of the grains of sand, wrapping around each and every one of his flying swords. As soon as the black strands touched the swords, Hanli felt his connection to the flying swords grow dim as his spiritual sense strands were being forcefully pushed out from them, causing him to gradually lose control. Hanli's complexion turned cold and he pointed at his flying swords, uttering, "Burst." Pangs of thunder repeatedly rang out and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the swords. They ripped the black threads apart and even opened a large empty space in the cloud of sand. Hanli narrowed his eyes and stared deeply into the cloud before wearing an unsightly expression. At the center of the cloud, there was a dense mass of sand floating in the air. It appeared to be unremarkable, but it was immensely large and wasn't something that could be destroyed in a short amount of time. During his hesitation, his expression grew sullen and a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. As thunder rang out around him, he suddenly disappeared and blurred over 30 meters away. A scarlet halberd then swept past where he originally stood. Although he was now a safe distance away, Hanli still sensed its scorching heat and was enraged by the attack. After missing its attack, the halberd began return to the devilish cloud in spin. Hanli raised his head to coldly look at the devilish cloud, and his eyes flickered with blue light. Although the devilish cloud was extremely dense, his bright-sight spirit eyes were able to clearly see through it. The azure-robed old man inside of the cloud returned Han Li's gaze with an alarmed expression. He was greatly surprised by Han Li's use of lightning movement. Without another word, Han Li flapped his wings and disappeared in a ring of thunder. The old azure-robed old man was yet again stunned by the sight of this, but as someone who had experienced many battles, he slapped his storage pouch out of reflex and released an azure shield from it. In the instant the shield moved to protect him, silver light flashed from the side of the devilish cloud, followed by Han Li's appearance. His hands were held in a fist and golden lightning flickered all around him. In a series of thunderous explosions, a layer of golden lightning condensed on his body. Then with a blur, Han Li once again disappeared from view. This time the old man felt his heart drop and instantly opened his mouth, spitting out a sparkling green sword. As soon as it appeared, it flew circles around him in a green streak to protect him. Still feeling ill at ease, the old man thought to release several more magic treasures, but he suddenly heard thunder ring from his side. Arcs of golden lightning violently leaped about 10 meters around Han Li, brilliantly setting him ablaze with golden light as if he were a lightning god that had descended upon the world. The cloud of devilish chi nearby was cleanly wiped away to leave an empty area over 30 meters wide, revealing the azure-robed old man that was previously hidden within it. Ah! The old man couldn't help but shout as he realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. His body promptly flashed with light as he hurriedly streaked away. But since Han Li had taken the risk of approaching the old man with lightning movement, he wasn't about to allow him to easily leave. Han Li turned into a blur as he left a string of afterimages in his wake and raised his hands into the air, releasing a ball of purple flame and a streak of golden light. When the old man saw Han Li move so quickly, he was greatly frightened. Unable to do anything else, he hastily erected a wall of azure light from his shield and the purple fireball burst as it struck the wall of light. With a crackle, the purple flames rapidly spread across the wall of light, quickly covering the wall in a layer of thick ice and sealing the old man's azure shield within it. The old man couldn't help but shout in terror, "What is this tyrannical technique?" Then the golden streak of light arrived. With a crack, the golden streak disappeared the instant it struck the wall, only for it to suddenly arrive in front of the old man. The old man quivered and unconsciously attempted to lean to the side with all his might. Suddenly he felt a shock run through his shoulder, followed by unbearable pain. He quickly glanced at his side in terror and found that his arm had been torn off by the golden streak. If he hadn't reacted as he did, he feared it would have been his head instead. After slicing off the old man's arm, the golden streak circled in the air before shooting into the sky, revealing its true form as an inch-long golden sword. The old man then turned around and saw a tiny hole in the wall of ice. He found it hard to believe that the golden sword was sharp enough to pierce through both the wall of light and the ice covering it without the slightest resistance. The old man let out a gasp of surprise from what had happened and his heart was filled with furious alarm. He quickly slapped a talisman onto his body and sealed the wound from his missing arm. Then he gritted his teeth as he glared at Han Li, wanting to repay him 1,000-fold for cutting off his limb. But just as the old man looked at him, Han Li suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not good. When the old man saw this, he felt his heart drop into an icy abyss. He looked around only to catch no trace of Han Li, and quickly reached for his storage pouch to release a protective treasure. However, he was too late. The old man heard a nearly indiscernible sound from behind him and the light protecting his body was completely broken, followed by a palm covered in purple flames bursting out of his chest. Purple ice condensed around his body and completely sealed him within. The old man felt sharp pain stab through his body, but he wasn't able to move in the slightest, filling him with complete terror. Afterwards, Han Li withdrew his hand from the old man's body and enveloped the frozen body in a net of lightning with a casual flick of his sleeve. The lightning ruptured and inch-large chunks of purple ice rained from the sky. Then, a nascent soul wrapped in black light suddenly flew out from the scattered ice, attempting to flusteredly escape with instant movement. However, Han Li was already prepared for this and spat out a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the nascent soul was trapped by a net of lightning before it could activate its instant movement. Han Li smirked with icy intent and formed an incantation gesture with both his hands, ordering the golden net to contract and rupture. Then in the resulting flashes of golden light, the old man's nascent soul had turned into nothing. The old man had launched a sneak attack on Han Li with the scorching halberd, but Han Li responded ruthlessly and exterminated him in only a moment, leaving no opportunity for the other two to rescue him. When the others saw how Han Li easily deal with a fellow mid-nascent soul-grade cultivator, they blanched with shock. Master Wild Sand sent out a few voice transmissions after seeing this. Then he and Lord Heavenwind withdrew their magic treasures and completely abandoned the battle. After entering the cloud of sand behind them, they disappeared without a trace. King Glorious Blaze was at a large disadvantage due to his heavy injuries, but with the tenacity of his heavenly corpse body, he was able to receive the attack of the magic treasures without the slightest injury. But when he looked in Han Li's direction, he wore an odd expression and felt ill at ease as a result. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not he would be able to deal with a similar great cultivator with such ease even if he were in his peak condition inside his tomb, or if he would be able to cleanly deal with their nascent soul as well. Be it Han Li's abilities or his use of them, they both caused King Glorious Blaze to view them with trepidation. King Glorious Blaze thought to ask if Han Li was a late nascent soul cultivator, but after taking another look at him, he reaffirmed that Han Li was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator. This youth possessed grand abilities that exceeded what his cultivation would suggest. When King Glorious Blaze thought this, he felt his blood run cold. Fortunately, he had only sent his incarnations to find this person. Otherwise he might have found himself slain in the exact same manner as that azure-robed old man. Since he wasn't able to sense his two incarnations after returning to the mountain range, he came to the conclusion that Han Li had killed them and grew even more unconsciously wary of him. In a moment of hesitation, he thought to have a few words with Han Li when he felt an astonishing change in the sand spell formation surrounding them. The faint waves of yellow sand had completely disappeared in the distance. Instead, nearly indiscernible grains of black sand had replaced them, similar to the ones that had earlier attacked Han Li's flying swords. The black sand wasn't as densely gathered together as the yellow sand, but they shined with an icy black light and were arranged in the sand cloud with a strange appearance. Following the appearance of the black grains of sand, ghostly wails sounded out and the black sand rushed towards Han Li and King Glorious Blaze at their center with overbearing momentum. King Glorious Blaze's expression trembled and he hastily called out to Han Li, "Not good." That old ghost Wild Sand released the entirety of his soul fall sand into the formation. "Fellow Taoist, this isn't something that common magic tools can block. We'll only be able to block the sand with our own cultivation. However, his magic power will certainly be strained from controlling this much soulfall sand and can't keep this up for long. So long as we endure these several attacks, nothing else will come of it." Both he and Han Li were now in the same boat, and he had no wish for such a powerful ally to encounter mishap. Although Han Li had managed to scatter the black sand the first time with his golden lightning, he wasn't sure that Han Li would be able to block an attack of this intensity. As Han Li floated in the air, he muttered expressionlessly, "Soulfall sand? From the Densine Chi the sand possessed, it seems to be a magic treasure refined with souls. It is no wonder why they possess such might." When King Glorious Blaze saw that Han Li hadn't made the slightest move to protect himself, he found it odd, but he couldn't afford to pay any more attention to Han Li as the black sand was approaching. He opened his mouth and spat out fist-sized balls of light gray corpse flames. The flames condensed together into a huge fireball and protected him from the incoming sand. He could only rely on the corpse flames he had cultivated for countless years to block the oncoming storm of soulfall sand. Shortly after, a cloud of black sand covered him. Shining black sand and gray corpse flames flickered with light upon collision and occasionally released explosions of great intensity. As King Glorious Blaze prepared himself, Han Li was slowly withdrawing from the center of the formation. A moment later, he found that he couldn't move any further away and slapped one of the pouches on his waist with a raised brow, releasing a black streak of light. The black streak circled in the air before landing in front of him to reveal a black monkey that was several inches tall and wore an expression of dissatisfaction. It was the weeping soul beast that Han Li had forcibly called out. It was in a poor mood from having its cultivation interrupted while it was still absorbing the corpse flames inside the Vajra barrier. But after the weeping soul beast sniffed at the air and swept its gaze all around, it revealed sudden delight. Without the need for a command from Han Li, it beat its chest and let out a low-pitched whistle. Blinding black light shined from its body and it massively grew in size, transforming into an enormous ape over 30 meters tall. The image of the ghost face could be clearly seen on its back and it moved around the weeping soul beast's body as if it were alive. Be it King Glorious Blaze who was striving his hardest to block the sand or the other two that were waiting for an opportunity in the distant cloud of sand, they were all shocked upon seeing the astonishing appearance of the weeping soul beast. Just as they wondered why Hanli had summoned this mysterious spirit beast, the huge ape snorted and released a cloud of yellow light from its nose. The cloud circled in the air and spread out, enveloping both Hanli and the ape inside of it. The cloud of black sand eventually arrived beside them in overbearing fashion and completely surrounded them. Then the sand immediately released a mass of dense black chi around the cloud of yellow light. As soon as the black chi was released, the previously hidden shining black grains of sand were completely revealed from the cloud of sand. When the huge ape saw this, it couldn't help but grin as it puffed out a beam of golden light from its nose. The beam of light swept past the cloud and absorbed the grains of black sand without the slightest resistance before shooting back into the large ape's nose. Then in the blink of an eye, beams of golden light swept past the cloud of black sand several times and completely scattered it. The cloud's yin chi was absorbed by the yellow cloud of light and wasn't capable of approaching Hanli in the slightest. The large quantities of black sand and yin chi ended up being gradually replaced with yellow light. Hidden in the cloud of sand nearby, Master Wild Sand and Lord Heaven Wind watched all of this unfold with dumbfounded shock. T-Soul Fall Sand truly wasn't an ordinary treasure. Master Wild Sand had to secretly kill many low-grade cultivators, using their primal souls, large quantities of materials, and over 100 years of strenuous effort in order to refine it so that it could corrupt other magic treasures. Whenever he encountered an enemy in the past, he would simply release the soulfall sand and caused his opponent's treasures to suffer a great loss in power. This was effective in many occasions, eventually earning him the grand title of Master Wild Sand. He was considered amongst the most illustrious figures of the heretical Taoists. One of the main reasons of why he dared to provoke the illustrious evil cultivator King Glorious Blaze was his confidence in the soulfall sand. But now, this unknown cultivator entered the formation and was able to easily dissolve it without the slightest harm to himself or his spirit beast. As a result, Master Wild Sand no longer dared to use the soulfall sand to attack them and hastily withdrew it with an incantation gesture. Then he began to hesitate on what he should do next. At that moment, Lord Heaven Wind revealed his original appearance with a shriveled black face and small eyes, saying, "Brother Wild Sand, don't you have the blue crystal heavens in? Use it to deal with that person. Although we don't know what that huge ape is, it seems to only be capable of restraining yin chi and soul ghosts. It shouldn't have any power over a pure Taoist treasure like the blue crystal heavens in. So long as we manage to kill this person, we will be able to advance our original plan." For this plan, the two had spent a great amount of effort in order for this to succeed. They were unwilling for their plan to fail at the very last stage. Master Wild Sand strongly shook his head and said, "The blue crystal heavens and was something I spent quite some effort acquiring. Because of my deep relationship with Madame Heavenstone, she allowed me to borrow it, but I had to repeatedly swear I would only use the treasure to protect myself. If anything happened to even a single grain of it, it would be difficult to explain. But the cultivator before us has incisive techniques and treasures," Lord Heaven Wind said anxiously. "If we don't use it, we won't be able to block him. All of our previous efforts will be for nothing. Let alone the other treasures, we absolutely must acquire the old devil's heavenly corpse pearl. It is a rare body cultivation treasure and is crucial for us to break through to the next layer of cultivation." Master Wild Sand snorted and said, "The heavenly corpse pearl is important, but so is the blue crystal heavens. This sand isn't something that can be repeatedly used. After a single use I will have nothing left. Madame Heavenstone might be close to me, but I won't be able to acquire heavens and a second time. Additionally, this person's abilities are deep and immeasurable. It might not be able to defeat him. If he manages to endure the attack, then matters will become even worse." But, although Lord Heaven Wind felt that his words made sense, he was still unwilling to give up. Just as he thought to further persuade him, a fiery light suddenly streaked across the sky and flew a circle above the cloud before flying into Master Wild Sand's hands. "This is..." Master Wilds and looked at the sound transmission talisman with surprise and sank his spiritual sense into it without any further hesitation. Soon, his face turned sullen and he waved his hand, extinguishing the talisman. "Let's go," Master Wild Sand coldly shouted. Even the blue crystal heavens and won't be able to do anything now. Those useless earth fiends and devil wind seeds were broken through by the corpse soldiers under control of that concubine Jade Flower, and she sent large numbers of high-grade spirit corpses in this direction. It will be dangerous if we stay here any longer. Lord Heavenwind's plans were completely stifled and could only helplessly follow. The two hastily cast incantation gestures and flew alongside the cloud of black sand as it gathered together in the sky before taking off into the distance. During that entire time, neither Lord Heavenwind and Master Wild Sand had made another appearance. As Han Li stood on the shoulders of the huge ape, he stared in the distance with a cold expression. As his time was limited, he would have released the Heaven Void Cauldron if the battle showed no signs of coming to an end. Given how the cauldron sealed the endless sky Sanctus Spirit Sand, dealing with this cloud of sand shouldn't have been a problem, but the main cause for concern was that the Heaven Void Cauldron was a divine spirit treasure. Although few cultivators outside of the scattered star seas should recognize it, he was unwilling to reveal it to others. Else if someone were to realize what it was, there would be no end to the trouble ahead of him. When King Glorious Blaze saw that Master Wild Sand and Lord Heavenwind make a complete retreat, he felt great relief. However, the corpse flames on his body remained ablaze as he saluted Han Li, saying, "Fellow Taoist's abilities are vast. You were actually able to break through the soulfall sand. It was an eye-opening experience. I must thank you for the kindness of saving my life." When Han Li heard this, he shot an appraising glance on the 10,000-year-old corpse monarch and wore an expression of indifference. The mist of sand had quickly retreated, but the corpse monarch's condition was far from good. The spiritual chi released from his body was less than half of his original state. It appeared that spitting out his corpse flames to block the soulfall sand while he was heavily injured came at the great cost of vitality. Although King Glorious Blaze was an unordinary cultivator with his heavy injuries and Han Li's recent display of power, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he grew more wary, fearing that Han Li would turn to attack him while he was weakened. As for the huge ape underneath Han Li, it stood in place with half-closed eyes ever since the mist of sand left, as if it were savoring the feeling of the large quantities of black sand in its stomach. At that moment Han Li immediately sensed King Glorious Blaze's hostile gaze and met his stare. Then, the weeping soul beast opened its mouth and clicked its tongue at King Glorious Blaze, looking at him as if he were something tasty. King Glorious Blaze felt his blood run cold at the sight of this. After seeing the ape easily swept away the soulfall sand and realizing how fearsome it was, he felt a faint sense of dread. He guessed that the beast was a natural nemesis of his nature and inwardly cursed as a result. When Han Li had examined him, he sensed a corpse chi that was present in the Vajra barrier, and from his name King Glorious Blaze, Han Li managed to piece together his identity. The refined corpse that Jin Yuan had mentioned was actually the corpse monarch before him. But after forcefully using the Great Development technique to clear his mind, Han Li pondered about how time he had left until the Soul Lock Seal took effect once more, the possible secret techniques that King Glorious Blaze still possessed, and the abilities he revealed in his recent display of strength. He would no longer be able to catch him off guard, and even with the assistance of the Weeping Soul Beast, his odds of slaying him in the short time he had left wasn't very high. After a moment of deliberation, Han Li forcefully stifled his killing intent, but since he ended up saving him in passing, he wasn't about to allow this opportunity to pass him by. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Han Li's expression relaxed and he slowly said, "Although my show of force was a result of their own actions, I did end up saving your life. Didn't you say you were going to compensate me? I am quite interested in how you're going to do that." Han Li didn't believe himself to be an upright man of honor, and with the baleful chi backlash coming closer each day, he wasn't about to spare this gravely injured corpse monarch. King Glorious Blaze relaxed upon hearing this and chuckled, "I don't have much on me. Only a few spirit stones and other materials. If it is to your liking, we can return to my cave residence and I'll be sure to pay you in full." After staring at him for a while, Han Li calmly said, "There is no need to trouble you so much. However, I have taken a liking to your golden pearl. Would you be able to gift it to me?" King Glorious Blaze's expression grew sullen, but after he looked at the huge ape, he forced a smile and said, "Do you mean this item?" Then he opened his mouth and spat out the golden pearl. Han Li indifferently nodded upon seeing it. This item is called a heavenly corpse pearl. It is a treasure that is formed after a corpse monarch refines the heavenly corpse arts. This isn't something that can be easily revealed to others. If I guessed correctly, the two demons of Fangjian Mountain were most likely going after this item. King Glorious Blaze blinked and then smiled before pointing at the golden pearl in front of him, saying, However, the pearl is no longer useful to me, so you can go ahead and take it. To Han Li's surprise, the pearl shot towards him and he reached out towards it, catching it in midair with the sudden appearance of a large azure hand. The old devil had simply given him the pearl? Han Li wrapped in the pearl in azure light and examined it with narrow eyes, finding there to be nothing wrong with it. When he mentioned this item, he intended only to haggle and see what King Glorious Blaze could give him. This sudden turn of events left him bewildered. Han Li felt as if lightning struck through his mind and wore a doubtful expression. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to explain, "Please don't feel this is strange, fellow Taoist. Although this is a heavenly corpse pearl, it isn't the one that I cultivated. When I first acquired the heavenly corpse arts, I obtained this corpse pearl as well. As my own heavenly corpse pearl is extremely important, I conceal it in my tomb instead of carrying it on me. So it was like that. In that case I'll be taking this." Han Li nodded his head in realization, but just as he thought to ask something else, his expression stirred and he raised his head to look into the distance, then saying, "It seems your men have arrived. I will be taking my leave." Before King Glorious Blaze could say anything, Han Li's body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. The old devil glanced at Han Li's departing figure with a wavering expression, skeptical of Han Li's words. But soon he heard ghost wails screaming in the distance and a green cloud that surged across the horizon. King Glorious Blaze was delighted to see them. Now that Master Wildzan and Lord Heavenwind have retreated, he had nothing to fear. He then turned into a streak of gray light and flew off to welcome them. At that moment, Han Li was streaking through the sky at the speed of lightning. He didn't dare to waste the remaining time he had left before the Soul Lock seal went back into effect. He needed to shake off King Glorious Blaze and the other two heretical cultivators, or else he would face them with his cultivation sealed. With Han Li's magic power temporarily restored to full strength, he was able to fly with incredible speed. By the time his magic power was sealed once more, he had arrived at a mountain range thousands of kilometers away, having changed direction several times along the way. Han Li sighed with relief. Having recognized his location, he then calmly took off on his flying magic tool. 2 days later, Han Li dropped down on a small desolate mountain. Soon after, he released several magic tools and easily carved out a cave residence. As a finishing touch, he placed down a concealment spell formation at the entrance. Han Li walked into the cave residence's sealed room and sat down cross-legged. "You plan on comprehending the bright jade arts here?" Monarch Soul Divergence suddenly broke the silence. "What? This place won't do?" Han Li asked. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and said with an annoyed tone, "There isn't a spirit vein here. By the time you finish cultivating at this speed, my soul will have already scattered." "Hehe. Senior, please don't be angry, I was only joking. I've already comprehended a portion of the bright jade arts along the way. Fortunately, the first layer of the technique doesn't have large requirements for spiritual chi. I reckon I'll be able to cultivate it in a year, but the second layer will be much harder to cultivate and requires a large quantity of spiritual power. I will find a spirit vein when the time comes, or it will take unbearably long. And to eliminate the possibility of a baleful chi backlash, I will have to cultivate the first 2 layers of the bright jade arts." Han Li then continued, "Although there are many spirit veins in the Great Gene, they will all be taken, even the inferior ones. And since I plan on quickly recovering my magic power, I will require a spirit vein of appropriate quality. It would be best to sneak into a large sect and quietly cultivate the technique there." "From your tone, it seems you already have a plan," Monarch Soul Divergence said with a curious tone. "That's right. I already have a target and I won't even have to forge an identity." "Oh, that's quite good. How about you tell me about it?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked with surprise. "It's quite simple," Han Li explained. "Among the deeds inside of the Feng clan's secret cave, there were a few documents mixed together, detailing a few secret affairs of the Feng clan. It just so happened that the Feng clan master had prepared an escape route for the clan's disciples many years prior, creating a completely unrelated background as a rich merchant clan in the Nan province. This wealthy merchant clan has over a dozen successful businesses, but it was actually something the Feng clan had nurtured in secret. The clan is simply a front while all power and control belongs to the Feng clan. Now that the Feng clan is extinct, I'll be able to use this wealthy clan as cover and enter a large sect in the region. In only 3 years, I should be able to free a majority of my strength from the baleful chi and I'll be able to safely search for your materials." "So it was like that. That seems like a good idea, but why have you stopped here? You plan on cultivating the first layer of the incantation? I do plan on completing the first layer of the bright jade arts. I want to see if there are any problems with cultivating it. And I also want to take advantage of this desolate area to make that Vajra barrier recognize me as its master and turn that crystallized demon core into a flying needle. But more importantly, I will have to deal with these items first. Hanli sighed, and with a flip of his hand, he summoned a white and a golden pearl into his palms. They were the heavenly corpse pearl he had just acquired from King Glorious Blaze and the snow crystal pearl he acquired from the Nine Immortals Palace disciple. 1. In Chapter 893, one of the Foundation Establishment cultivators, a renegade Nine Immortals Palace disciple, had snuck away with the snow crystal pearl. Hanli became drawn into the situation when the Nine Immortals Palace attempted to exterminate the caravan. Needless to say, the snow crystal pearl is a rarely seen ice attribute treasure, and it has yet to recognize a master. If I manage to refine it and nurture it, it will certainly benefit the purple apex flames. And since the heavenly corpse pearl is so heavily desired that even mid-nascent soul cultivators wouldn't hesitate to kill for the treasure, it must be valuable. Does Senior know how to use it? After some thought, Monarch Soul Divergence said, "This item involves demon and ghost Dao cultivators, so I don't know too much of it, but I do know a bit about corpse pearls as a result of their large reputation. Items of these nature are something only corpse monarchs can produce from cultivation. Cultivators that rely on body refinement techniques will see this as a miraculous body purification medicine. After it is swallowed, it will slowly nurture a cultivator's constitution and have their tempered body surge in strength. Once the pearl is completely refined, one's body will be as durable as a corpse monarch. Given that the name of this corpse pearl is the heavenly corpse pearl, its effects should be unordinary. That King Glorious Blaze most likely cultivated a body cultivation technique." Hanli lowered his head to look at the golden pearl and hesitantly asked, "Swallow it? To refine this magic treasure, I'll have to refine it inside of my body?" Of course, it isn't so simple that you can directly refine it. Corpse pearls are extremely poisonous. You will need to first prepare a kind of spirit liquid to remove the poison from it. Although the materials to create spirit milk is rare, I recall that you should already have the materials on hand. It is possible that the pearl could greatly benefit the cultivation of the bright jade arts. I'll duplicate the liquid on a jade slip for you. Take a look. So it was like that. Many thanks for the trouble, Senior. Hanli said with a smile. A jade slip shot out from the bamboo tube on his back and Hanli caught it, then immersing his spiritual sense into it. A short moment later, Monarch Soul Divergence then asked in a strange tone, "Youngster Han, haven't you forgotten about something important ever since you escaped from the Mulan Plains?" Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and asked with a confused tone, "Something important? What does Senior mean?" Monarch Soul Divergence sighed and said, "Could it be you've forgotten? Your divine spirit treasure, that small cauldron, has something sealed inside of it." "You means to say the incarnation of the holy endless sky beast?" Hanli replied with a smile. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said, "That's right. Ever since you put away the beast, haven't you left it alone? Could it be that you're overlooking it?" "Overlooking it? Of course not. In fact, I've attempted to deal with. However, I will only be able to bring out the cauldron once my magic power has recovered. It is natural that you don't know of it." "What did you do?" Monarch Soul Divergence curiously asked. Hanli responded with a wry smile, "What could I do? The cauldron isn't something that I can easily take out, and the beast's capture was far beyond what I could have anticipated. I was only able to use my spiritual sense to communicate with the beast." "What was the result?" Monarch Soul Divergence asked with great anticipation. Hanli let out a gloomy snort and said, "The beast hasn't been in this world for long and it doesn't possess much intelligence. I cannot communicate with it." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, "That is normal. However, since the beast was formed from the spiritual sense of a creature from a greater realm, I reckon that its intelligence will fully develop in several years. It won't be too late to deal with the creature later. Then all I can do is wait. It is a pity that the Endless Sky Saintess cauldron is also sealed inside of it. The might of its spirit sand makes it an extremely powerful treasure. It seems that her cauldron was an imitation of the Heaven Void cauldron." Hanli said with a pitiful expression. "The Saintess cauldron doesn't seem to be a magic treasure specialized in combat, unlike the Seven Flame fan. If you are able to collect enough materials to form the imitation that I devised, the fan will certainly be above that of the Endless Sky Saintess's cauldron. I can't wait to see it." Monarch Soul Divergence said with a cold smile. Perhaps. Han Li had no objections over the claimed power of the altered seven-flame fan. Regardless of their shape or form, fire attribute treasures were most likely specialized in attacks. After all, fire attribute spiritual power was unrivaled in destructive power amongst the elements. After Monarch Soul Divergence finished speaking, Han Li said nothing else and lightly waved his sleeve, tossing the two pearls into the air and striking them both with a spell seal. Gold and white light began to glow from the two pearls as they floated motionlessly in the air. Han Li blinked and proceeded to slap his storage pouch, suddenly taking out an assortment of bottles and boxes and suspending a small cauldron in the air as well. With his hands in an incantation gesture, he pointed at the cauldron, causing it to tremble as its lid shot up into the air. The lid then flew a circle before suspending itself midair. Meanwhile, one of the jade boxes opened itself, revealing a pile of overflowing green dust. Han Li blew a mist of azure light onto it, and in a flicker of light, about half of the powder was brushed into the air by the light and flew in a circle before entering the small cauldron. Then with a soft shout, a slim thread of azure flame shot out from his mouth. Despite the meager size of the flame, the small cauldron was immediately ignited upon contact, wrapping its bottom half in roiling fire. But after Han Li released this flame, his complexion paled as his strength had weakened. Han Li couldn't help but wryly smile. He didn't think that forcibly extracting a thread of nascent flames while his magic power was still sealed would prove so challenging. Of course, this was also in part due to the grave injuries he received in the Mulan Plains that he had yet to fully recover from. 1. While Han Li was in the Mulan Plains, he was ambushed by a late nascent soul cultivator and have yet to fully recover since. Then he pointed at a slender jade bottle and had it slowly float over to the small cauldron. The lid of the bottle opened by itself and poured a stream of green liquid into the cauldron, instantly fusing with the green powder. Han Li uttered an incantation and struck the azure flames into the cauldron with a spell seal, causing it to surge in strength and cover the entire cauldron. After only a short moment, a faint medicinal scent emitted from the cauldron. Han Li's brow stirred and he waved his hand. A jade box then flew halfway into the air and a stalk of fire-red spirit grass flew out from it and directly into the cauldron. Then as time passed by, Han Li added more materials into the cauldron at regular intervals with meticulous control. A day later, the refinement process was complete. Han Li swept his sleeve and caused the nascent flame lighting the cauldron to disappear. Then the cauldron slowly flew through the air and onto his hand. Han Li lowered his head and looked into the cauldron, seeing an extremely dense liquid that was several inches deep. It was translucent emerald green and had a strong fragrance. After looking at it for a moment, Han Li saw that it was exactly the same as the jade slip described. Then he cautiously asked, "Is this spirit liquid acceptable?" "That is it," Monarch Soul Divergence slowly said. "I didn't think that your pill refinement techniques have reached such a profound level. It appears to exceed even mine when I was at my peak. I originally believed that you would fail at least 2 times before you could refine the spirit liquid. After you immerse the heavenly corpse pearl in the liquid for an entire week, the corpse poison will be entirely extracted. Afterwards you may consume the pearl as you wish." Han Li smiled when he heard this and pointed to the golden pearl that was floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the small cauldron and the lid soon followed it down, rigidly sealing it inside. Han Li placed the cauldron down at the corner of the room and paid no further attention to it. Refining the other pearl wouldn't take much more effort. He muttered an incantation and summoned a small ball of purple flames with a flip of his hand. He flung the fireball onto the snow crystal pearl. Then, the crystal brightly shined with white and purple light as the purple apex flames merged with the pearl. A trace of delight appeared on Han Li's face and he breathed out a mist of azure light to completely cover the crystal. The crystal pearl suddenly shrank to the size of a medicine pill and was quickly swept down Han Li's throat. He then closed his eyes with a solemn expression and his hands formed an incantation before he peered into his body. The snow crystal pearl was residing in his dantian and the purple flames had wrapped around it in the form of a continuously revolving inch-large lotus flower. Below the pearl, there was a nascent soul that was sincerely meditating with its hands held in an incantation gesture. The contrast of the purple flames with the nascent soul made for a mysterious appearance. Han Li felt relief when he saw this. With Han Li's foundation establishment cultivation, it was impossible for him to directly cultivate the pearl, but fortunately, the purple apex flames were overbearing to the point that he could use the flames to take in the pearl within his body. When he recovers his cultivation, the pearl will have already been partially refined, and in case of an emergency, he would be able to forcibly control it with the purple apex flames. With the matter of the 2 pearls dealt with, Hanli didn't immediately move on to the next matter at hand. Instead, he sat down cross-legged for half a day and recovered a portion of his magic power before he took out a spirit beast pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. A white mist of light flew out to reveal a golden bubble suspended in the air. Inside the half-finished Vajra barrier, the weeping soul beast was lying down and was soundly asleep. When Hanli saw this, his mouth curled at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry. The weeping soul beast was truly too fond of sleeping. Most of the times he would summon it, it would already be asleep. He wryly chuckled and flicked his finger, striking the golden bubble with a small streak of azure light. The bubble trembled upon impact and began to bounce around, gently awakening the weeping soul beast inside. When it saw that it was outside the spirit beast pouch, it let out a series of cries before shooting out of the Vajra barrier in a streak of golden light. It flew a circle in the air before nimbly landing on Han Li's shoulder, then proceeding to rub its soft fur against Han Li's neck. After spending the past years with Han Li, it had begun to treat Han Li with great intimacy. Han Li smiled when he saw this and petted the monkey's head before turning his attention back the Vajra barrier floating in the air. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out a gust of azure light at it and engulfed it. Then as brilliant light flickered, the light repeatedly revolved around the treasure, but the golden bubble didn't react in the slightest. Han Li wore a pensive expression when he saw this and then quickly formed an incantation gesture and uttered an incantation. Streaks of spell seals followed, striking at the Vajra barrier, but apart from a few ripples from the bubble, nothing had changed. Han Li's expression changed when he saw this. With his current knowledge and abilities, those were the only 2 types of treasure possession methods that he knew of. After letting out a long breath, he repeatedly formed different hand incantations and his voice fluctuated in intensity as he uttered more incantations. A series of rainbow spell seals then struck the Vajra barrier with flickers of his fingers, but the Vajra barrier still showed no sign of change. Senior Soul Divergence, what's going on? Although my current cultivation is only at foundation establishment stage, I should still be able to put this treasure under my ownership. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly said, Vajra barriers are a protective treasure refined by corpse flames using Buddhist crystal relics. It was a treasure that was originally rarely seen as crystal relics and corpse flames would mutually oppose one another. It should come as no surprise that ordinary treasure possession techniques wouldn't work. How about you try and use the incantations I gave you for possession of the Vajra relic? Alright, I'll give it a try. Han Li agreed without another thought. After half a day had passed, Han Li used his newly learned spell seals to force the Vajra barrier to shrink and fall into his hand, much to his relief. However, if he wished to finish the refinement process for the Vajra barrier, it would prove quite troublesome. Not even his nascent flames would be able to temper the Vajra barrier, and Monarch Soul Divergence didn't have any answers to this problem as well. According to Monarch Soul Divergence musings, the final step of the Vajra barrier's refinement process would require myriad-year corpse flames. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and gloomily snort, myriad-year corpse flames. Are you suggesting I go to the Snowmound Mountains and deliver myself to King Glorious Blaze? When Monarch Soul Divergence heard this, he snorted back in response but remained silent afterwards. Just as Han Li felt completely helpless over the matter despite having already acquired the Vajra barrier, the weeping soul beast sitting on Han Li's shoulder suddenly spat out a wisp of gray-white flames from its mouth out of boredom, striking at the Vajra barrier floating in the air. The originally still Vajra barrier then let out a series of groans as the flames engulfed it and began to fluctuate in shape within the gray flames. Han Li was greatly shocked by the sight of this. Myriad-year corpse flame. Monarch Soul Divergence muttered in amazement. At the border of the central and northern portions of the Jin Empire laid a region that was ranked among the smallest in land of the 36 regions of the empire but was also ranked the top 5 in terms of wealth. There were many fields and rivers amassing a great amount of wealth and there were many large regions of spirit mountains as well. Mortals on those mountains would even commonly see immortals dressed in Taoist and Buddhist robes fly off into the horizon. Needless to say, Taoism and Buddhism were prevalent in the region and their temples were profusely found throughout. Regardless of one's standing or wealth, they would always pay great respect to either of these schools. But in addition to these 2 prevalent schools, one could see the influence of many Confucian schools in the many cities and towns in the area. There were 39 of these Confucian schools, with one of the largest of these schools consisting of experts of Confucian teachings with many government officials in their ranks. On the other hand, the smallest of these schools only had ordinary Confucian instructors that could only explain the most basic aspects of Confucianism. If they felt that any of their disciples were outstanding, they would be recommended to a higher school, granting poorer disciples a good opportunity to advance. After all, Confucian scholars that graduate from a high-grade Confucian school were welcomed to the higher echelon of the Jin Empire. Confucian scholars that stem from the highest schools are even heavily recruited by nobility of all ranks. The Taichung Prefecture's capital city, Taichung City, was the location of one such of these prestigious Confucian academies. Although the city wasn't ranked amongst the best in the empire, it was one of the centers of commerce in the Nan province and was where the rich and powerful took residence. There were 4 families titled as nobility that resided in the city as well as countless people of every trade. In the Taichung city's west side resided the Gan clan, a clan of particularly wealthy merchants. They possessed over 20 restaurants in their prefecture's cities. In smaller cities they were hegemony of wealth, but in Taichung City, they were simply among the many elites that resided there. But even among the elite, the Gan clan did own a particularly large estate in the district where the wealthy resided and had over 40 servants in their employment. One day as the sun blazed at noon, a youth in Confucian robes slowly walked down a street. The young man appeared in his early 20s and wore a package on his back that was thickly wrapped in gray cloth and covered in dust. As he walked down the street, he repeatedly looked around and soon spotted the Gan clan's glossy gate. When he read the words Gan Estate, he unconsciously smiled. When he approached the gate, he examined it for a moment before pounding the iron door. Thud, thud. Hurried footsteps arrived from the other side of the gate. The gate cracked open to a middle-aged man wearing servant robes who had a respectful expression on his face. When the servant saw the youth, his respectful expression suddenly froze before quickly fading away. He stood up straight and asked with a doubtful tone, "Who is your esteemed self looking for?" He then examined the youth as if trying to make out his origins. The youth cupped his hands in a salute and smiled. "Is this Uncle Ganchi's residence?" After examining the quality of the youth's clothes, his original display of contempt had disappeared. Instead, he was now greatly alarmed after hearing Han Li speak and he respectfully said, "Uncle Ganchi? Ganchi is the esteemed name of my master. Then young sir must be. I am Han Li. Uncle Ganchi is a distant relative of mine. I have made this trip to pay my respects to him." Han Li continued to smile as he spoke. It was now a year after he had cultivated in wholehearted seclusion. During this time he drawn the aid of the heavenly corpse pearl and the Vajra relic to refine the first layer of the bright jade arts. With that done, the roiling baleful chi was mostly calmed, much to Han Li's delight, but it still remained a priority for him to deal with. As such, he had hurried over to the Gan clan for the next step in his plan to rid himself of the baleful chi. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged servant said, "So it was young Sir Han." Unfortunately, the master had left in the morning to meet with his colleagues. Currently, the eldest young master is in charge of the residence. Shall I make a report to him? "Please, I must thank you for the trouble," Han Li calmly replied. "Please wait a moment, young sir. I will immediately make the report." The middle-aged man bowed and closed the gate before heading back. Han Li idly stood in front of the gate and examined the surroundings of the huge estate, occasionally catching sight of a few carriages that passed by. Although he hadn't swept his spiritual sense past the city, it was clear there were a large number of cultivators in it. Furthermore, there were many areas that housed many high-grade cultivators. This was rather odd to him as he couldn't fathom why these cultivators would have such a high interest in the mortal world. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the door creaked open to reveal an embroidered-robed youth with a refined appearance. Standing behind him was the servant from before. After the youth gave Han Li an appraising look, he courteously said, "You must be Sir Han. I'm Ganyu. I heard that you were a distant relative of the Gan clan. Although I've never heard of this before, I cannot forget my manners. If you'd like, will Sir Han like to follow me to the living room? So you're the son of Uncle Gan. Since you've given me the invitation, I will not refuse it." Without another thought, Han Li promptly agreed. With a faint smile, Ganyu stepped to the side and welcomed Han Li inside. Then the black gates silently closed. 2 hours later, the Gan clan master, a plump 50-year-old man wearing blue noble robes named Gan Chi, returned to the Gan estate by carriage. Gan Chi looked at the gatekeeper below the carriage and asked, "Has anything happened while I was away?" The middle-aged gatekeeper sincerely replied, "Lord, there is a young man surnamed Han that had arrived. He claims that he is your nephew and is waiting in the living room with the young lord." They seemed to be having an excited conversation. Just as Gan Chi stepped off the carriage and approached the estate gate, he paused and muttered, "A nephew? Surnamed Han?" A trace of doubt could be heard from his voice. "What? Is this person a fraud?" In his alarm, the gatekeeper hastily suggested, "Shall I call for the guards? It's hard to say if he's truly a fraud. I do think I have such a relative, but it has been quite some time so my memory fails me. Continue to guard the gate. There is no need to involve yourself over the matter." Gan Chi recovered his calm and rebuked the gatekeeper before hurrying into the estate. Without even taking the time to change his clothes, he rushed into the main hall. Just as he entered the entrance of the main hall, he heard a cheerful and familiar voice speak. "I admire Brother Han's deep understanding of the Confucian teachings. But with regards to those great words, my understanding is that." The voice clearly belonged to his eldest son and he seemed to be excitedly conversing with the guest. When the old man heard this, his expression grew somewhat sullen and a trace of unease was betrayed from his eyes. But a short moment later he gritted his teeth and walked into the hall. "Lord Father, this is Sir Han." When Gan Yu saw his father walked in, he immediately stood up and saluted him. "Yes. I've already heard from the gatekeeper." Gan Chi waved his arm at his son and then stared at Han Li asking, "Then your esteemed self must be the one who claims to be my distant relative. Do you have a letter or a keepsake perhaps?" At that moment Han Li stood up and couldn't help but smile when he heard that question. Then without another word, he handed over a sparkling white jade pendant. When Gan Chi saw this jade pendant, his expression became moved. He solemnly took the jade pendant and closely examined it once through before saying, "So you must be the young descendant, Brother Han. Please follow me to my study. I wish to ask about a matter pertaining to my deceased aunt." Gan Chi grabbed Han Li's wrist with great excitement and pulled him out from the hall. Remaining behind in the hall, Gan Yu stood up in shock and muttered, "Your aunt? Was there such a relative in the Gan clan?" After they entered the study, Gan Chi carefully closed the door of the study and deeply saluted, saying, "I pay my respects, Sir Han." "Stand up," Han Li said. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he shook Gan Chi's body straight with a gust of blue light before continuing, "There is no need for you to ask about my origins. You only need to know from today on that I was sent here by the people in charge of you." Gan Chi's doubts were washed away by Han Li's display of magic power and he respectfully replied, "Yes. So you are close to the two sirs that were related to the Gan clan? But they disappeared since 20 years ago. Young Master Han couldn't have come at a better time." Han Li nodded and then said in a commanding tone, "I've only arrived at your Gan clan in passing. I have more important affairs to attend to, but I will require assistance from your connections to the mortal world." Outside of Taichung City, there were many unremarkable Confucian schools, one of which was a mid-grade school by the name of Pure Revelations Academy. If there was anything notable to say about it, it was that it was constructed on the renowned Jadefield Mountains. These mountains were a renowned spirit mountain range in the Taichung Prefecture with over 10 various peaks. Although it wasn't particularly steep or imposing, it had favorable weather throughout the year and beautiful flowers blooming all over. There were also many rare spirit trees and fruits that can only be found there, causing them to be ranked as the greatest of the 13 spirit mountains in the region. The Pure Revelations Academy was constructed on the Jadefield Mountains' illusory cloud peak. The academy, which could hold over 1,000 people, was constructed across the entire upper half of the mountain. It is said that this academy didn't have the qualifications to establish themselves on such a famous mountain, as the other mountains were filled with famous and renowned temples that were clearly superior existences compared to it. But strangely enough, when the Pure Revelations Academy was constructed over 1,000 years ago, the Taoist temples in the vicinity hadn't opposed them in the slightest. Rather, the priests and monks would treat the students of the academy with great courtesy ever since its establishment, much to the astonishment of the locals. Another odd thing about the academy was the disparity of the ages of the disciples they recruit, ranging anywhere from 6 years old to well over 20 years old. And each year they would recruit disciples at 3 to 4 times at irregular intervals. There were times where they would go 4 or even 8 years without recruiting anyone. In addition, many of the people that are accepted are rarely seen walking out of the front gates, adding an air of mystery to the academy. Of course, these were only viewed as mysteries to the mortals that inhabited the bottom half of the mountain. Since they didn't know any better, they believed Pure Revelations Academy to be completely unremarkable as their name was hardly heard of throughout the region. One day there were 2 people that were slowly climbing up Illusory Cloud Mountain. One of them was a middle-aged scholar with a dignified appearance, and the other was a scholar around the age of 20s who had somewhat tanned skin and a common appearance. He was Han Li, who had appeared at the Gan estate a month prior. The middle-aged scholar walked forward with fluttering sleeves, saying, "Esteemed nephew Han, the Pure Revelations Academy had finished recruiting disciples 2 months prior, but I heard from old fellow Gan that you've learned an assortment of Taoist techniques and know of the existence of cultivators. As such, I've brought you to this academy for a test. It will be up to destiny to see whether or not they will take you in. Since I share a friendship with the academy's senior teacher Lu, I've brought you over to see him. If he finds you acceptable, you may remain at the academy." "Yes, I've heard of your arrangements," Han Li replied with a sincere tone. "Uncle Gan have already spoken of them. Regardless of whether the academy takes me in, my uncle will take this favor to heart." At that moment, Han Li's body released the aura of the 4th layer of qi condensation. Ordinary cultivators would be unable to see through his true cultivation. A month ago he had requested Gu Qi, the Feng clan's agent, to assist him in joining any large cultivation sect, regardless of their affiliation. The reason why he bluntly said this was because the Feng clan gave him past orders to particularly befriend cultivators that entered the mortal world for future use. As a result, Gan Qi was able to fulfill the request without much difficulty. But what worried Gan Qi was the possibility of Han Li holding malicious intentions and possibly implicating the Gan clan. However, all the Gan clan businesses secretly belonged to the Feng clan. So long as Han Li took out the deeds for their properties, he could eliminate the entirety of the Gan clan overnight. Additionally, Gan Qi felt that the origins of the Feng clan were particularly mysterious despite knowing a few matters about the cultivation world. But after Han Li pledged that he wouldn't cause any trouble for the Gan clan after entering the cultivation sect, Gan Qi could only summon the courage to follow his request. After several days of preparation, he eventually chose a middle-aged scholar surnamed Yen to act as a bridge to have Han Li enter the Pure Revelations Academy. The reason why he selected this person was that Confucian schools had a far more lax policy of accepting disciples. So long as he wasn't a disciple of a wicked or evil sect and had an innocent past, he would be taken in, even if he had a master in the past. Not to mention that Gan Qi had done the middle-aged man, teacher Yen, a great favor. As someone who stemmed from a Confucian sect, he viewed matters of loyalty and debt with exceptional importance and would be certain to handle this matter with his greatest effort. And while there were other methods of entry to other sects, they also had a poor probability of success. After all, great cultivation sects weren't as difficult to enter as they were in the heavenly south, but any low-grade vagrant cultivator wouldn't be allowed to be a disciple. When Han Li heard the name of Pure Revelations Academy, he asked about its location and stealthily flew off on his flying magic tool to take a look at the Jadefield Mountain's spirit vein. He was satisfied with what he found. Although the spirit vein couldn't compare to the spirit well objects in his cave residence in the heavenly south, it was far stronger than others' veins near Taichung City. As for the matter of spirit wells, if they were moved around too often without being placed on top of a spirit vein for a long period of time, they would gradually lose their spiritual nature. As such, he only carried 2 spirit wells on his body, but since he couldn't find even an unoccupied spirit vein in the Great Gene, he resorted to scheming to infiltrate into a large sect to cultivate. Under these conditions, Han Li assumed the identity of a distant relative of Gan Qi, a low-grade vagrant cultivator that only learned shallow magic techniques but also one that yearned for the path of cultivation. He then relied on his uncle to see if he could aid him in entering a large sect for continued cultivation. Following that, Gan Qi found a famed instructor of a large Confucian school, a scholar surnamed Yen. He agreed, wishing to repay Gan Qi's past favor towards him, and brought Han Li to Pure Revelations Academy as a result. The middle-aged scholar, teacher Yen, sighed and said, "It seems Brother Gan values you quite greatly. But this is no surprise as those with spirit roots are only found 1 in 10,000 people. It is only a pity that I don't have spirit roots either, or I would have also entered the Pure Revelations Academy in pursuit of the path of cultivation." Han Li smiled and tacitly remained silent. Afterwards, teacher Yen spoke no further and brought Han Li forward. As they traveled up the mountain, they were able to see a mountain peak in the sky. They also heard resonant and melodious bell rings that shook the spirit of those who heard it. Teacher Yen paused and turned to look the illusory cloud peak. He shook his head and muttered, "The Treasure Spirit Temple's clear hum bell is a truly rare treasure, but it seems the senior monk in charge of the temple is rather excessive to strike it 3 times in a single day." A bright glint flickered from Han Li's eyes when he heard that there was a Buddhist sect on the mountain and then wore a pensive expression. He soon realized that this so-called treasure was actually a top-grade magic tool, nothing that was particularly rare. He wrapped up his long sleeves and held them behind his back and proceeded to follow after Teacher Yen. Soon, the two arrived at a platform at the center of the mountain, and then the scenery suddenly opened before them. They saw a verdant, lush, emerald-green forest of bamboo in front of them with sightings of red and white buildings in the distance. There were also several white stone paths that led directly into the bamboo forest. Teacher Yen glanced at the forest and said, "Let's go. The main entrance usually isn't open. Follow me to the side gate." He then brought Han Li to the side and walked down another road. After many turns, Han Li and Teacher Yen appeared at a pitch-black gate that was 3 meters tall. Teacher Yen sighed and lightly knocked on. The gate silently opened to reveal a young man in white Confucian robes. "Ah, so it was Teacher Yen. Have you come to find Senior Teacher Lu?" The youth had spiritual qi fluctuations at the third layer of qi condensation, but he still spoke to Teacher Yen with great respect. Han Li couldn't help but look better of Teacher Yen when he saw this. In the heavenly south, such a situation would have never happened, Han Li thought with a cold chuckle. It seemed Confucians were quite strict with their rules, causing even cultivators to bow their heads to mortals. However, this would probably only occur with low-grade cultivators. This definitely wouldn't happen with a high-grade cultivator. "Yes, I've come to see Brother Lu. Is he present?" Teacher Yen calmly asked. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and said, "He is currently seeing an esteemed guest in his study. I will make report that you've come." "That is fine. Sorry to trouble you," Teacher Yen said with a smile. Although the white-robed youth knew that he was a mortal, he also had a deep friendship with Senior Teacher Lu and didn't dare to slight him. After a polite word, he hastily took out a voice transmission talisman, uttered a few words into it, and sent it into the air as a streak of fiery light, soon to quickly fly off without a trace. Not long after, Han Li detected a powerful spiritual sense sweep past them before immediately disappearing. Han Li's heart stirred, knowing that this most likely belonged to Senior Teacher Lu. From the level of his spiritual sense, he appeared to be an early core formation cultivator. This had come as a surprise as he expected him to have late foundation establishment cultivation at most. In Han Li's point of view, the lower his cultivation the better, as it would be less likely for him to see through his disguise. Soon, a spiritual qi trembled in the air above them and a man's voice indifferently sounded out, "Is it Brother Yen? I'm currently seeing a guest. But Brother Yen may as well come in. And you may bring that young friend of yours as well." When this was said, the white-robed youth led Teacher Yen and Han Li inside. After walking through a pathway for a short while, they passed through several courtyards where Han Li heard sounds of paper and flipping pages, exactly as one would hear of an ordinary academy. Although it was named as such, why would low-grade cultivators waste their time studying instead of cultivating qi? When the white-robed youth saw Han Li's surprise, he smiled and explained, "These are our lower academy disciples undergoing their noon studies. To enter the upper academy, one would not only require spirit roots but the cultivation of the noble spirit. After all, most Confucian techniques draw on the aid of noble spirit. The greater and firmer one's noble spirit, the farther one will reach in their cultivation, greatly expanding their future prospects." Since Teacher Yen had brought along a young cultivator with seemingly similar cultivation to his own, the white-robed youth decided to take the initiative to befriend him. "So it was like that." Han Li replied to this show of kindness with a smile. At that moment, the three were walking through an area filled with pavilions. After making several turns, they arrived at a small serene courtyard. The sounds of turning pages suddenly disappeared as soon as they walked inside, clearly a result of a soundproofing restriction. Teacher Yen didn't show the slightest difference when this occurred. He seemed to have been there before. As for the white-robed youth, he didn't dare to enter and had bid them farewell outside of the courtyard gate. When he saw the youth disappeared into a pavilion at the side, Teacher Yen tidied up his clothes and approached the largest room with slow steps. But just as he stepped forward, a light knock sounded from the door and it opened itself. Then, Senior Teacher Lu's voice sounded out from above. "Brother Yen, please enter. I was just keeping Royal Serenity Monastery's Nun Huayan company. Allow me to introduce you to my brother Yen." "The Royal Serenity Monastery?" Teacher Yen revealed a trace of shock, but he walked in without any further hesitation. Han Li closely followed after him. Once they entered the reception room, they saw a man and a woman sitting inside. The man appeared over 40 years old and had a thin face with long facial hair. At a glance, one could tell he was an extremely shrewd and calm individual. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, wore yellow Taoist robes and had fair skin and black hair. From her magnificent poise and grace, one could tell she was a Taoist nun. When Teacher Yin and Han Li entered, the two swept their eyes past them. Before Teacher Yin could even speak, the young Taoist nun smiled and called out to him, "So this is the famous Teacher Yin Yao? Although this humble Taoist pay no attention to the mortal world, I have heard of the great fame of the magnificent Harmony Academy's Teacher Yin." Then she swept his gaze past Han Li and paid no further attention to him. The woman was only a late foundation establishment cultivator, but she was exceptionally calm and at ease in front of Senior Teacher Lu. It was clear she was someone of great background. Teacher Yin didn't dare to be negligent and hastily saluted her. "I don't dare to accept your praise. I've heard of your grand name long ago as well. It is a pleasure to meet you, Nun Hualien." Junior greets these two seniors. Han Li took half a step forward and saluted them as well. Senior Teacher Lu blinked and calmly asked, "Who is this young friend?" "This is my esteemed nephew Han," said Teacher Yin, "a distant blood relative of my good friend. Because he mentioned the reputation of the Pure Revelations Academy, I couldn't turn him down and brought his nephew here to see if he has the qualifications to be a disciple of the Academy." Senior Teacher Lu looked at Han Li and after a moment of silence, he calmly said, "Oh, he's the nephew of Brother Yan's good friend. His spirit roots and aptitude seems ordinary. However, let's carefully examine his attributes. Young friend Han, come here." "Yes, senior." When Han Li heard this, he walked over without the slightest hesitation and allowed his wrist to enter the middle-aged man's cold grasp. With Han Li's vast spiritual sense, he had no fear of being seen through. Regardless of his spiritual roots, attributes, or even his bones, Senior Teacher Lu would only see what Han Li wanted to. However, Han Li didn't wish to be too eye-catching so that he would be allowed to cultivate in the academy without notice. As such, he revealed his true aptitude and spirit roots, revealing the lowest acceptable aptitude to enter the cultivation world, his own 4 attribute spirit roots. As for his bones, he simply concealed their age so that there wasn't anything strange about them. After Senior Teacher Lu finished his examination, he let go of Han Li's wrist and calmly said, "For attribute spirit roots lacking metal, it will be quite difficult for him to enter the academy, but from the magic power on his body, it seems he's already cultivated a few low-grade magic techniques. Fortunately, he's cultivated a pure wood attribute cultivation art instead of a wicked devilish one. There will be no problems with this aspect. However, his age is rather large and the possibility of reaching foundation establishment stage is next to nothing. It will be likely that he will only reach to the 8th layer of chi condensation in this lifetime. In that case, you may as well be a loose cultivator and allow yourself more freedom." Han Li drooped his head in a display of helplessly and said in a sincere tone, "This junior have heard this evaluation before from other seniors, but I believe that my effort will be able to overcome my deficiencies. I wish to give the path of cultivation a try." Senior Teacher Lu's expression stirred and took a look at Teacher Yin. He then nodded and said, "I have nothing to say in front of your unwavering will to tread the path of cultivation, but since you're a loose cultivator entering the sect, have you cultivated any various techniques you are skilled in?" When Han Li heard this, he was stunned. He didn't think that he would ask a chi condensation cultivator this question. Could it be that he was testing him on behalf of Teacher Yin? Han Li's thoughts quickly stirred and he replied without the slightest hesitation, "This junior has touched upon the Tao of tool refinement. But with my cultivation and experience, I was only able to refine a few of the most basic tools. It can't be considered true tool refinement." Afterwards, Han Li displayed an embarrassed expression. "Oh, you understand tool refinement? There are very few vagrant cultivators that have learned tool refinement techniques. After all, they consume much time to master." When the Taoist nun heard this, an odd expression appeared on her face. "I acquired a tool refinement jade slip and casually practiced it." Han Li belittled his tool refinement techniques as much as he could. Simply mentioning this would greatly influence his odds of entering the sect, but showing true skill would just be asking for trouble. Also, there are far fewer people capable of pill refinement and spell formations compared to tool refinement. It would be far too eye-catching to mention the other two. "Fellow Taoist Han, you understand tool refinement? That is great. Senior Lu, it seems I won't need to borrow any tool refinement disciples from your sect. Since this fellow Taoist Han has yet to be a disciple here, how about he enter the Royal Serenity Monastery?" The Taoist nun's suggestion came as a great shock to both Han Li and Teacher Yin. Teacher Yin couldn't help but sternly say, "Nun Hualien, this isn't very appropriate. Your monastery is for nuns. How can a man like Han Li enter? The Taoist nun pursed her lips in a smile and said, although the Royal Serenity Monastery is a female institution, there are a few fire attribute Taoist priests and men that have entered our sect, but they reside outside of the monastery, so there is no need for Teacher Yen to worry. So it was like that? I knew far too little of the Royal Serenity Monastery. However, esteemed nephew Han wishes to enter Pure Revelations Academy. It is still inappropriate for him to enter your sect. Teacher Yin seemed set on having Han Li enter the academy. Despite clearly knowing that he was facing an existence beyond his own, he still decided to raise a dispute. Unconcerned, Nun Huayan smiled and explained, with fellow Taoist Han's aptitude, even if he were to enter your academy, he would only be a common disciple with no future prospects. However, my sect is preparing to refine many treasures and we are currently lacking a low-grade disciple that understands tool refinement. So long as he is willing to enter my monastery, your tool refinement techniques will improve and I will even make sure that your cultivation will be looked after. I won't conceal this from you, Teacher Yin, but I've come to borrow a disciple from the academy that understands tool refinement. Now that one has appeared before me, I no longer have to trouble fellow Taoist Lu. Teacher Yin hesitated for a moment and then turned to Senior Teacher Lu asking, Brother Lu, what do you think? With a calm expression, Senior Teacher Lu said with a deep voice, young friend Han had yet to be a disciple, so he is still free. It is naturally up to him if he wishes to enter the Royal Serenity Monastery or the Academy, but it is as Nun Huayan says. Even if he were to enter the Academy, I cannot offer him any assistance, and she has come to borrow a low-grade tool refinement disciple. Entering the monastery isn't a bad choice at all. With that said, the three in the room turned to look at Han Li with worry, curiosity, and even excitement. Royal Serenity Monastery? When Han Li heard this name, he recalled it to be a Taoist monastery on Jadefield Mountain. However, he hadn't known that was a female monastery and didn't know much about it. He found himself at a complete loss. The offer had thrown Han Li's plans into chaos. He didn't know anything about this sect, or if it would be as fitting for him as the Pure Revelations Academy. Additionally, if he refused such a good offer and entered Pure Revelations Academy regardless, he feared he would attract the suspicion of Senior Teacher Lu. As such, Han Li couldn't help but roll his eyes at Nun Huayan's offer and repeatedly cursed in his heart. Senior Huayan, I will be honest to you. I don't know much about the Royal Serenity Monastery. But since it is a female monastery, it shouldn't be very accommodating in terms of cultivation methods and techniques for male cultivators. As Han Li's thoughts quickly stirred, he found something wrong with the situation and was barely able to raise an objection. Nun Huayan smiled and calmly said, so it turned out Junior Han was worried over this matter, but there will be no problem. Our Royal Serenity Monastery is only a branch of the Three Royals Monastery. There is also our brother branch, the Royal Yang Monastery, which is our male counterpart. There will be no lack of male cultivation techniques for you. I've also noticed that your body is lacking noble spirit qi. You would have to cultivate this new qi after entering Pure Revelations Academy, so our cultivation techniques should be much easier for you to cultivate. Of course, if you manage to cultivate Confucian sects to completion, you will be able to employ abilities far beyond Taoist techniques, but this is too early to speak of for fellow Taoist Han. Could it be that you believe the Royal Serenity Monastery to be beneath you? Senior Teacher Lu calmly added on, fellow Taoist Huayan's words are reasonable. Our Confucian techniques are slower than even Buddhist techniques at the beginning. Young friend Han, it seems more suitable for you to enter the Royal Serenity Monastery. Since fellow Taoist Huayan has agreed to look after you, you have a chance of achieving foundation establishment if you accept her offer. When Han Li heard this, he was completely speechless. It seems he had no choice but to deviate from his original plan. Fortunately, the Royal Serenity Monastery also shares the spirit veins of Jadefield Mountain. So long as he was careful, nothing strange should happen. With that thought, Han Li could only accept his bad luck. With feigned excitement, he said, since both senior had made this recommendation to me, this opportunity must be good. I will agree to it. After hearing this, Nun Huayan nodded and Senior Teacher Lu silently smiled. As for Teacher Yen, he couldn't raise any opposition to his agreement despite his wishes for Han Li to enter the Confucian sect. With this matter settled, the four chatted in the room for a moment more, speaking not of the fantastical tales that occurred in the cultivation world but rather the changes of the great Jin political court, much to Han Li's bewilderment. It wasn't too surprising with regards to the Confucian sects as their interests are tied to the mortal world. but he found it rather strange for a monastery nun to talk about politics with even moderate interest. Could it be that the Royal Serenity Monastery was also a cultivation sect that was involved with the mortal world? Hanli couldn't help but ponder about this. As conversation in the room was continued with vigor, footsteps sounded out from the outside and a young voice said, reporting to Martial Ancestor. As per your orders, I have brought the purple essence copper from the storehouse. Oh, bring it in, Senior Teacher Lu said without another thought. Purple essence copper. Han Li's heart stirred. This was an outstanding material for refining top-grade magic tools and treasures. It might not be particularly valuable to Han Li, but it was undoubtedly a rare item to those in front of him. As Han Li thought this, the room doors were pushed open to reveal a fair child that was 12 years old. He walked in with a large red tray covered with a bulging silver cloth. Then he respectfully placed the tray on the table in front of Nun Hualien and Senior Teacher Lu. Senior Teacher Lu glanced at the boy and calmly ordered, "You may leave. There is no need for you to wait here." The child acknowledged the command and deeply bowed before heading out of the room. Afterwards, Senior Teacher Lu promptly handed the tray over to Nun Hualien. Then with a smile he said, "Fellow Taoist Hualien, this is the purple essence copper we are lending to you. Your monastery has looked everywhere for this material. It appears you truly plan on refining a precious treasure. Could it be a top-grade magic tool or a magic treasure?" Nun Hualien hesitated for a moment and then apologetically said, "This isn't very clear to me. I am only following the orders of 4th Senior Nun. If Senior wishes to know more about this, it would be better for him to ask her. They should tell you the truth." When Senior Teacher Lu heard the mention of 4th Senior Nun, his expression changed for a moment and then he responded with a chuckle, "There is no need to do that. It was only a passing question." Nun Hualien smiled and lifted the cloth off of the tray, revealing a pile of golden stones glowing with purple light. She grinned after she saw the tray full of purple essence copper and uttered a word of thanks before taking it into her storage pouch in a sweep of light. With her objective fulfilled, Nun Hualien uttered a few more words with Senior Teacher Lu before taking her leave. He didn't urge her to stay and promptly called for the child to lead Nun Hualien out of the academy. Han Li bid his farewell as well and followed after the woman. After Han Li and Nun Hualien left, silence filled the hall. Teacher Yin and Senior Teacher Lu didn't speak for some time and simply looked at each other in silence. Teacher Yin in particular had a troubled expression. Senior Teacher Lu eventually broke the silence and spoke with a sullen emotionless tone, "How are your preparations? In order to deal with that monster Niu Tianda, I will have to rely on my essence-joined devouring arts. Now that we are at the final strand, do you have any second thoughts on keeping your life?" Teacher Yan's expression turned sullen and he snorted, saying, "So long as I am able to take revenge for the extermination of my clan, what is the cost of a single life in comparison? My sole worry is that after you finish cultivating your ability, you would be unwilling to provoke the old devil out of fear for his fierce flames." Reminded of his family, he clasped his hands with force, deeply sinking his fingernails into his palm. Senior Teacher Lu wasn't angered by his words and calmly replied, "Hee. Why does Brother Yen have such doubts towards me? Didn't I already say once you assist me in cultivating this ability, I will inherit your body's noble spirit qi which will contain traces of your resentment? If I don't eliminate this Niu Tianda, there will come a day I will no longer be able to use this qi. In order to make sure that I can still make use of it, I must eliminate him. Besides, does Brother Yen feel that there is anyone else that will assist you in killing this wretch? And someone that has no fear of retaliation from the Black Yang sect?" Teacher Yen pondered for a moment, then saying, "You're right. Although I've strived to make friends with a few cultivators over the years, none of them have abilities or cultivation as vast as Brother Lu's, and only you are willing to assist me in getting revenge for the extermination of my family. It isn't that the others aren't capable, but that they're unwilling to provoke one of the 10 great Devil Dao sects on the behalf of a mortal like me." Naturally, Senior Teacher Lu sighed, that Niu Tianda is an external affairs enforcer of the Black Yang sect. How could a small sect dare to provoke them? Confucian sects like ours were always at odds with the Devil Dao, so there is no fear of worsened relations. In a show of my sincerity, I have agreed to every one of your requests in the last 5 years. This clearly illustrates my kind intentions." Teacher Yan's expression turned icy and he coldly stared at Senior Teacher Lu in silence. Seeing that Teacher Yan wouldn't yield, Senior Teacher Lu wryly smiled and helplessly said, "Fine, in order to set Brother Yan's heart at ease, I am willing to face the portrait of our noble sage and swear a heartlock oath. In the future, if I do not fulfill my oath, my noble spirit chi won't progress in the slightest. Teacher Yen let out a long sigh and his brow twitched. Then, with a stiff expression, he said, "Good, that will do. Then don't hesitate to use this body to assist in your cultivation. It isn't that I can't trust Brother Lu, but as the sole surviving member of the Yen clan, I cannot help but be more cautious." Senior Teacher Lu waved his hand and calmly said, "I naturally understand why Brother Yen is being difficult. The cultivation arrangements will take place in 1 month. Please finish making your funeral arrangements before returning to the academy." Teacher Yen nodded and the room sank into silence once more. Then he suddenly broke the silence and asked, "That's right, why did that Royal Serenity Monastery nun had to take away Han Li? Could it be that the academy didn't wish for another tool refinement disciple?" Senior Teacher Lu casually smiled and said, "I was merely using the situation for my own benefit. The treasure that the Royal Serenity Monastery is refining should be quite important. They are lacking even subordinates to refine materials. Although our academy can lend low-grade tool refinement disciples to Royal Serenity Monastery, we will find it difficult as we don't know what they will be subject to. With the appearance of young friend Han, we were able to fulfill their request without troubling the sect." When Scholar Yen heard this, he calmly let the matter drop. If he felt truly ill over the matter, he would have pressed his friend further. Meanwhile, Nun Hualien was bringing Han Li along on a scarf magic tool. They were flying toward a shorter point of illusory Cloud Peak. Han Li and Nun Hualien were standing in a secret room filled with an assortment of materials. There was a red-faced early foundation establishment cultivator appraising Han Li with a tight frown. "This is Elder Wei, one of the 2 great tool refinement masters of our 3 Royals Monastery. You will be assisting Elder Wei for the time being and will hone your tool refinement technique in passing. Rest assured, we won't truly have you become a tool refinement master since we're lacking in resources to do so. It is only because we will soon refine an important treasure that we require a bit more assistance. So long as you perform well in these 3 or so years, I will reward you with medicine pills and personally provide you cultivation guidance. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise." Han Li didn't say anything further and only nodded in response. Elder Wei then said in an annoyed voice, "Fellow Taoist Hualien, does this martial nephew truly understand tool refinement? Isn't his age and cultivation too low? Didn't you say you went to Pure Revelations Academy to find a suitable assistant?" Nun Hualien replied with a smile, "The refinement of this treasure is vastly important, so it would be better to not let other sects involve themselves. Martial nephew Han's cultivation and experience may be shallow, but with Elder Wei's directions, there should be no problem for him to perform material refinement." With no better alternative, Elder Wei unhappily said, "Even refining materials will require talent or else it will result in destruction of the materials. But since fellow Taoist Hualien has mentioned it, let's have this youngster stay here for the time being. Don't worry, my judgment isn't that poor. His magic power is remarkably pure despite his low cultivation. At the very worst, his control of magic power and tool refinement techniques shouldn't be too poor." Elder Wei examined Han Li once more and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. So it was like that. He does have a bit of potential. It seems fellow Taoist Hualien hadn't brought any random person to me. Since I've already brought the person you need, the refinement process should take less time. Compared to the other 2 monasteries, our own monastery is lagging behind in progress. We mustn't delay this great affair by any means or we'll be to blame. I will be taking my leave." Elder Wei saw her off and promised, "Be at ease with the youngster, matters will definitely not be delayed." When Nun Hualien heard this, she departed with satisfaction, leaving Han Li and Elder Wei behind in the hidden room. With no trace of kindness in his voice, Elder Wei then sternly said, "You should have listened to what we were saying. Regardless if you are interested in tool refinement or if you have any talent, I will diligently instruct you on the Tao of tool refinement for a month and then I will assign you to your tasks. So long as you complete my assignments at the end of every month, you may use the rest of your time as you wish. But if you don't finish your assignments, I will send you away and find someone more appropriate to take your place in the tool refinement hall." "Yes. This disciple will strive his hardest," Han Li replied with a calm expression. Han Li's attitude was to Elder Wei's satisfaction. With a relaxed expression, he led Han Li out of the secret room and said, "Of course, being a disciple of our tool refinement hall isn't without its benefits. Not only does the hall have a few magic tools and earthfire reservoirs that can be used for free, but we also give our disciples more spirit stones at the end of the month than the other halls. Follow me and I'll introduce you to your fellow disciples. In the future, there will be a few materials that you will need to refine together with them. After Hanli was introduced to 3 other qi condensation cultivators, he was arranged a residence in passing. Beads of sweat would occasionally flow down from his forehead as if he were putting his body under immense strength, thoroughly drenching his clothes. But not long after, the golden light from Han Li's body gradually faded away. He let out a long breath and released the incantation gestures before returning to a regular meditative position. At that moment, the oddities on his body quickly disappeared and it returned to normal in the blink of an eye. 1. Qi Yun Xiao was a qi condensation cultivator that was introduced in Chapter 277. Han Li later acquired his tool refinement experiences and avenged his death. As Han Li felt the intense scorching heat slowly fading away from his body, he opened his eyes and his face revealed a pensive expression. The bright jade arts was beyond overbearing. Despite having gone through the process of condensing a nascent soul and purifying his body, he was barely able to tolerate the agony of tempering his body, much to his bewilderment. Senior, is there truly no problem with cultivating the bright jade arts? Han Li asked Monarch Soul Divergence with a worried tone. I'm cultivating only the 2nd layer and it is incredibly painful. I can't believe those bald Buddhists all waited until they were at late nascent soul stage before they started cultivating this technique. Their lifespans would have reached their end if they cultivated this technique to completion. And how could core formation cultivators endure such anguish? The pain doesn't solely affect the body, but it can clearly be felt by their spiritual sense. Monarch Soul Divergence lazily replied, Is there anything strange? Since the Buddhists had converted a demon clan technique into one of their own, they naturally researched methods to reduce pain as well. After all, Buddhist techniques were originally meant for those that adept in pain tolerance and perseverance. And with the additional willpower of a cultivator, it is possible to practice the bright jade arts. As for why this technique is so overbearing, it may only be that way for humans. This technique was originally meant for demons and elder devils, and given how strong their bodies are, the pain shouldn't be much to them. Han Li frowned and bitterly smiled. That explains it. It is a pity I don't have the time to cultivate other Buddhist techniques and I'll have to forcefully cultivate through the pain. It is still tolerable at this point. Soon after, he raised his hand and pulled back his sleeve before examining his arm with blue light shining from his narrowed eyes. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he poked his arm and pulled his sleeve back down. He then muttered to himself, Although I've suffered quite a bit, the bright jade arts tempered body is quite unique. This technique is far stronger than other body forging techniques that I know of. In a short amount of time, my body has undergone an astonishing change. Soon after, Han Li sat down quietly and emerged from the secluded room. A few days ago when he was purifying his assigned materials, he combined the tool refinement techniques that Elder Wei had explained to him and came to comprehend a new tool refinement skill. As a result, he was able to finish the last step of the crafting process for the crystallized demon core, resulting in the completion of the flying needle. And during the past few days at noon, he also made use of the earth-fire reservoir to further temper the flying needle and increase its might. Just as he was approaching the earth-fire reservoir for another round of tempering, he suddenly heard the sounds of the march in the direction of the main gate. Han Li couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. He saw a group of 9 young cultivators with the other 3 tool refinement hall disciples showing them in. The one in charge of the group was a young woman in emerald palace robes. She had a beautiful appearance and an unordinary temperament, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Contrary to their age, these young cultivators possessed high cultivation for their age, at the 8th and 9th layers of qi condensation. The woman in palace robes possessed the highest cultivation of them, at the 10th layer of qi condensation. After Han Li swept his gaze past them, he recognized that their identities were sure to be high as each of them wore bulging storage pouches at their waist. There were even 3 of them with spirit beast pouches at their waist. As for the 3 tool refinement hall disciples that were guiding them, they all wore a smile on their faces and appeared to be carefully fawning over the group as if in fear that they would offend them. Han Li blinked and promptly turned around, pretending not to see them as he made his way to the earth-fire hall. But as it so happened, the tallest of the 3 tool refinement hall disciples happened to see him and loudly shouted out, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, come over here and help us. County Lord Lucio wants a magic tool refined. There are a few materials that must be specially refined. This is a task that was personally brought by the fourth monastery lord herself. We cannot delay. County lord? Fourth monastery lord? Hanli was greatly surprised to hear this and could only stop his tracks before turning around. Having stayed in the monastery for a while, Hanli had a general understanding of the high-grade cultivators of Royal Serenity Monastery. The monastery had 4 lords at core formation cultivation, and it was reportedly said that the sole nascent soul cultivator of the monastery resided in the monastery's clear heaven courtyard. Although the 4 monastery lords had reached core formation stage at a rather late age, it is said that their techniques were rather peculiar. And the abilities of the 4th monastery lord were the most famous of the 4, and she was known throughout the entire region. Senior teacher Lu of Pure Revelations Academy even had revealed shock at the mere mention of her name. But as each of these monastery lords were of high status, Hanli hadn't had the opportunity to see even one of them. Hanli walked over and gave the group of cultivators an appraising look before calmly saying, "Since it is the 4th monastery lord's orders, we must provide our assistance." When the group saw that Hanli's cultivation appeared to be only at the 4th layer of qi condensation, they looked at him with disdain. A blue-robed man from the group then bluntly said, "Are you able to refine the materials? Isn't your cultivation too lacking? The county lord requires a very rare material to be refinement, blood-vein silver. If the material is ruined, will you take responsibility?" County Lord Lucio pursed her lips in a smile, but her eyes flickered with a bit of doubt. Hanli was unflustered by his remark and replied with a smile, "Blood-vein silver is a truly rare material. I'm not confident in successfully refining it either, so it would be better for you to find someone more qualified." When the group heard this, they were at a loss of what to say. Eventually, a handsome man from the group recovered his wits and disdainfully snorted, "They said there was a formidable tool refinement master here. Why won't he come out and refine the materials for the county lord?" Marshal Senior Wei is occupied with refining an important treasure and has already spent several days in sealed seclusion. "I'm afraid that he will not be coming out." One of the 3 tool refinement hall disciples answered. "It will only take a moment to refine the materials," County Lord Lucio said in a soft voice. "Won't you senior marshal brothers assist me in asking Grandmaster Wei to come out? Even inside my estate I've long heard of his grand name. I wish to see him with my own eyes." Her noble beauty seemed to melt the hearts of the several tool refinement hall disciples. Hanli unconsciously frowned when he heard this. The woman appeared to be polite, but a trace of cunning could clearly be seen from her eyes. He coldly laughed in his mind when he saw this, but he remained silent. The 3 men had lost their calm when they heard the woman's soft voice and were enticed into agreeing. Hanli inwardly sighed when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, Elder Wei clearly stated to them that unless the matter was important, he and his 2 assistants were not to be disturbed in their secluded room. And given that the matter was material refinement, whoever would go to mention this to Elder Wei was sure to suffer. As expected, the disciple that went into the Earthfire Hall ran out with a pale complexion a short moment later. When he returned, he forced a smile and said, "County Lord, Marshal Senior Wei truly cannot attend to you. It would be better for Junior Marshal Brother Han to give it a try. Since the Royal Serenity Monastery's Tool Refinement Hall is so famous, why can't you 3 refine the materials for the county lord?" This time, a different young woman from the group asked this with a smile. Her looks were above average and she had a small beauty mark at the side of her mouth. The 3 disciples exchanged an embarrassed glance and the tallest one then helplessly explained, "I won't conceal this from young Miss Mingzhu. If it were ordinary materials we would be able to refine them. But for materials as special as blood-vein silver, only Junior Marshal Brother Han was taught the refinement process by Marshal Senior Wei. Our main knowledge is only to refine common magic tools." County Lord Lucio's bright eyes blinked and she gave Hanli an understanding smile. "That will be a bit troublesome. We were brought here by Lady Yuzhu and can't stay for long. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to next find a tool refinement master capable of refining blood-vein silver. It seems I will have to trouble this senior marshal brother for assistance." "All right, so long as the county lord is willing to take the risk, I will try my best," Hanli calmly said. She answered with a slight smile. "That is no matter. Please strive your hardest to refine it. If it fails, it won't be too bad. It'll just be a missed opportunity. I'll find some again later." Hanli nodded upon hearing this, but after glancing at the group of people in front him, he frowned and said, "When I refine materials, I can't have a large number of people observing me or I will be distracted." The county lord casually replied, "That's fine. When the time comes, only I will be with you." The others will wait outside, or perhaps they'll have these 3 senior martial brothers give them a tour of the area. Although her followers appeared unwilling, they raised no words of objections. Han Li then wasted no further words and led the way towards the Earthfire Hall. The girl then signaled her group to remain in place with her eyes. The Earthfire Hall was the most important structure of the Tool Refinement Hall. Although it only spanned a little over 300 meters wide, it was 3 stories tall. The top floor was the storage area for materials. The second floor was where one could directly use Earthfire to refine materials and refine low-grade spirit stools. And the bottom floor was 100 meters pit into the ground where high-grade magic tools were refined with the assistance of Earthfire essence. Han Li often used a secluded room on the second floor to refine materials and brought County Lord Lucio there to refine her blood vein silver. It was slightly cluttered, so he set off on tidying it up when they arrived. This is where Senior Martial Brother Han refined materials? County Lord Lucio curiously looked around the room and particularly focused her attention at the large cauldron and the 8 gourd magic tools that were scattered around it. It appeared this was the first time she saw a tool refinement site. What? Has the County Lord never seen magic tools refined before? Han Li asked with a slight frown. She reached out to touch the handle of the cauldron and said, "Ever since I was young, I've followed Antuan cultivation and haven't had the time to learn about tool refinement. I usually remain in the estate to cultivate." Han Li glanced at the ashes in the cauldron and casually asked, "You cultivated in your estate? Could it be the U estate is located above a spirit vein?" The woman yelped in surprise and then curled her lips in a smile. "Could it be that Senior Martial Brother didn't know who I was? You truly don't know the royal clan that I claim my status as a county lord?" Han Li's heart stirred and he chuckled, saying, "I am quite ignorant and am unsure of your identity." "You're ignorant? That's great. There is no need for me to act as my position of county lord. To tell the truth, I only have distant relation to the Great Jin's royal family, but I've never seen the face of the Emperor of the Great Jin. I've always remained in cultivation with my master and have never visited the royal mansion." A trace of happiness flashed across the young woman's face, and her attitude quickly changed from the graceful poise of a noble woman to a strangely spirited young woman. "Your royalty?" Han Li's expression changed in surprise. The young woman sat down in the lone chair in the room and tilted her head. Then with a smile she asked, "What? Are you surprised? My title of county lord is genuine, but it is only something that the emperor bestowed upon me. Were it not for the fact that my aunt said that I mustn't shame the face of the imperial family before I arrived, I wouldn't have dressed up in this fashion and wouldn't have that group of people bothering me. Their empty talk all day around is truly boring and tiresome. Currently, I am only able to relax around Senior Martial Brother Han. You won't be so tactless and start uttering nonsense, right?" Han Li let out a cough and said, "In that case I'll continue to talk as I am now, but it seems your esteemed ancestor is an unordinary person. Have you heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators in the Great Jin? My grandfather is one of them." Lucio raised her head when she said this as if in pride. When Han Li heard this, his expression vastly changed and he astonishedly said, "The 4 great vagrant cultivators? Despite my ignorance, even I've heard of their fame. So it turned out the county lord is even more of an important person. I've been truly disrespectful. That identity is no lesser than your title as county lord. Your future prospects are boundless." He had heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators from Chaomingron. They were at late and mid-nascent soul stage, and each of them had abilities that far exceeded common nascent soul cultivators. "Yes, that's right. Everyone knows of my ancestor's name. I believe that's the way others should think of me." Lucio bluntly accepted Han Li's praise. Han Li stroked his nose and felt a bit of a headache. He paid no further attention to the woman and then struck the large cauldron with several spell seals. The cauldron began to roil and glow with light. The young woman didn't conceal her curiosity and glanced at the shining pitch-black stone with bright eyes, paying particular attention to Han Li's actions. Once the cauldron was fully activated, he turned to Lucio and said, "Take out the material." "Here." The young woman blinked and said with a smile, "I'll just tell you now that there is no need to speak politely in front of others. If Senior Martial Brother truly fails and ruins this difficultly acquired material, you will have to compensate me." Afterwards, she took out a fist-sized rock and handed it over to Han Li. The rock was sparkling silver, but it was mixed with countless threads of crimson. He looked at the stone in his hand and inwardly rolled his eyes at the young woman's giggling words. Let alone a chi condensation disciple, Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would be troubled to acquire a piece of this rare material. If he were a true chi condensation cultivator, it would be strange if he were able to compensate her. Han Li refocused his attention on the cauldron and tossed the rock into it. Then, after he placed several supplementary materials inside of it, he sat down cross-legged onto the floor. He proceeded to slap a talisman on his body and a layer of blue light appeared on his body. Following an incantation, the 8 gourd magic tools on the ground began to brightly shine with light and release 8 streams of scarlet flame onto the lower half of the cauldron. The temperature in the room began to suddenly rise. As Han Li was occupied with refining the blood-veined silver, an old Taoist nun and a middle-aged woman were having a discussion in a secluded building at the top of the mountain. With a grave expression, the Taoist nun said, "We don't have much more time. Our royal family has spent over 400 years preparing for this already. 8 generations of monarchs had spent a painstaking effort to keep this plan hidden. If this fails, not only will we not acquire those 2 treasures but the entire royal family will suffer calamity. Our Yi clan may have amassed strength in secret, but if we were to truly clash with the Buddhists and other factions, we would collapse at the first strike. As for those rotten Confucians, they may say they loyally support the throne, but if we attract their attention, I fear they will be the first to act against our royal family. I have always felt our Yi clan have been playing with fire." The beautiful woman sighed and said, "Aunt, we all knew this, but this is a great opportunity for our clan to free ourselves from the other powers. And don't forget how our 7th great-uncle and the others had died. When they saw our royal family increase slightly in power, the many great factions immediately joined hands in dispatching several nascent soul cultivators to deal with them. Afterwards, they found a reason in passing as justification for the killings. If we don't break away from this horrible situation, our royal Yi clan will only be the top noble clan only in name, when in truth we are only an expendable resource that the great factions have agreed upon. So long as the legends are true and we truly acquire these 2 treasures, our painful efforts over the years will pay off and we'll force those superpowers to recognize us through power alone. They won't dare to attack us then." A cold glint flickered from the Taoist nun's eyes and she snorted, then speaking with a fearful tone, "Although legends in the cultivation world proclaim the inconceivable might of divine spirit treasures, I have difficulty believing that 2 of these treasures will be able to completely turn the world around and put us on equal footing as these superpowers. I fear we'll overreach ourselves and attract calamity by stirring the superpowers into wiping us out. If I remember correctly, those superpowers should have treasures of a similar level. Although I don't know how many they have, a single one will have the capability of eliminating our Yi clan." The beautiful woman frowned and solemnly replied, "Deity transformation cultivators are rivalrous in this world. Even with the divine spirit treasures, our 3 great ancestors would barely be able to defend against such monsters. However, there is no need for you to be too worried about this. Our Yi clan had secretly investigated this matter over 100 years ago. After much analysis, assuming the lifespan of those monsters are 1,000 years greater than a nascent soul cultivator, there have only been a few cultivators capable of reaching deity transformation stage in the last 2,000 years. A small portion of them may have succeeded and most of them should have ascended to the spirit realm, leaving only 2 or 3 in the mortal realm at most. Furthermore, these people must be paying an enormous cost to remain in the mortal realm. Not only are their movements restricted and cannot easily take action, but their cultivation should be forcefully suppressed to the late nascent soul stage as well. Furthermore, those monsters most likely won't have any interest in taking action over the rise of a faction." The Taoist nun's expression turned particularly more gloomy when she heard this. "How can you know of this? Don't tell me this is information that you've acquired from conjecture and a few questions." Over the years, countless cultivators attempted to find out about the secret information of cultivators remaining in the mortal realm after achieving deity transformation, but all of them failed. How can you clearly understand this knowledge after only 100 years? Is your confidence an attempt to trick me? Or is there something that you aren't mentioning?" Seeing that her aunt was angry, the woman hurriedly explained, "We have no intention of fooling you. Although this information isn't something that our Yi clan had researched, it is something that we acquired from an elder we recently recruited. His information was a complete match for clues that we collected, so it is fair to say that our Yi clan had managed to properly investigate the matter." Elder? When has the Yi clan acquired another elder? Is he a vagrant cultivator or someone from a small sect? Won't there be a problem? The Taoist nun quickly asked several questions in her alarm. "Don't worry, Aunt. This person isn't a cultivator from the Great Gene but a vagrant cultivator from the soaring sky plains. Their abilities are quite impressive, and we've already investigated this person's background and have found nothing wrong. They had offended the soaring sky temple and had to flee. Our clan had yet to reveal this matter to them. Oh, that's quite good. Although I disapprove of your follow-up plans, the elders have already set the plan into motion. Those 2 divine spirit treasures must be acquired. We can only worry about what will happen afterwards and play it by ear, but you'll have to be careful from now on. Those superpowers have spies everywhere and our large movements are bound to attract their attention. We mustn't leak any information. The Taoist nun warned. The beautiful woman bitterly smiled and helplessly said, "We fear we've already aroused the suspicion of a few perceptive individuals. Over the past few days, the superpowers have dispatched many additional cultivators to bolster their ranks at the capital city." The Taoist nun's expression sank and she asked, "Were there any nascent soul cultivators among them?" "No, but the cultivators they sent were all at core formation stage. There are the same number of nascent soul cultivators watching over the capital city." "That will be fine," the old Taoist nun slowly said. "It seems they are only somewhat suspicious and they haven't truly sensed anything. Ever since the 3 Royals Monastery released information that it wished to refine an important treasure, it attracted much attention that would have otherwise put pressure on your side." After some thought, the other woman said, "Your orders were the correct choice. But it stands to mention that although the treasure being refined by the 3 Royals Monastery is only bait if it is successfully refined, it will be a great increase of our power. If it is possible, we should strive our hardest to create it." "I am well aware," the Taoist nun said, "the mountain-crushing seal is a treasure capable of splitting the earth. Even an imitation of it will be an outstanding weapon. If we manage to successfully refine it, it will be the equivalent of having another late nascent soul cultivator in our ranks. We must do our utmost to make sure that succeeds. On the other hand, I heard that your second uncle said that he wanted to recruit a few powerful vagrant cultivators. How is that going?" "He has set himself on recruiting vagrant cultivators for quite a while. 2 of the 4 great vagrant cultivators have already entered the service of the royal family. As for the other 2, they were too difficult to find, so they will be impossible to recruit. However, Luminous West Mountain's Ghost Monarch and the Myriad Demon Valley's Deputy Valley Lord Xiong are also willing to stand with us to escape the superpower's control. They should lend us a hand when the time comes. There are also small sects that have displayed goodwill to us as well." Afterwards, the old Taoist nun and the beautiful woman continued their detailed discussions as time slowly passed by. Inside the Earthfire Hall, County Lord Lucio was staring wide-eyed at an egg-sized piece of silver that was wrapped in interweaving silver and crimson light. She wore an expression of delight. The woman fiddled with the material in her hand and spoke to Han Li with a smile. "Senior Marshal Brother Han, I didn't expect you'd be able to truly refine the blood-vein silver and at such high purity. Elder Wei must be quite accomplished to have a disciple as skilled as yourself. I ran across to the tool refinement rooms of many market cities, but none of their tool refinement masters were confident in their ability to refine this material properly." Han Li replied with a faint smile, "Marshal Senior Wei's tool refinement techniques aren't comparable to those of common tool refinement masters. Furthermore, I am not Marshal Senior Wei's disciple, but a temporary helper for the tool refinement hall. When the time comes, I will want to wholeheartedly focus on cultivation. My current tool refinement techniques are something that I only simply learned in passing." When the young woman heard Han Li, a sad expression appeared on her face. "Is that so? What a waste. You have so much talent for tool refinement since you were able to purify blood vein silver." "Since I've finished refining the County Lord's blood vein silver, I now have other important matters to attend to and cannot continue to keep your company." Just as Han Li began to tidy up the tool refinement magic tools in the room, he suddenly heard Lucio say, "Please wait." She put away the blood vein silver and beamingly smiled. "Could it be that I am so ugly that my appearance is forcing you to leave? And who said I only had that to refine? I still have other materials that must be dealt with. I didn't know how skilled Senior Marshal Brother was and I didn't dare to take them out. I now am completely confident in your skills." Afterwards, she took out a foot-long jade box and handed it over to Han Li. He then felt his head ache. He weighed the jade box in his hand but didn't open it. Then with a bitter expression he said, "There are still more materials? The County Lord overestimates me. At my current cultivation, I've already exhausted my strength refining just the blood vein silver. I will not be able to refine any further materials." "So it was like that? Your magic power is too shallow. However, this item doesn't need to be purified. I only want you to help me in dealing with the material and reduce the decay of its spiritual nature. I must tell you that you can't speak of it after I show it to you. It is something that I acquired with great difficulty, and I reckon there are few such of its kind in the world. What item can be so rare? In Han Li's astonishment, he glanced at the jade box in his hand and curiously opened it. As soon as he opened the lid, a blinding red light suddenly shined out from it, blinding him. In his alarm, blue light shined from his eyes as he unconsciously activated the bright sight spirit eyes. This is... Both Han Li and the young woman shouted out at the same time in astonishment. The box had a translucent plume feather that was a half-foot long. It sparked with red light as if it was made from flames. The plume of a vast young bird? But this is quite different, Han Li muttered to himself as he stared at the box's contents. What is a vast young bird? This is the plume of a black phoenix. When my grandfather brought me across the sea to visit a powerful senior, I took advantage of the moment his spirit bird was asleep to secretly pick its feather. That stupid bird was dead asleep and didn't notice in the slightest. That's right, what's with your eyes? They had glowed with blue light. It's very interesting. Is it a magic technique? She then stared at Han Li's eyes, hoping that she would recognize something. But Han Li felt that something was off and had already cancelled the bright sight spirit eyes, preventing her from making anything out. At that moment he was staring at the plume feather and was having a discussion with Monarch Soul Divergence using his spiritual sense. The plume of a black phoenix? Isn't it a fire attribute spirit bird that was equivalent to the vast young bird? Could it serve as a replacement? Han Li solemnly asked. The black phoenix is only a divergence of the flame phoenix. The bird may have a bloodline that descended from antiquity and possesses amazing abilities, but it is unfortunate that the two materials are not interchangeable. With some modifications we can add in this plume and raise the power of the simplified 7-flame fan by an entire level. However, the spiritual nature of this feather has been greatly decayed. It is no longer a suitable material, Monarch Soul Divergence said with disappointment. Then with a baffled tone he added, but I find this quite impressive. When I toured the Great Gene in the past, I've never heard of any eccentrics raising this bird. So it was like that. When Han Li heard this he felt greatly disappointed. At that moment, Lucio was looking at him with an impatient expression. She was greatly curious about the blue light that Han Li released from his eyes. When he saw her expression, he rubbed his nose and wryly smiled in his heart. With a calm expression, he then slowly replied, "The reason why my eyes shined with light is because I use spirit water to cleanse them. This method only grants my eyes slight spiritual sight. It is only a minor art for low-grade cultivators like me." Lucio's spirits were roused and eagerly asked, "What spirit water did you use to cleanse your eyes? Do you have more? Can you give me some?" The spirit water is only effective if it is used immediately after refinement. I've already used all that water I had. I fear I must disappoint you," he said with a regretful expression. The young woman blinked and pouted, displaying her doubt as she said, "Senior Marshal Brother Han, are you telling the truth? Don't think that you can lie to me because I'm young." Han Li dryly laughed and then slowly said, "All of my words are true. I don't dare to deceive you, County Lord. However, I do have something else that might interest you." The young woman was stunned when she heard Han Li's words and suddenly thought of something. With a crafty smile she asked, "What will you trade for it? Don't tell me that you have eyes on my black phoenix plume." Han Li closed the lid on the box and wryly smiled. County Lord Lucio must be joking. How could a mere chi condensation cultivator dare to covet such a treasure? I merely wish for you to confirm something. The woman smiled and waved her arm in a bold display. Confirm something? That's easy. There is no need to trade. If you help me deal with the black phoenix plume, I will answer your questions the best I can. After some thought, Han Li nodded and said, "All right. Let's do as you say." 2 hours later, Lucio emerged from the hall and was met by her entourage, who had been impatiently waiting outside the hall. The 3 tool refinement disciples were sincerely waiting at the side, not daring to neglect them as the young cultivators of the entourage came from exceptionally high backgrounds. When the county lord emerged from the hall, her young entourage immediately surrounded her. "County Lord, how did it go? Did that person ruin your blood vein silver?" Questions were asked with great fervor. The young woman brushed aside the hair from her face and let out a sweet smile, saying, "Nothing went wrong. Many thanks for your concern. Senior Marshal Brother Han has already assisted me in refining the material and with great success. Her blatant demeanor from before was nowhere to be found. When Han Li walked out from the Earthfire Hall, the corner of his mouth unconsciously twitched at the sight. Youngster Han. You are truly cunning to coax the location of Black Phoenix from the young girl. Do you plan on heading to visiting the Island Lord for a Black Phoenix plume? Of course. Since it is a known method of reinforcing the Tri-Flame fan, I must do my utmost. I don't want to waste so many rare materials and hard effort on something of lacking power. After all, common ancient treasures don't have much of an effect on late nascent soul cultivators. Let's go. They'll be staying at the Royal Serenity Monastery for the next few days. I'll be staying inside seclusion to avoid having my cultivation interrupted by them. Han Li spoke with an indifferent tone before heading back towards his residence. In the following 2 days, County Lord Lucio had quietly looked for Han Li, hoping that he would refine more materials for her. But Han Li had already placed a sign that he had already entered secluded cultivation and even placed a simple restriction in front of the door, causing Lucio to resentfully turn back with a pout. After 2 days passed, the county lord left the monastery and the entourage of young cultivators followed after her, leaving the tool refinement hall back to its usual affairs. As months slowly passed by, apart from occasionally refining a few materials, Han Li would wholeheartedly dedicate his time to cultivating the bright jade arts. The consistent completion of his refinement tasks earned him the increasing respect of Elder Wei, who found time to give Han Li further explanation on the finer points of material purification. Later on he would give a few rarer materials to Han Li to refine. When Han Li noticed this, he punctually refined these rarer materials without the slightest delay, much to the astonishment of Elder Wei. Eventually, Elder Wei noticed Han Li's talent for tool refinement and assigned him even more tasks, occasionally finding more time to teach Han Li as well. During this time, Elder Wei was also occupied on the refinement of something and left a small portion of the materials over to Han Li to deal with. Not long after, Han Li astonishingly discovered that he was given rare earth attribute materials to refine. He couldn't help but feel shocked. There were sparsely few treasures that were completely refined by earth attribute materials and most of them possessed astonishing strength. However, this had nothing to do with him. No matter the conditions, he would stick to his original plan and slowly cultivate to the second layer of the bright jade arts, faintly noticing astonishing changes to his body as time went on. One day, a few people from Pure Revelations Academy delivered a message to the Gon clan that Teacher Yin had suddenly passed away from a grave illness. Illness? When I last saw him, it didn't seem like he was ill. When Han Li found out about this, he found it to be quite unexpected. With his spiritual sense, he also sensed many foreign cultivators have recently appeared near the Royal Serenity Monastery and were secretly observing it. It appeared there was something on the verge of happening. Let's not stay here for too long, or I might be drawn into something very troublesome. Rich in experience, Han Li came to a firm decision. In his remaining time, he began to cultivate the bright jade arts with greater care. 1 year later, an event of moderate note occurred at the Royal Serenity Monastery. An external affairs chi condensation disciple made a sudden disappearance and stirred the notice of many high-grade cultivators in the monastery. When the monastery's nascent soul stage nun heard this, even she involved herself in the investigation. Normally, the disappearance of a single low-grade disciple among several thousand wouldn't be cause for any concern, but it happened that this disciple was a capable and hard-working disciple of the Tool Refinement Hall. As he was of great use, this stirred quite the commotion amongst the higher echelon of the monastery. As this was ongoing, the old Taoist nun in the monastery was sitting in an armchair while 2 yellow-robed Taoist nuns stood at her side, one at the age of 40 and the other in her late 20s. What's going on? With the heavy restrictions of our Royal Serenity Monastery, how could a single disciple disappear without anyone's knowledge? Do you two have anything to say? The old Taoist nun coldly spoke with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged Taoist nun hesitated before answer with a respectful tone. Reporting to Marshal Senior, I've already examined the restrictions in the sect and found them to all be intact. There is no sign of an external force infiltrating our monastery. It seems that either a spell formation master was involved or the disciple left of his own accord. The old Taoist nun frowned and asked, "A spell formation master? Our monastery's protective grand formation isn't something that one of the few spell formation masters in the Great Gene is capable of breaking. But if he escaped from the inside, that isn't a particularly difficult task. What was that disciple's name and what were his origins?" The younger Taoist nun hastily answered, "The disciple was named Han Li." He was a vagrant cultivator that Marshal Nis Hualien picked up 2 years ago from Pure Revelations Academy. Han Li? His name is exactly the same as the elder that our Yi clan recruited recently? The old Taoist nun asked in shock. That's right. When I heard of the disciple's name I was stunned, but it was most likely a coincidence. How could a nascent soul cultivator and Qi condensation cultivator possibly be related? A coincidence? Although there are many coincidences in this world, it just so happened that someone involved in that item's refinement had disappeared. Furthermore, this person had the same name as a newly acquired elder in our clan. Regardless if this is truly a coincidence, the matter must be thoroughly investigated. Send men to the capital and closely question this elder Han. See if he has any connection to this disciple Han Li. Also, call over that girl Hualien. I want to personally ask her about how she recruited this disciple. It seems we've fallen for a trap of Pure Revelations Academy. We also can't have the speed of the tool refinement hall to decrease. We must finish refining that item in 3 years, or it will delay the great event. The old Taoist nun uttered these orders without the slightest change in expression. Yes, Martial Ant. As you command. With repeated acknowledgments, the 2 yellow-robed nuns then bid their leave. When the old Taoist nun saw the 2 leave the building, she let out a long sigh before leaning back in her chair and slowly closing her eyes. 3 months later in the Yi province's largest market city, a youth bought an unknown or at an unremarkable shop for the high price of 30,000 spirit stones. 5 months later in the Fan Prefecture's Fan County Trade Fair, a masked cultivator purchased 3 pieces of Firegrant wood for the price of 50,000 spirit stones. Half a year later at the Feng Province's Kailong Prefecture, a local mid-grade sect suddenly had an iron rhino horn disappear from them. They suspected that it had been stolen. 8 months later, the Chu region's top clan was suddenly paid a visit by a large mid-nascent soul cultivator with an ugly appearance. He wanted to trade a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and a grade 7 demon core for the rainbow light wood in the clan's collection. As a result, the clan master had his 2 nascent soul elders meet this nascent soul cultivator to turn him away, but as a result, the mid-nascent soul cultivator used his vast abilities to easily turn the elders into 2 blocks of ice. The clan master was shocked and with no better choice, he was forced to agree to the trade. As a result, the large ugly man took the wood and tossed the spiritual herb and demon core onto the ground with howling laughter. The clan master then had to expend a great effort to free his 2 elders from the ice. Although their lives were still intact, they suffered a great loss in vitality. Over the short span of a year, a young man, masked cultivator, and a large ugly man began to appear all around the southern portion of the Jin Empire, collection various rare materials. The youth would buy strange materials that few could recognize. The masked cultivator repeatedly won auctions and great displays of wealth as if he had an endless stream of spirit stones, and the large ugly man would imprudently visit the various noble clans in the area as well as a few smaller sects, forcefully exchanging rare materials in their collections for his spiritual herbs and demon cores. Of course, it also stood to mention that larger sects would often have a few of their materials mysteriously disappear overnight. The youth and the masked cultivator were hardly noticed apart from some particularly sharp individuals. As for the large ugly man's forceful exchanges and the frequent disappearance of materials, they had caused great tremors in the southern portion of the Great Jin's cultivation world. The various cultivation sects were furious at the theft of their materials and they dispatched disciples to find this mysterious thief. As for the large ugly man, the various sects backing the victimized clans had begun sending men to find the whereabouts of this imprudent mid-nascent soul cultivator. The Long Province was a large province located on the western portion of the Jin Empire. It has tall and expansive mountains, areas filled with toxic miasma, and venomous animals of all kinds. This province was different from other areas of the empire. Only the illustrious righteous Tao sect, the High Sun Palace, and one of the 10 great devilish sects, the Devilwood sect, ruled over this large area. No external powers were able to involve themselves with the province. As native cultivation factions only consisted of small sects and schools, they weren't able to pose the slightest threat to these 2 vast and powerful sects, and were forced to subject themselves under the control of either sect for protection. As a result, the region was split into the west and east. In the west was the Heaven Peak mountain range where the High Sun Palace ruled. The mountain range spanned over 100,000 kilometers of wilderness. The palace was located on a mountain named South Sky Mountain at the very center of the mountain range. Tens of thousands of the sect's disciples resided in the various mountains nearby. With the addition of the surrounding mountains acting as a natural fortress, no cultivators dared to attack the High Sun Palace. Even particularly reckless individuals were unable to break through the grand spell formation surrounding the mountain, which consisted of 13 layers of fearsome restrictions. But one day, when a group of High Sun Palace disciples flew out from the Heaven Peak mountain range, an azure streak suddenly flashed from the top of an unknown mountain nearby. There was an azure-robed youth that stood on a huge boulder with his hands held behind his back. He was silently staring at the group of disciples from behind. Monarch Soul Divergent's voice echoed through the youth's mind. "Youngster Han, do you truly plan on acting against the High Sun Palace? The sect is amongst the top sects of the 10 great righteous sects of the Jin Empire. It doesn't seem wise to provoke them." Han Li indifferently said, "I know, but we've already collected most the materials we need for the Tri-Flame fan. Now we are only missing the vast young bird's plume feather and the scarlet fire flood dragon's scales. We already acquired information from the market city that many ferocious flood dragons have begun devouring cultivators on the eastern coast of the Jin Empire, and there seemed to be a red flood dragon amongst them. Even if it isn't the scarlet flame flood dragon, we may as well try our luck and see if it is another fire attribute flood dragon. As for the vast young bird, we've looked through all the markets in the south to find that only the High Sun Palace raised it. Where else would we get its plume feather? I have no choice but to risk provoking them. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't steal the plume, but why don't you deal with them out in the open instead? With your current mid-nascent soul cultivation and the rare treasures in your possession, they might be willing to sell it with consideration of your might." Monarch Soul Divergence said with a chuckle. Han Li let out a cold laugh and said, "Stop joking, senior. An exchange will require both sides to have nearly equivalent strength. I am only a mid-nascent soul cultivator and they have a late-nascent soul cultivator in their ranks. How could a junior like me catch their attention? Furthermore, the High Sun Palace's 2 vast young birds are considered a legacy of theirs. They wouldn't allow me to pluck its feather and cause a great decrease in its cultivation. If I brought out lowly treasures, they wouldn't be valuable enough to be worthy of their consideration, but if I brought out rare treasures instead, they would be tempted to kill me over it. Since I am a mere vagrant cultivator, they don't need to give me much consideration given the scope of their power. I am not willing to risk my safety over their whims. If I were a late nascent soul cultivator, I might be willing to give it a try." Monarch Soul Divergence pondered in silence for a spell and said, "Your words are reasonable. However, you've been wandering around the edge of the mountain range for over 10 days. Could it be you're waiting for a vast young bird to fly out? But from your actions, it also seems like you're looking for something. Just what are you planning?" Han Li's eyes wavered and he smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I'm only finding a suitable place to put down a trap." "Set up a trap? Since you dared to act against the High Sun Palace, it is right to be stealthy. Tell me about your plans." Han Li glanced at the heart of the mountain range and chuckled, "Wait until I find a suitable location and I'll tell you about it in detail. They have a larger and a smaller vast young bird. I wonder which one is more suitable to trap." Monarch Soul Divergence lazily asked, "What's the point of talking about it? I hear the larger vast young bird is a grade 8 demon bird. Do you think you'll be able to capture it in a short amount of time?" Han Li pondered for a moment and then nodded, "That's right. The only reason why birds of antiquity would remain under the control of the High Sun Palace is because their intelligence is difficult to awaken and they are unable to take human form in the mortal realm. I hear the smaller of the 2 birds should be weaker by an entire grade, so it should be easier to deal with." With a regretful tone, Monarch Soul Divergence mentioned, "But if you use the plume of the grade 8 vast young bird to refine the Tri-Flame fan, its might would be even greater." Han Li shook his head. "Forget it. Nothing in this world is perfect. It is simply too dangerous to deal with the grade 8 vast young bird. In the extra time it would take, I fear I would alarm many High Sun Palace disciples. I don't want to repeat what happened in the soaring sky plains." Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled, "Yes, that sounds right. But regardless of their size, they will only occasionally fly out from the High Sun Palace. How do you plan on capturing one of the birds?" Han Li coldly smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already used the Dream Tear technique on one of their disciples. Fearing that the birds would become difficult to control in prolonged confinement, the sect releases the birds every month to stretch their wings. This will be our opportunity to act. Since you already know this, there is no use for any of my advice. However, you mustn't take too long and miss the trade fair at the Jin Empire's capital city. It should have many materials that I'm missing for my puppet body." Monarch Soul Divergence warned. The Capital Trade Fair is one of the 3 great trade fairs in the Jin Empire and only occurs once every 10 years. I wouldn't want to miss it in any case. When this is done, I'll hurry over to the Empire capital, and afterwards, we'll have to find those flood dragons on the Empire's east shore. Three days passed, and Han Li stirred awake from meditation. He raised his head toward the night sky, and a moonlight stone appeared in his hand. He flung it into the air, and sparkles of moonlight illuminated the nearby peach trees. Without the slightest noise, he then took out a meter chunk of red coral and tossed it down before planting rainbow skirt grass on top of it. "This is the method that you've prepared?" Although he had seen Han Li feed the gold-devouring beetles with the grass to miraculous effect, he was very baffled to see it used now. When Han Li heard this question, he smiled and said, "In truth, this grass has another name, the demon lure grass. Senior should know what I plan on using it for." Demon lure grass? Could it be? Monarch's soul divergence suddenly dawned with realization. That's right. In 6 days, the smaller vast young bird will be released, and the grass will bloom as well, releasing its bewitching scent. When the time comes. Han Li coldly snickered. Fang Chu was mid-foundation establishment High Sun Palace cultivator. There were nearly 1,000 of his kind that could be found in the entirety of the sect. It was reasonable to say that he was an unremarkable character, but in truth, this was quite the opposite. Let alone other foundation establishment cultivators, even core formation stage marshal seniors had to treat him politely, and even when benefits arose in the palace, he would be the first foundation establishment disciple to be considered. Fang Chu's unusually high standing in the High Sun Palace was something he was rather proud of, though this was all due to his duties as the caretaker for the sect's smaller vast young bird. He possessed an innate special ability to communicate with birds, and were it not for this rare and irreplaceable talent, he wouldn't have been assigned this task. After all, as the bird's caretaker, he had a certain degree of control over it, something that was heavily valued by the sect. Although this was the weaker of the two sects' vast young birds, it was still able to easily defeat late core formation cultivators and directly pursue nascent soul cultivators. It was no wonder the bird was held with such reverence. Over the 30 years Fang Chu had cared for the bird, he would stay next to it at all times, even cut his cultivation time to follow after the spirit bird when it would liberate its wings, during which not a single problem arose. As this was only another routine flight, he didn't feel the need to be worried. With the surrounding 50,000 kilometers of the Heaven Peak mountain range were all under the control of the High Sun Palace, what could possibly happen? With those leisurely thoughts in mind, he distantly followed after the vast young bird on an early morning. The vast young bird was only about 3 meters long, but its long tail feathers made up over half of its length. From a distance, the bird appeared like a huge peacock, but there wasn't one with such beautiful fire-red feathers. The bird was ecstatic. After it was released from the restrictions of the High Sun Palace, it flapped its fire-red wings and continuously flew circles in the sky to ensure no one was following it. With ordinary methods, Fang Chu wouldn't have been able to conceal himself from the bird's spiritual sense, but he was using a chi concealment talisman that the sect had specially refined. As such, he was able to follow after the bird without any fear of being discovered in spite his shallow cultivation. When the bird let out a clear cry, Fang Chu wore a knowing smile. He had spent a long time with it and knew the vast young bird was extremely happy at the moment. After this trip, the bird would be docile for the next half-month. As a result, the bird calmly circled the sky above the High Sun Palace for a long while before flying away. Fang Chu didn't feel the slightest concern. As per its usual habits, the bird would fly a large circle around the sect before turning satisfied. As it was a leisurely flight, he could follow after it. But after 15 kilometers, there was a sudden change in course. The vast young bird suddenly stopped in its delighted flight with a harsh shriek. Fang Chu was stunned when he heard this. Before he realized what had happened, he saw the bird quickly spreading out its wings and its body combusted, surrounding itself in a meter layer of scarlet flames. Several blurs later, it was already over a kilometer away. Fang Chu was shocked to the core when he saw this. By the time he recollected himself, he hastily took out a jade tile and poured all of his spiritual sense into it. It promptly released a strange birdsong in an attempt to call the bird back. The vast young bird heard it and hesitated for a moment, only to noisily caw before disappearing off into the horizon. When Fang Chu saw this, his face turned bloodlessly pale and he simply floated in the air, bewildered at what to do. But soon he thought of something and took out a sound transmission talisman from his storage pouch before he hastily shouted something. Then, he flung the charm into the air and it streaked back in fiery light towards the direction of the High Sun Palace. He gritted his teeth and set off in the direction that the vast young bird disappeared in. Despite knowing that it was useless for him to pursue it, if he was waiting idly when his martial ancestor found him, he would be severely punished. As Fang Chu hurriedly gave chase, the other spirit beasts in the Heaven Peak mountain range let out an uproar. In the northern part of the mountain range, many low-grade High Sun Palace disciples were strenuously attempting to hold down the huge vultures they were riding. The riders had suddenly lost control of these low-grade spirit birds as they attempted to take off in a different direction, and soon, all of them were drenched in their own sweat in their efforts to keep control of their mad steeds. In a hidden cave at the edge of the mountain range, there was a masked cultivator in yellow-green robes. He was holding down a black, foot-long spider with a large hand made of green light. He looked at the enraged, snarling spider with complete confusion. On South Heaven Peak, inside a concealed hall in the High Sun Palace, an old woman wearing purple robes was stroking the sect's other vast young bird, an exact copy of the other bird apart from its larger size. It had suddenly grown restless without warning. Were it not for her excessive use of spell seals to pacify the bird, it would have flown out from the hall. She couldn't help but wear an odd expression in response. Fang Chu used his magic power without reserve as he gave chase. The vast young bird had already disappeared without a trace, but the jade medallion in his hand was able to sense the bird's location so long as it was within the Heaven Peak mountain range. Han Li found two overbearing presences appear in front of the valley. The fireball faintly contained the silhouette of a bird. As for the ball of yellow light, it appeared to be a demon beast rolled up in a ball. Its body was covered in a thick, tough yellow hide. It was wrinkled and folded as if it were a layer of armor. And from within its fat body poked out a sharp rat's head and a slender tail. It appeared to be a huge demon mouse variant. What manner of strange demon beast is this? Han Li asked. An armored earth dragon, what an extremely rare spirit beast. Monarch Soul Divergence shouted with delight. It's widely known for its defensive prowess and ability to find treasures. It is fortunate that it has appeared before you. Oh, it's that beast? I had a feeling I recognized it. As soon as Han Li spoke, the two demon beasts charged into the valley's white mist one after another, aiming to acquire the rainbow skirt grass underneath within. In response, he summoned a green formation plate into his hand. With a slap, the plate glowed with bright light, raising the outermost layers of the valley's restrictions and trapping the vast young bird in the lead. The ball of yellow light hastily followed after it, but was blocked once the spell formation was activated. The armored earth dragon was furiously alarmed from the sudden obstruction and its body shimmered with yellow light, expanding to the size of 24 meters. Layers upon layers of gray plate emerged from its body, and it rolled into a ball before fiercely knocking against the barrier. With a huge bang, the strike destroyed the two outermost layers of the restrictions. After a pause, the beast continued to strike away at the remaining restrictions. This short delay gave Han Li ample time to restrain the vast young bird. After the bird collided against the restrictions, it waved its wings and scattered scarlet fireballs all around it, dispersing most of the mist below it and revealing the forest filled with blooming peach trees. With a quick scan of its eyes, it quickly spotted Han Li and the source of its bewitchment, the rainbow skirt grass. Even without a fully developed intelligence, Han Li's unconcealed mid-nascent soul cultivation invoked fear in the bird. It circled above, not daring to stoop too low, but unable to escape the incredibly powerful enticement of the rainbow skirt grass. As the bird hesitated, Han Li expressionlessly raised his hand and a black talisman shot out. In a flicker of black light, the talisman turned into a black ghost claw and reached out to grab the vast young bird. The bird was deeply shocked and without another thought, it released over 30 fist-sized fireballs with a flap of its wings. They ruptured against the ghost claw, covering the black light with raging inferno and disabling it for the time being. Astonished, Han Li soon formed an incantation gesture with his hands and silver wings emerged from his back. With a ring of thunder, he disappeared without a trace, followed by his reappearance in a flash of silver light 10 meters above the bird's head. He then clapped his hands together with a gloomy expression before separating them to release two dense bolts of golden lightning from his palms, only for them to rupture midair and form a huge net of lightning. Devoting its attention on blocking the black ghost claw, the vast young bird was completely caught off guard, and was trapped underneath the cackling net of lightning. In a panic, it shook its body to shed off a few of its feathers, turning into a dense fiery blaze that struck the net of lightning, followed by a chain of explosions. A cold glint appeared in Han Li's eyes when he saw this, and he shook his wrist, uttering, "Restrain." The large net of lightning wildly flashed and pushed against the flames as it closed in. In a brilliant display of golden light, the vast young bird was restrained by the thick, dense net of lightning. No matter how hard it attempted to escape, it couldn't make the slightest movement, causing it to let out a defeated cry. Han Li smiled in joy at the sight of this, but at that moment he heard a huge explosion from above him. He raised his head in shock and saw that the armored earth dragon had finally broken through the layer of the restrictions he placed around the valley. He had to admit, his hastily placed spell formations were truly too weak to hold against a grade 7 demon beast. The dragon had uncurled itself from its armored ball state and charged into the valley, catching sight of Han Li and the vast young bird restricted in a prison of golden lightning. Its pair of small emerald eyes flickered about and a clear expression of fear could be seen from its face. When Han Li saw this, his heart stirred. The armored earth dragon appeared quite intelligent. In spite of its fear, a trace of cunning was betrayed from its eyes when it saw the rainbow skirt grass on the ground. It shot towards the ground in a flicker of yellow light. "Stop it. It is capable of earth evasion techniques. You won't have a chance of capturing it once it reaches the ground," Monarch Soul Divergence warned. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements," Han Li replied with a calm smile. When the dragon arrived on the ground and saw that there was nothing protecting the rainbow skirt grass, it gleefully pounced towards it with a wide open mouth. But in that instant 12 streaks of sparkling icy chi suddenly shot out from the ground surrounding the grass. Well into the air, it was too slow to react and couldn't avoid being struck by the icy chi, sealing it in a layer of ice. White light flickered from the ground to reveal 12 half-foot-long snow-white centipedes. Icy chi trailed from their mouths. When Monarch Soul Divergence saw the frozen beast, he chuckled and said, "So you had your centipedes stationed around it? I had worried for nothing." The armored earth dragon was quite durable and hardy, but it wasn't enough to protect against the combined frost chi of 12 six-winged frost centipedes. It was no surprise the ambush was effective. Han Li indifferently said, "I set them there just in case. I hadn't expected that they would come across an armored earth dragon." With that said, he blurred and appeared behind the vast young bird, his eyes focused on the many of its tail feathers. He smiled at the bird and said, "I know you should be intelligent enough to understand a few of my words. I have no intention of harming you, so would you rather release your tail feathers or have me rip them off?" The vast young bird clearly understood him. Its body trembled in response and it fiercely screeched in a display of unwilling resentment. Han Li's expression turned sullen and he coldly snorted. Without another word, he wrapped azure light around his hand and reached towards the bird's rear. A trace of fear appeared on the bird's eyes. Helpless, it could only shake all of its tail feathers off in a flicker of red light. These feathers were linked to its body's essence and blood vessels. If they were forcefully pulled out, its body would suffer quite a bit of damage. If it took the initiative to abandon them, it would still suffer a loss of strength, but it could avoid unnecessary injuries. Han Li was delighted to see this, and he caught all of the feathers in his hand. Then he took out a jade box he had prepared and quickly placed them inside. With the lid of the box sealed with several talismans, he carefully put it away in his storage pouch. With that done, he placed his hand on top of the vast young bird's head and poured a bit of spiritual power into it, knocking it unconscious. He let out a smile and turned his attention to the frozen armored earth dragon. Although the demon beast was trapped in a thick layer of ice, it was still conscious. As such, its small eyes betrayed terror when it saw that Han Li had turned his attention toward him. Han Li then flew down in a streak of azure light. A quarter hour later, a band of brilliant gold light arrived above the valley at the speed of lightning. It circled once in the air before fading away to reveal the old purple-robed woman that was previously in the High Sun Palace's secret hall. At her side stood an extremely solemn Feng Chu, who stifled his breath in an attempt to attract less attention. At that moment, the restrictions covering the blooming peach tree forest in the valley had completely disappeared. There was simply an unconscious vast young bird that had its tail feathers plucked lying beneath a tree. When the old woman saw this, she swept her spiritual sense across it in alarm. Although she found that the bird had suffered a loss in strength from its missing tail feathers, she grew relaxed. But after she took another look at the bird's rear, anger bloomed in her heart. Take a look at the bird and see if you can awaken it, the old woman commanded with a serious tone. When Fang Chu heard this, he repeatedly nodded in a display of complete obedience and hurriedly flew down. If it weren't for the High Sun Palace's ancestor finding him along the way, he wouldn't have been able to reach this location at this speed. The old woman was looking around her, and with some thought, she closed her eyes and slowly released her spiritual sense to search for the impudent culprit of this act. A short moment later, her expression changed as if she suddenly found something. She hurriedly barked orders to Fang Chu down below and hurriedly flew off in a golden streak of light. Once she was over 100 kilometers away, she stopped a strange-looking cultivator that was about to leave the mountain range. Brimming with suspicion, the old woman coldly asked, "Look who I've found, it's fellow Taoist Ma of the Devilwood sect. Why aren't you peacefully cultivating at your sect? Why have you stealthily arrived at our Heaven Peak mountain range? Was the demon beast's uproar you're doing?" She was speaking to a masked yellow-robed cultivator. His eyes had an inhuman golden glow. The masked cultivator let out a dry laugh and spoke with a fearful tone. "Fellow Taoist son, you've arrived quickly, but I'm afraid you found the wrong person. I was only chasing after a demon beast and had mistakenly entered your mountain range. I also witnessed the uproar of low-grade demon beasts and was trying to find the cause of it as well." As purple light covered the old woman's face, she snorted and spoke with an imposing voice. "You were chasing a demon beast? Does fellow Taoist Ma think that I've gone senile? You're a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator well known throughout the empire for your movement techniques. What beast would have you pursue it to our Heaven Peak mountain range? I've already searched the area of over 100 kilometers around us, and apart from you, I wasn't able to find any other cultivators that were capable of what had just happened." "What happened? Could it be that the demon beast uproar damaged the High Sun Palace in some manner? I respect late nascent soul seniors such as yourself as shown from my politeness, but I can't help but think that you're framing me. Although I might not prove to be your opponent, I'm not helpless either. There are a few disciples in my sect that know I entered the Heaven Peak mountain range. It'd be better for you to give it another thought before you provoke a war between the righteous and devilish Tao." Although the masked cultivator appeared fearful at the idea of a fight, he was unyielding and golden light began to shine from his eyes. The old woman narrowed her eyes and after a long while she coldly asked, "You truly didn't do it?" The masked man relaxed after hearing her and he assumed a submissive attitude. "If fellow Taoist son needs me to, I can swear a devil heart oath, but I still don't know what happened to your sect." The old woman's expression relaxed and said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to swear an oath. You shouldn't be the one who did it. With your position in the Devilwood sect, you wouldn't have done something disgraceful of your rank. Besides, I've never heard that you have the abilities to attract demon beasts. But since your esteemed self came over to our Heaven Peak mountain range to find a demon beast, it must be quite rare. How about you tell me about it?" Knowing that he had to tell the truth to free himself of suspicion, he hastily explained, "The demon beast is truly rare, but I fear it isn't nearly on the same level as your sect's vast young bird. It was an armored earth dragon that had just ascended to grade 7. I discovered it in a mountain in the adjacent province, but it was extremely clever and was proficient in earth movement techniques. I've chased it for nearly a week before arriving here." "A grade 7 armored earth dragon?" the old woman shouted in astonishment. "That truly is a rare demon beast, especially one at such a high grade. It is no wonder why fellow Taoist Ma was so rash. Now that fellow Taoist had departed, does that mean you had captured it? I've long heard of the beast's fame, but I've never been able to see it with my own eyes. Could you give me a look?" "I fear I must disappoint you, fellow Taoist Sunday. In the demon beast uproar, my secret technique suddenly lost effect and I could no longer track the beast down. But, a glint appeared in the old woman's eyes. But just as I was looking for the beast, I saw a streak of azure light pierce through the sky. It was rather quick and didn't appear to belong to a cultivator from your palace. I reckon they had something to do with the strange uproar in the mountain range. I was thinking about pursuing them and figuring out what had happened, but it were too fast. I lost sight of it after a moment. Then fellow Taoist son found me." The masked man let out a wry laugh. The old woman's expression stirred and she quickly asked, "An azure streak? And you said that they were just here? Which direction did they go?" The masked cultivator blinked and calmly answered, "They flew out of the mountain range. With your abilities you might be able to pursue them." With a new trail acquired she quickly uttered, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Ma. I will be taking a look for myself." And since that armored earth dragon disappeared, you should leave the mountain range as well. Our sects and allegiances are at odds and have their own territories. When I return, I don't want you see lingering here." Then she took off in a stream of golden light. When the masked man saw her fade into the horizon, he let out a sneer and muttered, "That old witch is as hard to deal with as the rumors said." After she acquired the information she wanted, she immediately turned hostile. "Our sects are at odds? Ha, you just want to take the armored earth dragon for yourself. If I sensed it correctly, that azure streak should have something to do with the disappearance of the armored earth dragon. And the speed was no less than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. It won't be easy to chase them down." She also appeared quite flustered when she arrived, as if that other cultivator had made the High Sun Palace suffer quite a bit. What a happy affair. He then lowered his head to look at the spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a smile, he muttered, "Although it's not the armored earth dragon, I did acquire a black blood spider, making the trip quite worth it." That dragon's appearance was rather convenient for that person. He drove it mad using some unknown method. The masked man suddenly raised his head and then muttered, "Actually, it must have been a method of attracting demon beasts. I'll have to quickly report this to Senior Marshal Brother Mu." After looking around him one last time, he surrounded himself in green light and tore through the skies. The old woman surnamed Sun flew out for nearly half a day and continuously swept her spiritual sense past thousands of kilometers, but she hadn't discovered anything suspicious. Helpless, she could only return and quickly suppressed information of what had happened. If the other sects found out, the High Sun Palace would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, the person who acted against the vast young bird only took away its tail feathers instead of killing it. Given 30 years and many spirit medicines, it should fully recover its strength. As a result, she could only bottle up her grievances, but in private she had dispatched a small group of elite disciples to investigate if there were nascent soul stage eccentrics that were looking to refine a treasure that used the vast young bird's feathers. In addition to gaining revenge for the spirit bird, she also wanted to find this person to acquire the method to attract demon beasts. If she could obtain it, taming demon beasts or acquiring their cores would be a simple and easy matter. Of course, she wasn't the only one with that in mind. The Devilwood sect had also sent out many of their own disciples to see if any unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators had recently appeared near the Long Province. The hidden actions of the province's two superpowers frightened a few of the shrewder clans and sects in the region. They all guessed that the balance of the region would soon collapse, and that war between the two great sects would occur. As various smaller powers were panicking, forming alliances and withdrawing from the region, the atmosphere of the entire Long Province grew tense. Of course, Hanli had no idea that his actions would provoke such an outcome. At that moment, he had established a temporary stone room on top of a nameless mountain to examine the spoils he acquired, the 5 near-illusory flaming feathers. In a rather good mood, Monarch Soul Divergence idly said, "The woman who chased you at the end should have been the High Sun Palace's late nascent soul cultivator. While her cultivation was exceptional, her spiritual sense was rather ordinary and she wasn't able to detect you after you restrained your chi. Else it could have proven quite troublesome." Hanli chuckled and said, "At worst, I'd only have to use blood shadow evasion once. I don't believe there is another sacred beast incarnation in this world that I could run into. However, I did have no choice but to hide. That old woman cultivated a movement technique that was quite faster than mine. Of course, and it also appears the risks you took have paid off. Not only have you acquired this many flame feathers, but a rare armored earth dragon as well. If you can tame it, there will be a high chance to acquire otherworldly treasures in the future." Monarch Soul Divergence said with satisfaction. "That's right, but this demon beast is fully grown. How can it be easily tamed? I'll only be able to succeed due to luck." "It is no matter. Taming a fully grown demon beast actually isn't as difficult as one would imagine. Highly intelligent ones are particularly easy to tame." Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a calm tone filled with experience. Hanli raised his brow and revealed a trace of surprise. "Oh, so it was like that? You'll find out. From how intelligent this armored earth dragon appears, it shouldn't be too difficult to tame." "I hope so," Hanli chuckled, "but I had better first wear down the beast's temper and then find a better time to tame it. First, I'll handle these flame feathers and then head to the Gene Capital's trade fair. It's time to see what the greatest city in the Gene Empire is like. I've visited the Gene Capital once in the past. Although it was a city of mortals, it was quite imposing and unordinary." Monarch Soul Divergence praised. "I want to see the Gene Capital even more now. Fortunately, we're not too far away. Treating the feathers should only take a day." 3 months should be more than enough time for me to arrive. Hanli calmly said. Following a flash of azure light, all but one of the feathers disappeared without a trace. Hanli flung the remaining feather in the air, breathing a cloud of azure nascent flame upon it. Suddenly, the feather lit up in a gorgeous display of blue and red light. He then shut his eyes and sat down cross-legged as he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and sank into meditation. A day passed, and Hanli emerged from the stone room to depart from the mountain, heading to the eastern half of the Jin Empire, where the largest city of the mortal world was located, the Jin capital. With quite a bit of time left before the trade fair started, Hanli leisurely flew at the speed of an ordinary core formation cultivator to avoid suspicion. Soon, he left the Long province and entered the neighboring territory without a problem, then taking out the wind-riding chariot and flying off at immense speed in a streak of white light. As he flew, he faintly revealed the aura of his nascent soul cultivation, and the few low-grade cultivators he occasionally flew across respectfully kept their distance. A month later, Hanli entered the Jinjiang province adjacent to the Jin capital. He put away the wind-riding chariot and once again flew with restricted speed and aura. After all, there were sure to be many high-grade cultivators in the heartland of the great Jin Empire. He didn't wish to attract unnecessary attention. 2 weeks later, Hanli was wearing azure Confucian robes as he rode on a worn cart pulled by a sickly old horse. At that moment he was sitting at the front of the raggedy cart and his body shook along with it. His eyes were half closed as if he were nodding off. In truth, he was secretly refining the soul snow pill he took from several days before. After he emerged from the spatial pocket in Devilfall Valley, he had already taken over a dozen of them. The pill was worthy of being from antiquity. He clearly sensed an enhanced purity in the celestial ice flames and six-winged frost centipede's glacial chi that he previously refined. Even the trace of impurities that remained in the purple apex flames began to slowly disappear, producing a significant increase in their potency. It was only quite unfortunate that the medicine pill wasn't easy to consume. Each one would take anywhere from 3 to 4 months to refine inside of him, much to Hanli's disappointment. If he was able to consume a pill every month, he reckoned that in 100 years' time, his purple apex flames could reach the legendary stage of sealing 1,000 kilometers of land in ice. That being said, the purple apex flames currently was no lesser than the peak techniques of the devil and righteous Tao. There didn't seem to be an ability that would able to truly restrain them. As for why Hanli was traveling across the land on this worn carriage, it was because the Jin capital was the mortal capital of the empire. The great Jin cultivation world had an unwritten rule that forbade combat and flying 500 kilometers within the Jin capital, signifying a trace of respect towards the great Jin's imperial government, as cultivators and mortals had a certain degree of codependency in the great Jin. However, nascent soul and even core formation cultivators skilled in evasion techniques would turn a blind eye to this rule. After all, as the only ones patrolling the Jin capital were often vagrant cultivators hired by the great Jin's imperial government, their cultivation usually wouldn't be very high. So long as they didn't discover anybody violating the rules or didn't brazenly fly at low altitudes in plain sight, they often wouldn't raise a problem. Hanli also viewed this rule with disregard, but because he had ample time and wished to finish refining a snow soul pill, he dropped to a small village 100 kilometers away and bought an old horse and cart before leisurely making his way to the capital. Hanli encountered a few low-grade cultivators along the way that were using horseback and carriages to head towards the capital. However, he didn't wish to be disturbed and completely restrained his magic power, making himself appear like an ordinary mortal. As a result, none of these low-grade cultivators had bothered Hanli in the slightest. And because his cart wasn't going particularly fast, he had been passed by at least 10 different caravans. Though Hanli simply minded his own business on the road as he refined a soul snow pill, he frowned when heard a storm of thunderous horse hooves in the distance. With an unchanged expression, he opened his eyes and pulled at the reins in his lap. The old horse obediently pulled over the cart to the side of the road. Hanli lazily turned his head over and saw a cloud of dust surging from behind him. There were banners fluttering within the dust as if in a display of might. As the dust cloud approached him, he could faintly see cavalrymen clad in silver armor within them, each of them with bows hanging on their backs and sabers on their waist. These soldiers appeared rough and weathered, and they were led by a middle-aged man wearing embroidered robes and a long sword at his waist. He carried a large banner at his back with the word "King" boldly written on it. At the middle of the cavalrymen, there were several jade carriages faintly shining with spiritual light, being swiftly pulled by many fine steeds. The carriages didn't appear to be shaking despite the great speed they were traveling at. Magic tools? When Hanli saw the carriages, his eyes turned wide with astonishment. He swept his spiritual sense past them and found all carriages were filled with luggage apart from one that carried the faint aura of cultivators. Although the aura was quite weak, it was quite surprising for common cultivators to mingle amongst these soldiers. He then pulled at his reins and had his cart come to a complete stop, yielding to the group. The army of cavalrymen appeared to number about 400, but when they passed him by, they seemed to shake his cart in a storm of wind produced by their astonishing momentum. Han Li's eyes flickered and noticed that these cavalrymen all carried baleful chi on their body, from fighting presumably. These weren't ordinary city guards, but rather frontier vanguards that would often take part in bloody melees. He heard that the Great Jin were bordered by other unsavory civilizations in the southeast and northwest and that mortal natives would often wage war with them. Only true bloodied soldiers would appear in these chaotic areas. Just as Han Li thought this, the jade carriages passed him by. Someone within one of the carriages happened to catch sight of him from the window's narrow opening and they let out a slight yelp. Han Li seemed surprised by this reaction and he couldn't help but raise his head, catching sight of a pair of eyes that seemed familiar. Just as he wondered who that person was, they had already traveled into the distance. After observing the squad of soldiers that passed him, Han Li grew pensive and eventually shook his head, abandoning his thoughts of searching the carriage with his spiritual sense. The carriage had a few simple isolation restrictions placed on it, and he would be detected by whoever was inside if he attempted to pry. Additionally, they were cultivators only at the chi condensation cultivation. He didn't want to be bothered because of a few low-grade cultivators. After seeing the cavalrymen travel far into the distance, Han Li resumed his journey on the main road. He traveled for 5 kilometers before he arrived at an intersection in the road. A large verdant forest grew at the side of the road and there were a few simple tea shops that were set up next to it. There were many carriages that had stopped here, whose owners entered these simple shops for tea and food. After all, this place was the sole stop before one would arrive inside the Jin capital. Most travelers would stop by for a moment of rest. Han Li's gaze swept around and saw that the silver-armored cavalrymen had dismounted from their horses and were resting at the side of the forest. The several jade carriages had stopped as well, but one of them was opened and empty. As for the silver-robed middle-aged man in charge, he was also absent. Han Li frowned and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the many tea shops nearby. Soon after, he urged his horse to continue on the road. But at that moment, one of the soldiers saw his cart and walked towards him in stride, blocking the cart to Han Li's surprise. The cavalryman saluted him and asked with a neutral tone, "Young sir, are you surnamed Han?" "That's right. My surname is Han. Do you have any business with me?" "Since it truly is young Sir Han, my clan's young mistress would like to have a chat with you over some tea." Recalling the pair of bright eyes he saw earlier from the jade carriage and pondering for a moment, Han Li nodded, "Your clan's young mistress? Oh. All right, I'll go." "Young sir, my clan's young miss is in the tea shop over there. Please follow me." The soldier spoke in a deep voice and beckoned to the side of the forest. Then 2 other soldiers came over and took care of Han Li's cart. A short moment later, Han Li entered the shop and came across 2 women and 1 man. The man was the embroidered-robed middle-aged man he saw from before. He had long facial hair and a calm, powerful demeanor. As for the other 2 young women, they were cultivators at the 7th and 5th layer of chi condensation. The man remained motionless at Han Li's entrance, but when the 2 women saw Han Li enter, they exchanged a glance. The woman with the lesser cultivation bit her lip and then spoke with some joy, "Brother Han, it has been many years since I've seen you. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you again. I will never forget the kindness you showed me with your cultivation guidance." Surprised, Han Li smiled and said, "So it was young Miss Chow. This is truly a coincidence. I hope you didn't take offense at my sudden departure." This woman was the county officer's daughter, Chow Mingrong, who he had met when he entered the Great Jin several years prior. "I'm sure Senior Han had urgent business at the time, so I could hardly blame you." "Ah, that's right, I should introduce you. This is Senior Marshal Sister Wang. She had taken care of me when I was still in my sect. We are nearly as close as blood sisters. And this is Senior Marshal Sister Wang's uncle, a general renowned as the illustrious pillar of the Southern Empire. He has received orders to pay audience to the Emperor. 1. An ancient pill formula that requires equivalently ancient and rare medicine herbs. In Chapter 856, Han Li finds these herbs in a spatial pocket in Devil Fall Valley. They are able to enhance the glacial power of a cultivator's ice techniques, making them colder and more powerful. Han Li gave a respectful nod to Chao Mingrong's senior martial sister, but when he heard of the man's unordinary status, his expression stirred and he said, "The South Pillar General. So you were one of the 8 illustrious generals of the Great Jin. I've been too rude." Although he understood very little of the Great Jin's court, he was well aware of its famous officials. The 8 great generals controlled a majority of the military strength in the empire. Each of them commanded armies numbering in the millions, protecting the cities at the frontier with hardened elites. However, the reason why Han Li knew about these generals wasn't because of any concern for the mortal world, but that 3 of the great generals were relatives of the royal family. As for the rest, they were given assistance from the various superpowers of the cultivation world to acquire their positions. Even the great Jin imperial family couldn't easily go against them. And since the South Pillar General wasn't related to the royal family, it was certain he had a relationship to one of these factions. The general smiled and cupped his hand towards Han Li. "I have heard from Mingrong that Sir Han is a cultivator. As I am but a mere mortal, how could I dare to act superior in front of you?" Of course, Han Li knew he was only being polite. With his identity, he wouldn't find it difficult to attract the service of core formation cultivators but not nascent soul cultivators. Han Li previously revealed to Chao Mingrong that he was only at Qi condensation stage, but this person was quite unordinary to treat a minor cultivator like Han Li with such courtesy. And it was also quite brave of him to make his way to the capital without a high-grade cultivator protecting him. With that in mind, Han Li modestly replied, "I don't dare to be presumptuous. General Wang is being far too polite. Even vagrant cultivators like me have long heard of your military prowess." Young Miss Wang pursed her lips in a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I've heard you've given junior martial sister Chao cultivation guidance for a time. As a result, she managed to raise 2 layers in a few short years. When my master found this out, she repeatedly praised junior martial sister Chao's luck and suggested that Brother Han had likely concealed his true cultivation, as ordinary cultivators absolutely wouldn't be able to produce such inconceivable results. Now that fellow Taoist Han's body is lacking spiritual qi, it clearly shows that you've mastered a qi restraining technique. It appears that my master had guessed correctly." Absorbed in the joy of seeing Han Li again, Chao Mingrong then woke up and examined him to find that his body completely lacked any spiritual qi fluctuations. With an astonished expression she yelped, "So it was like that? Brother Han, your cultivation must be." He smiled and calmly replied, "At the time, I had encountered mishap and received heavy injuries, greatly harming my cultivation as well. I've managed to now restore it to some degree, but I hadn't intended on hiding this from fellow Taoist Chao." It was clear he had no intention of revealing his true cultivation. Young Miss Wang blinked and she carefully examined Han Li. As a result, she wasn't able to sense anything from Han Li's body. Despite her amazement, she sweetly smiled and said, "In that case, it would be more appropriate to call fellow Taoist Han a senior. I hope senior won't take offense at how junior martial sister Chao treated you like an equal in the past." "Me a senior?" Han Li shook his head. "I am only a vagrant cultivator in the Great Jin and I don't care for titles. As I am indebted to fellow Taoist Chao, it is fine for her to treat me as an equal." When Chao Mingrong heard this, her expression wavered and then she blushed as she silently accepted Han Li's words. She simply quietly sat at the side and listened to them talk. When her gaze occasionally swept past Han Li's face, she would quickly turn her eyes away as if trying to hide her actions. Young Miss Wang saw this with bright eyes and found her actions to be quite funny. When she spoke with her junior martial sister Chao on the way, she faintly realized that her junior martial sister had a feeling of affection for the person in front of her. Whenever she mentioned this person, she would faintly blush as if he was often on her mind. This gave young Miss Wang the impression that fellow Taoist Han was a handsome and confident youth, as her junior martial sister wouldn't treat her martial brothers with any particular emotion. But now that she saw Han Li in person, she couldn't help but shake her head. This vagrant cultivator was neither the handsome or confident youth that she had imagined. The only redeeming factor of his appearance was his taller-than-average height. Additionally, he was most likely a foundation establishment cultivator and should have a far greater lifespan than her junior martial sister, who had little hope of cultivating past Qi condensation stage. They truly weren't a good match. As young Miss Wang secretly thought this, she began to consider whether or not she should do anything to sabotage this potential relationship. From her point of view, Han Li's cultivation was only slightly high. As the niece of the South Pillar General, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to have Han Li change his mind. If he truly refused, she could simply make a request to the 2 core formation cultivators in her estate's hire and have him obediently go away. So it was like that. In the past, heaven and earth and yin and yang were undergoing vast changes and created unstable spatial tiers, allowing demons and devils to entering our world from others. This is the first time I've heard of such a theory. The 2 core formation cultivators under my estate have never mentioned this to me. Brother Han is truly knowledgeable and has expanded my perspective. However, there is still something I don't understand. Ancient legends spoke of an immortal mountain by the name Kunwu, where a celestial immortal resided. It is said. General Wang still spoke with excitement. After Han Li answered a question, General Wang was about to ask another when a dragon's cry sounded out from Han Li's body. Although it wasn't very loud, everyone in the room could clearly hear it and they turned to look at him in surprise. Han Li's expression vastly changed and his body flickered with blue light before disappearing out of sight. The 2 women quickly looked around in surprise and discovered that Han Li had appeared outside, much to their shock. He was looking towards the sky with a grave expression. Has something happened, fellow Taoist Han? Could it be you have a magic treasure in your body? Are you a core formation cultivator? Young Miss Wang asked with an astonished expression. As for Chao Mingrong, she was firmly grabbing into a scarf and her complexion paled as she silently looked at him. Han Li quickly regained his calm and then turned to the other 3. It's nothing, I merely sensed an old friend of mine fly past us. Unfortunately, he flew by too quickly and I can no longer chase him. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself in front of you. And yes, the sound was indeed caused by a flying sword I keep in my body. As my circumstances have changed, I can no longer travel together with you since I have urgent business to attend to. I will be taking my leave. He saluted them and spoke with a regretful tone. Then without another word, he stomped down on his foot and launched himself into the air as a streak of azure light. When the other tea shop patrons nearby saw what had happened, they quickly knelt down on the ground in the panic and began to loudly shout. An immortal. A great immortal had flown past us. They had flown near us. For a time, an uproar spread throughout the tea shops nearby. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li arrived on top of a small mountain. He looked at the huge city in the distance and saw carriages and pedestrians busily making their way through the gate. As Han Li continued to watch with a gloomy expression, Monarch Soul Divergence's voice sounded from in his mind, "Leave it be, you've already gained something now that you know the Elder Devil is in the Great Gene. You will eventually have a chance to reclaim your flying swords, but now is not the time. You still haven't fully recovered your cultivation and the Tri-Flame fan still hasn't been refined. The Elder Devil may have been inflicted with grave wounds in the past, but it should have been able to also make a full recovery by absorbing the souls and cores of others. If you were to face it now, your odds of victory aren't very high." Senior is right. If I were to chase it now, I only have a 1 in 10 chance of defeating the Elder Devil. It is truly too powerful. Previously, I was a bit too hasty since I wanted to retrieve my sword so that I would regain the ability to use the Orate Sword formation. It seems I'll have to wait until you complete your puppet body and after I refine the Tri-Flame fan. However, the devil appeared to have urgent business at hand since he was flying at such a great speed that he hadn't discovered me. As for the 2 bamboo clouds worm swords in his possession, he wasn't able to subject them to his control and is reluctant to let them go despite this. Since the primary material of their creation is myriad-year golden lightning bamboo and they were tempered with both refined crystal and auric essence, the 2 swords are incredibly valuable magic treasures. If he wished to destroy the swords, he would need to waste a great amount of strength and slowly destroy it with devil flame. There is no way the devil would do something wasteful and fruitless. Finished speaking, Han Li faintly smiled. That's also correct. But with that said, if you were to wholeheartedly hone your flying swords for another 400 years, the power of your sword formation would reach a fearsome stage. It may reach a level of power no lesser than a divine spirit treasure. Monarch Soul Divergence sighed and spoke with a tone of admiration. During his peak, he never had the opportunity to create a magic treasure using such precious materials. Han Li wryly chuckled and said, "Perhaps, but I have no intention of spending nearly half of my lifespan to honing my magic treasures." Hee, your shrewdness is comparable to mine. If I were half as careful as you were in the past, I might have been able to enter deity transformation stage. As for the reason the elder devil appeared in the gene capital, it most likely has to do with the trade meet. Youngster Han, you must be careful to avoid having the devil recognize you. Many thanks for your concern, Senior. I will be careful. I originally planned on drawing on the support of the South Pillar General's estate to understand the particulars of the trade meet, but it seems I'll have to investigate for myself. If I remember correctly, there is a restaurant in the Gene capital that belonged to the Feng clan. I'll first take a look there and save myself the risk of being noticed by someone perceptive at an inn. After Han Li muttered those words, he stepped off the mountain and directly made his way to the huge city in the distance. Although the Gene capital was said to be unrivaled in majesty and was incomparable in scope by mortals and low-grade cultivators, in Han Li's eyes, it was actually a few grades inferior compared to the scattered Star Sea's Heavenly Star City, the greatest city he had seen in his lifetime. However, the Gene capital did have a few aspects that were unique. Apart from the outermost wall of the city, there were 15-meter-tall 6-layered walls constructed every half-kilometer interval away from the city. They left the restaurant from the rear entrance where a two-wheel cart was waiting for them. A hunchbacked old man was sitting at the front. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw the white-haired coachman and said, "You are quite accommodating to have prepared a cart. But didn't I say to keep this matter quiet? What's going on with this person?" "Young master, this is old man Wu," shopkeeper Feng respectfully replied. "He is quite sensible, but he can hardly hear anything, so there is no fear of him spreading rumors. And since the residence I mentioned is far away, it would be better to take a horse." "So it was like that. That's fine." Han Li frowned and pondered for a moment before climbing on the cart. Shopkeeper Feng also climbed on and the old coachman shook the horse's reins without the need for any orders. They then slowly set off. Han Li sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. As for shopkeeper Feng, he sat in the corner of the cart and kept silent with a lowered head. They passed through many different roads and changed direction to head to another district. 2 hours later, the cart stopped at a remote courtyard. There were no other residences, causing the region to appear quite desolate. Han Li and shopkeeper Feng then descended from the cart. With a smile, the shopkeeper led the way and pushed open the gate. "This is it, young master. I will go in first and tidy up one of the rooms for you." But at that moment, Han Li suddenly said, "You plan on heading in first to escape the restriction and then have the three inside capture me?" Shopkeeper Feng was greatly alarmed and without another thought, he pushed open the gate and was about to run inside, but a strange red thread suddenly made an appearance behind his head. Then, his body was set aflame and instantly turned to ash. When the hunchbacked old man on the cart saw this, he shouted, "Attack!" With a wave of his hand, the old man launched a green flying saber towards Han Li. At that same moment, a yellow mist suddenly filled the empty courtyard, and a black pitchfork and 2 scarlet halberds shot towards Han Li. Han Li sneered at the sight and waved his sleeve, releasing an azure mist. The saber flew into the mist only to be captured and drawn into his sleeve. As for the other 3 magic tools flying towards them, he casually waved his arm at them and another mist of light appeared from his hand, capturing them all at lightning speed. In a single moment, all of their weapons were completely restricted. Loud frightened shouts came out from the yellow mist and the old man's complexion turned pale. They all realized what Han Li's vast display of strength had signified. Without another thought, the old man released a faint red talisman from his hand and bit down on his tongue to release blood essence onto it, dissolving into a cloud of sanguine around the old man before flying over 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. The cultivators in the mist weren't slow to react either. 3 streaks of varying colored light flew out and scattered in different directions. Han Li's expression sank when he saw their attempt to escape, and proceeded to flick his fingers at the 3 cultivators who had emerged from the yellow mist. They were only able to fly 10 meters away before being engulfed by sword chi. Miserable screams sounded out, followed by a shower of blood raining from the air. Terrified, the hunchbacked old man that escaped in the blood cloud immediately poured the entirety of his spiritual power into the cloud, hoping to reach the street 100 meters away. He didn't actually think he would be able to escape, but if he managed to escape in an area filled with morals and cause Han Li to hesitate, buying him precious time. However, Han Li simply stood in place with a sneer and pointed at the blood cloud. The red thread that had just killed shopkeeper Feng a moment ago suddenly appeared behind the cloud and pierced through it in a flash of crimson light. An anguished wail sounded out and the blood cloud scattered. The hunchbacked old man then fell from the sky and was caught by a large hand of azure light. It had thrown away the 3 magic tools previously in its grasp, bringing only the old man back to Hanli. As for the red thread, it completely disappeared without a trace before making a reappearance at his side. Hanli held out his hand and the thread slowly fell into his palm to reveal its true form as an inch-long flying needle. It was translucent and crystalline with red light pulsing from its surface. He looked at the needle with a satisfied expression. Quite a bit of effort went in to refine the crystallized demon core into this flying needle. Its great might, speed, and stealth were all to his satisfaction. And with a bit more tempering he could increase its power by another stage. With a flip of his hand, the needle was absorbed into his body. Emotionlessly, he raised his head to look at the hunchbacked old man grasped in the hand of light. The old man's complexion had now turned completely pale in part due to the new hole in his abdomen. When he saw Hanli looking at him, the old man forced a smile out of fear and spoke with a flattering tone. "This is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Since Senior possesses such vast abilities, we certainly found the wrong person. Yes, Senior must certainly be a magnanimous person and mustn't lower himself to this foolish junior's level. I am a mere member of the Guanings Kong clan. Please, if you have any questions, I will be sure to answer them all." Knowing that his situation was dire, he hastily rambled in hope of somehow persuading Hanli to spare him. However, Hanli stuck a talisman onto the old man's body and he suddenly ceased begging for his life as his eyes became spiritless. "So troublesome, I only wish to know a few things so I didn't have to worry," he muttered softly and then summoned all of the magic tools on the ground into his hand before heading inside the courtyard, followed by the large azure hand tightly grabbing the old man. The courtyard had a very simple smokescreen restriction placed down inside of it. Hanli paid it no regard and with a wave of his hand, he struck it with magic seals and shattered it. Afterwards he brought the old man into one of the rooms. After the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli struck the old man and turned him to ash, having him pass away from the world while he was unconscious. Then he sat down in a wooden chair, and began to mull over his thoughts as he held his chin in hand. Without having to worry about preserving the soul, he used the dream tear technique to scour everything the old man knew. He was a Foundation establishment attendant of the Kong clan that was in charge of their affairs in the Gene capital. This person was actually quite competent. He was able to find shopkeeper Feng 2 years ago and threatened him into paying allegiance to the Kong clan. After all, how could a mortal dare to oppose a cultivator? When Hanli used Feng Yu's jade pendant to contact shopkeeper Feng, he had informed the Kong clan members in turn, hoping to acquire merit with them. As a result, the old man rejoiced at the appearance of the long-lost young master of the Feng clan and didn't dare to release this opportunity. He set up a trap and personally set off to deliver the supposed Feng Yu to an ambush. But when Hanli left the restaurant, he was able to see through the old man's poor concealment techniques at a glance and asked shopkeeper Feng a knowing question. Unfortunately, there were too many mortals nearby and he couldn't directly take action. As such, he decided to follow them and later investigate the matter. Eventually, he was led into an ambush of Foundation establishment cultivators, each of them posing as much of a threat to him as an ant. He had an idea this was going to happen. Even if core formation cultivators laid an ambush for him, it would still prove to be a laughable matter. As Hanli scoured through the old man's soul, he made an astonishing discovery. After the 3 noble clans of Guaning concluded their joint trade fair, it was discovered that the Kong clan ancestor had his soul devoured and that his corpse was possessed by a devil. As a result, the other 2 clans joined together to request assistance from the sects backing them, leading to the possessed ancestor being struck down. With this, the Kong clan suffered a massive drop in strength, turning from the strongest to the weakest clan in the region. This had also foiled the plan of King Glorious Blaze, who was hidden deep into the Snowmound mountain range. Furious, he directly raised his tomb and released several thousands of Foundation establishment-grade undead soldiers, brazenly forming an underworld ghost formation to destroy all human life in the mountains. The high-grade cultivators backing the 3 clans had a massive battle against the 3 corpses of the ancient tomb. Many of the refined corpses and low-grade disciples had perished, with the disciples' souls consumed by the ghost formation. As for the nascent soul-grade cultivators, they found themselves at a massive disadvantage as they fought against the tomb's 3 corpses inside of the underworld ghost formation, with one of these cultivators even suffering heavy injuries out of negligence. After the battle, cultivators of the 3 clans were trapped on the mountain where the grand auction had been held by the ghost formation, which spanned 50 kilometers around them. They could only rely on the grand formations that were previously established on the mountain to survive with much difficulty. In truth, These nascent soul cultivators had heavily injured King Glorious Blaze in their ambush and had underestimated him as a result. They had believed that since he had been crippled, he should have been easy to deal with. But they hadn't known that King Glorious Blaze had the strength equivalent to a late nascent soul cultivator with the support of his tomb, and with the addition to 2 other early nascent soul-grade corpses, the mortal cultivators became completely overwhelmed in terms of might. Had things continued, the cultivators would have been wiped out, but such bold movements over the span of the month had eventually alerted a late nascent soul cultivator of a nearby Taoist sect. In a display of amazing strength, this eccentric scared the 3 corpses back into the depths of the Snowmound Mountains. The late nascent soul cultivator showed no intention of pursuing the corpses after forcing them to retreat. And after the 3 clans were rescued, they didn't dare to remain in the vicinity and withdrew from the mountain range, giving the corpse monarch free reign over the land and an opportunity for him to rise again with greater strength. However, King Glorious Blaze and the other 2 corpses were also fearful towards the late nascent soul cultivator and didn't dare to rashly emerge from the depths of the mountain. Naturally, Hanli understood the old man only knew a portion of the truth, but he was able to draw a connection with the heavily injured King Glorious Blaze he had seen. After coming up with his own conclusions, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This King Glorious Blaze was a rather fearsome character. He was already heavily injured when he fought against Master Wildzan, but only needed a short while to recover before raising a large-scale assault against the nearby cultivators. But as someone who consumed countless medicines, Hanli clearly knew that it was impossible to fully recover one's vitality from such grave injuries so quickly no matter what medicine they took. Hanli had yet to fully recover his peak cultivation, for example, despite the number of medicines at his disposal. As such, the only possibility of King Glorious Blaze's sudden recovery in strength was that his techniques as a myriad-year corpse monarch were immensely powerful to begin with, or his techniques had a unique property allowing for a miraculous recovery. As Hanli pondered about the abilities of the corpse monarch, he recalled the heavenly corpse pearl he set aside within his body. He drew much support from the pearl's powerful effects to cultivate the bright jade arts. He was even unsure whether he would have been able to cultivate the technique to the 2nd layer solely with the Vajra relic. The effectiveness of the pearl was perhaps the reason why King Glorious Blaze was able to recover his strength at miraculous speed. Hanli calmly pondered the matter for a moment more before tossing it to the back of his mind, setting his thoughts on making future plans in the Gene capital. Needless to say, he wouldn't be able to stay at this courtyard for long. Someone would likely come to investigate the disappearance of shopkeeper Feng, which would be quite troublesome. It would be better for him to rent a room at a monastery or temple for a time, as it would be much quieter than an inn. Additionally, he would need to pay a visit to the cultivator markets in the Gene capital to investigate the details of the upcoming great auction. Having made certain of his plans, he departed from the residence, leaving no trace of him behind. After some time, Hanli found a small, unremarkable monastery inside the city. The Taoist priest at the monastery was a mortal that completely lacked magic power. Hanli was quite satisfied with the location and gave some silver as alms to the priest, having decided to reside there for the time being. Following the arrival of the next morning, he left the monastery and discovered an academy with the presence of a cultivator. Since the academy opened in the Gene capital, it couldn't be considered to be small and was certain to have some backing. It was likely associated with a Confucian sect. However, Hanli didn't seem to care about this. After he snuck inside, he approached an elderly Confucian scholar and released the immense aura of his nascent soul stage cultivation. When the old scholar sensed this, he felt the entirety of the magic power in his body freeze. Realizing Hanli's vast cultivation, he took a half-step forward with a calm expression and saluted him. "Your presence honors the academy, senior. Is there anything I may help you with?" Hanli smiled and leisurely said, "You are quite tactful. I've sought you out for a few minor matters. Could you tell me about the markets in the Gene capital and a few things about the upcoming auction? You should know quite a bit considering you're a native cultivator." When the old scholar heard this, he promptly replied, "The location of the markets won't be a problem. I will immediately make a map for you. However, I don't know much about the auction. Is there anything specific senior would like to know?" As he spoke, he took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and began to inscribe the locations of the nearby markets onto it. Hanli's smile faded away and he calmly said, "I'd like to know about the date and location of the auction as well as any particularly rare materials that will appear." With a sincere tone, the old scholar answered, "The time and place won't be a problem. In 9 days, the auction will take place in the Western Market's Treasure Shine Pavilion. There will be 2 separate auctions for core formation and nascent soul cultivators held at different times. While nascent soul stage cultivators may participate in the core formation grade auction, core formation cultivators may not do the same. But I'm afraid I cannot answer what materials will be up for bid. The auction is far too great in scope as it is being hosted by many great clans. How could an outsider know what will be up for bid? But according to past auctions, there should be over 100 incredibly rare items. Additionally, a few seniors may also put up a few of their own rare items up for bid, extending the duration of the auction for up to a week. Hanli lowered his head and muttered, "So it was like that. The Treasure Shine Pavilion. Senior, I've already finished making the jade slip. Please take care of it." The old scholar then offered the jade slip with both hands. Hanli took it without another word and gave a cursory sweep of it with his spiritual sense before nodding with satisfaction. "Very good. And you'd better keep quiet about seeing me. Otherwise." After letting out a sinister chuckle, Hanli glowed with azure light before suddenly disappearing without a trace. The old scholar widened his eyes and fell into the chair as he sank into deep contemplation. After a long while, he swept his spiritual sense past the room and discovered that there was no one else there. He then let out a long sigh and wryly smiled. After Hanli left the academy, he looked through the white jade slip and made his way to the West Jin Market. This market was located in a remote street in the western portion of the Jin capital and was hidden by a superior concealment spell formation. When Hanli arrived at the entrance, he easily walked through the hidden restrictions and arrived at a desolate street. Of course, it was only perceived as a desolate street by mortals. As for Hanli, he saw several hundreds of cultivators at the very least that were entering and leaving a few stores on the street. Hanli didn't sweep his spiritual sense through the street. As the auction was close at hand, there were certain to be nascent soul stage cultivators overseeing the market. Organizing such a large auction wasn't a laid-back affair after all. With that in mind, he slowly walked down the street and swept his gaze to either side. The West Jin Market was clearly different from what he saw in the southern portion of the Jin capital. The buildings inside consisted of 2 or 3 stories as if in a display of wealth. It seems like all the powerful businesses of the great Jin cultivation world established a storefront in the capital to display themselves. In that case, Hanli had no need to carefully choose which ones to browse. He promptly brought out a list of materials and began to ask about them at each of the stores. Of course, all the materials that he had yet to acquire were all incredibly rare. In fact, Hanli didn't have high hopes of easily finding Theses materials and was only doing this in passing. He actually had different business to attend to in the market. Participating in the auction would certainly take up a large number of spirit stones. While Hanli originally possessed a great number of spirit stones, after he purchased a good number of materials as the masked cultivator, he had spent away most of them. Now that a large-scale auction appeared before him, he found himself short on spirit stones. Hanli had planned on finding a large shop to sell a few rare materials for spirit stones as he would receive the most spirit stones from a wealthy store. At that moment he arrived in front of a 3-story building and narrowed his eyes. The store was clearly much larger than its neighbors and it was receiving quite a few visitors. Hanli then caught sight of the large sign that hung on its gates, writing the words Hidden Fortune Pavilion, in large golden characters. It was the store that was known for its hidden fortunate rooms. He hesitated for a moment before walking inside. The first floor of the building was quite spacious and was over 100 meters wide. There were 60 handsome chi condensation servants that were welcoming guests and introducing a few of their wares to potential customers. When Hanli entered, a young servant walked up to him with a smile and was about to greet him. But then, a white-robed middle-aged man sitting at a corner of the room had taken notice of Hanli's cultivation. He immediately placed down the cup of tea he was drinking and hastily shouted, "Step down, I will be taking care of this senior." Afterwards, the middle-aged man tidied his clothes and saluted Hanli respectfully saying, "We are honored to have senior at our Hidden Fortune Pavilion. Since the first floor won't have anything that will interest you, would you like to follow me to the 3rd floor?" When Hanli heard about the conditions to acquire the Thunder Spirit Crystal, he rubbed his chin and asked, "An exchange? I actually have a few materials on hand that could be traded for it." When the white-robed middle-aged man heard Hanli, he handed over a jade slip that was previously prepared. "The materials and medicine pills that the crystal's owner wants in exchange are in here. Although it might be more common than some of the materials that Senior wishes to collect, it's still difficult to find in this world. Otherwise, the Thunder Spirit Crystal would have already been exchanged, as it's an ideal material for creating lightning attribute magic treasures. Han Li took the jade slip and immersed his spiritual sense into it without another thought. The middle-aged man carefully examined Han Li's expression, hoping to see through some of his thoughts, but his expression hadn't betrayed the slightest change or emotion. Rather, his calm demeanor disappointed the shopkeeper and even caused him to feel apprehensive. Just where did this Senior Han come from? Not only is his appearance young, but the materials he's looking for are incredibly rare. Although there are many nascent soul cultivators with young appearances, most of them are female, and this man doesn't particularly appear to care about his clothes and appearance. Could he be a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator? Although the middle-aged shopkeeper could sense that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator, he wasn't able to determine his precise cultivation. He could only determine that his presence was stronger than that of other early nascent soul cultivators he met before. As a result, he was attending to Han Li personally with great care. With the powers backing the Hidden Fortune Pavilion, he didn't need to treat ordinary nascent soul cultivators with excessive effort. A moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and handed it back over. He then said, "I do have a few items that this fellow Taoist needs. However, I'll need to see the Thunder Spirit Crystal before making the exchange. If the quality of the crystal is too lacking, I will not trade for it." With some thought, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "Of course, so how about this? Since this is a high-value trade, I will send a sound transmission talisman to Senior Fu, the owner of the Thunder Spirit Crystal, and you will be able to conduct the trade in person. He is currently residing nearby this market." After pondering a bit as well, Han Li said, "All right, I also wish to meet this fellow Taoist Fu. The more of these crystals I can acquire, the better. I also want to see whether he has more on hand." He thought that since this old man Fu was able to acquire such a rare material, it was possible that he had other of these materials on hand. "In that case, I will go and send the message. Please wait for a moment, Senior Han. Senior Fu will arrive soon." The shopkeeper gave a salute and promptly left. Then Han Li finally decided to turn his attention to the tea on the table. He took a sip and found that its taste was quite unordinary. Soon the shopkeeper returned. Han Li then turned his attention to him and asked, "Does your store produce hidden fortune rooms in abundance? I've heard that your pavilion creates high-grade hidden fortune rooms, allowing one to carry miniaturized cave residences on one's palm, and that these rooms are attached with a few formidable restrictions. Is this true?" The shopkeeper chuckled and explained, "Hidden fortune rooms are indeed our specialty, but what Senior had described are the highest-grade hidden fortune rooms known as hidden fortune mansions. Since these mansions are refined from uncommon materials, few of them are ever produced. We have some in storage that aren't being sold, and all those we put on sale are all gone." Surprised by what he heard, Han Li asked, "Why aren't they being sold? Didn't your pavilion refine them for that purpose?" The middle-aged man explained with a trace of embarrassment, "I won't conceal this from Senior. The remaining hidden fortune mansions are of unrivaled quality. Be it their size or attached restrictions, they far exceed the ones that we had put for sale. As such, it was decided that they would be retained for the purpose of being traded for rare materials." With great interest, Han Li curled his lip and said, "That is quite surprising. If these hidden fortune mansions are as marvelous as you say, I might want to purchase one. Could you take them out and let me have a look?" With roused spirits, the shopkeeper hastily said, "Take them out? Senior must be joking. I am only a mere steward of this store, and I do not have the authority to use the treasure. It may only be taken out with Elder Wang's permission. Furthermore, we only keep one of them here at our main branch, and it is our pavilion's pride. The other mansions are located at our other branches. However, this hidden fortune mansion was personally created by our tool refinement grandmaster Hua Yunzi and should be ranked amongst the very best of its kind. Solely based on the restrictions attached to it, it is equivalent to a high-grade ancient treasure. If Senior is truly interested, I can immediately lead you to a hidden room and Senior Han can continue the discussion with Elder Wang there. The materials needed to exchange for the room are also something that only he will know." From Han Li's bold tone, it appeared that he was truly interested. If this deal went through, then the shopkeeper's position in the Hidden Fortune Pavilion would sharply rise. "So it's like that, but I'll have—" Just as Han Li spoke, his expression made a sudden change. The shopkeeper was shocked and hadn't realized what was going on. An old man's voice bellowed from below, "Youngster Zhao, is there truly someone that wishes to make a trade?" I was in a crucial moment of my cultivation and cut it short to rush over here. Although his voice was aged, it was very clear and contained strength. Heavy thumping footsteps followed after he spoke. The shopkeeper hastily stood up and respectfully replied, "It is true, of course. I wouldn't dare to deceive you." A blur appeared at the third floor to reveal a towering and bulky silhouette. Hanley narrowed his eyes and looked at who had just arrived. He was a large black-robed old man with dark red skin. The astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from his body revealed him to be a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Hanley unconsciously frowned in surprise. When the red-faced old man heard the shopkeeper, he turned to look at Hanley with a trace of astonishment, noticing both cultivation and young appearance. He then walked forward with wide steps and heartily laughed. "So this must be the fellow Taoist Han that you mentioned. Since he possessed something I wanted, he can't be an ordinary cultivator." Hanley stood up and saluted him with a smile. "Not at all. Fellow Taoist Fu's cultivation has me in admiration of him. What is there to admire? I've only managed this far with age." The two cultivators then took a seat across from each other and old man Fu eagerly said, "I'll get to the point. Could you tell me the items that you have for me?" Hanley smiled and calmly said, "A scarlet essence mushroom. It is over 1,000 years of maturity." This wasn't the same 3,000-year mushroom he traded for in the heavenly south. He had used one of its spores to nurture a new mushroom to 1,000 years of maturity. A scarlet essence mushroom? Old man Fu's expression lit up. "If it is truly 1,000 years old, then I will exchange it for my Thunder Spirit crystal. Can fellow Taoist let me take a look?" "Of course. I'll take it out right now, but can you let me look at the crystal as well?" I've been too eager." "Of course you can." Old man Fu turned to the shopkeeper and commanded, "Shopkeeper Zhao, take out the crystal for fellow Taoist Han." "Yes, senior." The shopkeeper acknowledged the order and left the hall. The red-faced old man examined Hanley and curiously asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, your appearance is quite unfamiliar, but your cultivation has already reached mid-nascent soul stage. Where have you come from? Have you always remained in bitter cultivation and rarely made contact with other cultivators? Why else would I have no impression of you despite your impressive spiritual power?" Hanley smiled in response to the old man's curiosity and replied with a prepared answer, "It is no surprise you wouldn't know of me. I've cultivated on a small island overseas. I rarely set foot on the Great Jin mainland." Old man Fu paused in surprise and understandingly said, "So you were an overseas cultivator. I truly respect you. I've long heard of overseas cultivators possessing many wondrous abilities, and that they cultivate a school of techniques different from cultivators of the mainland. I hope to exchange cultivation experiences with you. However, it appears fellow Taoist has traveled a very long distance to the Jin capital for the auction that will soon take place. As there were countless lands beyond the seas, it was no surprise that there were nascent soul cultivators who weren't well known." The old man had mostly accepted it as truth. After they chatted for a moment more, footsteps came from outside the hall and a bright voice said, "Why haven't I been informed of Brother Fu's arrival at our Hidden Fortune Pavilion? And we have our guest fellow Taoist Han as well. I should have been there to personally welcome you." With that, a pale silver-robed cultivator entered the hall. When old man Fu saw the silver-robed cultivator, he called out to him with a familiar tone, "He, Brother Wang rarely makes an appearance. I believe that you were still cultivating the turtle spirit arts in seclusion. How could I dare to disturb your cultivation? I had no choice but to stop cultivating the turtle spirit arts at the 7th layer. I reckon that I'll never reach mid-nascent soul stage in my lifetime. However, I have heard from shopkeeper Zhao that a fellow Taoist with mid-nascent soul cultivation had arrived, and that he wishes to purchase the hidden fortune mansion that we've kept in our possession for hundreds of years. With Brother Fu honoring our establishment with your presence as well, how could I not come and make an appearance?" The silver-robed cultivator then turned to look at Hanley and saluted him with a smile. When Hanley heard their conversation, he knew this middle-aged silver-robed man was the elder Wang that the shopkeeper had mentioned. He swept his spiritual sense past him to find that he was an early nascent soul cultivator, with a pale complexion that appeared to be caused by a particular aspect of a technique. Hanley smiled and returned elder Wang's salute. "Brother Wang is being too polite. I've long heard of the grand reputation of your Hidden Fortune Pavilion and decided to pay a visit." When old man Fu heard this, he spoke with surprise, "Fellow Taoist Han wishes to trade for a Hidden Fortune mansion? As expected of a cultivator from beyond the sea, you are truly magnanimous. It seems the rumors of many treasures across the sea are true. Fellow Taoists must be joking. There are few rare materials overseas, but it can't be compared to the rich land of the Jin Empire. Han Li's words didn't convince the two nascent soul cultivators, but they didn't bother to further pursue the topic of lands overseas. Else, if a high-grade cultivator like Han Li mistakenly believed them to be prying, it would be no laughing matter. At that moment, shopkeeper Zhao appeared behind the silver-robed cultivator. He placed two jade boxes in front of Han Li, one larger and the other smaller, and tactfully moved to the side. Since Elder Wang had made an appearance, there was no further need for him to speak. Elder Wang gestured at the larger of the two boxes and courteously said, "Since fellow Taoist Han is so interested in our pavilion's hidden fortune mansion, I've had the item brought here together with fellow Taoist Fu's Thunder Spirit Crystal. You may take a look at whichever you want." Old Man Fu grinned and hastily said, "Brother Wang, you will have plenty of time to discuss the hidden fortune mansion with fellow Taoist Han. However, I would like to finish our business first." Elder Wang wore a yielding smile and said, "That will be fine, Brother Fu did arrive first. I didn't know that you were in such a hurry. I am also quite interested in what fellow Taoist Han will use to trade for the Thunder Spirit Crystal." Han Li smiled as well when he heard this and slapped his storage pouch to summon a palm-sized green wooden box into his hand. It was sealed with a golden and a silver talisman. When Old Man Fu saw the wood box, his expression wavered. Han Li then placed the wooden box on the table and silently pushed it toward Old Man Fu. He took the box with excitement and brushed his sleeve towards the table, having the smaller of the two jade boxes move towards Han Li in turn. Han Li took the box into his hand with a pleased expression and then opened it to reveal a dazzling silver-white light. Blue light flickered from his eyes, immediately allowing him to clearly see the item producing the light, a fist-sized silver-white stone. After examining it for a long while, he extended his finger towards it. A thread of azure light faintly shined from his finger, and with a shake of his wrist, the thread of light stabbed at the stone. When the light touched the rock, thunder rang out. Then, several thin arcs of lightning leaped out of the box and blocked the light. Han Li sighed and raised his head. With a slightly disappointed voice he said, "Yes, this is indeed Thunder Spirit Crystal. It is a pity that its quality is only ordinary, but I'll have to make do. One of high quality isn't easily acquired. This piece of Thunder Spirit Crystal is only something that I barely managed to acquire with all my strength after discovering it in the stomach of a rare lightning attribute spirit beast." At that moment, Old Man Fu finished examining the scarlet essence mushroom and appeared quite pleased with it. Han Li calmly countered, "However, my scarlet essence mushroom is completely pure, and is undoubtedly a top-grade medicinal plant." Although he wasn't about to let go of the Thunder Spirit Crystal, he also wasn't going to agree to an unfavorable trade. With complete openness the old man agreed, "That is also right. With sole regards in price, my Thunder Spirit Crystal is inferior to your high-quality scarlet essence mushroom. How about I give you 30,000 spirit stones to make up for it?" "No need to be so hasty, fellow Taoist Fu." Han Li chuckled and placed the Thunder Spirit Crystal back on the table. Then he took out a jade slip and passed it over to Old Man Fu. "How about you first take a look at this list? Perhaps you might have one of them or have information of one of them. If I can somehow acquire these materials, there is no need to give me spirit stones." "Fellow Taoist Han has other materials he needs?" Old Man Fu wore an expression of surprise and quickly took a look through the jade slip. At that moment, Elder Wang was looking at the mushroom in the old man's hands and his eyes flickered as his mind wandered. Soon the old man finished looking through the jade slip and he gave Han Li an odd glance. He hesitated for a moment and then decisively said, "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. These materials are far too rare and I have none of them on hand. However, I can point you to a place where you might be able to find some of them." Han Li blinked and wore a mysterious smile. "Does fellow Taoist intend to point me in the direction of the coming auction?" Old Man Fu heartily laughed and said, "While the grand auction will be selling unordinary materials, it will be very unlikely that they will have items as rare as the ones you desire. After all, cultivators possessing items as rare as these would rather trade for them." Han Li's spirits were roused when he heard this and he quickly asked, "From your tone, it seems you mean to say there is a secret gathering of sorts?" Old Man Fu wore an odd expression and then began to speak to Han Li through voice transmissions. "Fellow Taoist Han is truly a sensible person, but it isn't a secret meeting. When the decade auction takes place in the Jin capital, it is only natural for other gatherings to form around it. There are two main gatherings: the open trade fair held by righteous Tao sects in the markets that everyone knows about, and a secret underground trade fair conducted by the devil Tao. The items there often won't be purchased with spirit stones but with an exchange of items. But because there are so many rare items sold, the cultivation world had decreed a ban on it, and only those with knowledge of the cultivation world's underground know of it. This would be quite inconvenient for you as a foreign cultivator. But as part of the deal, I can give you a referral to this trade fair. Surely you'll have much to profit from it. With that said, the old man gave Hanli a solemn stare as he waited for his reply. Hanli frowned in thought and then said, "So it was like that. Then I must ask if these trade fairs will take place at the same time. Although I primarily wish to attend the underground trade fair, I don't want to miss the open one either." "It's simple," Old Man Fu replied. "Although both are convened at the same time, the rarest materials in the underground trade meet are deliberately displayed after the grand auction is concluded. Surely the common materials will be beneath your notice. You won't have to worry about missing them." Without much further thought, Hanli quickly came to a decision and said, "Since that's the case, I'll do as you suggest. I am greatly interested in this underground trade fair." Old Man Fu rejoiced at the opportunity of saving tens of thousands of spirit stones. "Good, I see that fellow Taoist Han is also a straightforward person. On the grand auction's last day, meet me outside the Hidden Fortune Pavilion." At that moment they were no longer speaking through voice transmissions. As for Elder Wang, who was standing at the side, his heart stirred but he managed to wear a beaming smile. With the Thunderstone Crystal and Scarlet Essence Mushroom exchanged, Elder Wang smiled and politely said, "Congratulations on reaching a deal. Fellow Taoist Han, would you like to now look at my pavilion's Hidden Fortune Mansion? However, it will be far beyond the price of a single 1,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom." Hanli smiled and casually said, "So long as it is to my satisfaction, the price will be no matter." Elder Wang's smile grew wider upon hearing his bold tone. "Since fellow Taoist said this, I am convinced you are a foreign cultivator. It should be no problem to take out the Hidden Fortune Mansion for you. Please follow me to a spatial pocket that my pavilion refined. I'll show you the Hidden Fortune Mansion in its entirety." Han Li's heart stirred and he couldn't hide his astonishment. A spatial pocket? What, fellow Taoist hadn't heard of a sanctuary pocket? Elder Wang patted his hand and then said, I forgot. These secret techniques to produce spatial pockets had only been researched in the Great Gene 1,000 years ago. Since you're a foreigner, it is no wonder you wouldn't know of them. You can refine spatial tears into spatial pockets? How did this nature-defying technique come to be? Han Li's expression contorted in shocking disbelief. Techniques that affected space were all heaven-breaking and beyond profound. That being said, the most common magic tool and the most commonly seen use of spatial techniques were actually storage pouches. The higher grade the storage pouch, the more items it would be able to hold, but no matter the quality, it would never be truly considered a spatial pocket. There are many cultivators that believe that high-grade spatial techniques didn't exist in the mortal world and only those from higher realms have the abilities to perform such profound techniques. This belief was commonly held by cultivators of the heavenly south. As a result, Han Li was deeply shocked to hear Elder Wang mention that a technique to refine spatial tears had been discovered in the Great Gene over 1,000 years ago. Old Man Fu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han doesn't need to be so surprised. These so-called spatial pockets are not as profound as you think. They are but a mere trick." Elder Wang let out a wry chuckle and said, "That's right. To most people, spatial pockets are of little value to them. Not only are they extremely difficult to refine, but also have many restrictions in their usage as well. I'd say there are no more than a dozen places in the Great Gene that have artificial spatial pockets. My pavilion has perhaps the earliest spatial pocket created." "The earliest? You mean?" Han Li raised his brow in astonishment. Elder Wang answered, "That's right. This secret technique was originally produced by our pavilion's two tool refinement grandmasters, perhaps the only people in the world capable of refining spatial tears. In truth, hidden fortune rooms and mansions were created with the spatial pocket refinement techniques that we've researched." Han Li chuckled and regained his composure. "So it was like that. Now I really want to see this mysterious spatial pocket. Brother Wang, please go ahead. I've already seen this trick before. Since I have to deal with this scarlet essence mushroom, I'll take my leave." Old Man Fu saluted the two after he said this. Elder Wang returned the salute and said, "Since Brother Fu has pressing matters at hand, I won't stop you. I'll see you another day." Old Man Fu then reminded Han Li with a sound transmission that he mustn't miss the last day of the underground trade fair. Han Li gave a casual nod before the old man left the hall with thumping steps. Elder Wang then courteously said, "Brother Han, let's go. The spatial pocket is at the back of the pavilion. We'll be there in the blink of an eye." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the remaining jade box on the table disappeared without a trace. Naturally, Han Li agreed and followed him past a dense layer of restrictions, arriving at a small area at the rear of the pavilion. It was empty apart from a strange teleportation formation at the center of the room. It was significantly larger and more complicated than ordinary spell formations. Han Li faintly frowned in surprise. Sensing his confusion, Elder Wang explained, "The only way to reach to the spatial pocket is through a teleportation formation. You have to transfer there? Could it be that the spatial tear you refined is in a fixed location?" Though Han Li wore an astonished expression, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to pry too deeply into secret refinement techniques. Then, when he saw Elder Wang step into the teleportation formation, he hesitantly followed suit. As he got closer to the formation, he discovered that there were 8 mid-grade spirit stones surrounding it, signifying that it cost at least 800 low-grade spirit stones to use. If they needed to use a formation to return, the round trip would take over 1,000 spirit stones, something ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to afford. Just as Han Li's mind wandered, white light flashed from below and the two disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, dazzling light surrounded them as they arrived at another formation placed on top a slope of shattered stone. After Han Li regained his bearings, he raised his head and looked around him. He saw the space spanned over 3 kilometers in area and was made of pure white stone, with variously sized holes littered throughout, varying in size from 3 meters to 30 meters in width. He took a deep breath and felt his heart grow restless. Not the slightest trace of green could be found throughout the space, the existence of spiritual chi was absent and the sky was gray. It was clear the world was without life. After Elder Wang walked out from the formation, he said, "As fellow Taoist Han should have seen, this is a place without life and lacks the existence of worldly spiritual veins. It isn't comparable to the legendary spirit ether gardens said to possess spiritual chi that far exceeded the mortal world. Of all the spatial tiers the great gene cultivation world discovered, only 4 of them possessed the presence of spirit veins, but their spiritual chi wasn't nearly as dense as what is found in the mortal world. However, the sects that discovered these spatial tiers had all requested our services in creating a spatial pocket." Han Li stroked his chin with an odd expression and said, "From what you're saying, these spatial pockets have no specific purpose apart from saving a bit of space and allowing for free movement. It is no wonder why I haven't heard of them before." With a trace of embarrassment, Elder Wang quickly said, "That isn't entirely true. If a sect wished to place a few large items in secret, store a large number of materials, or hide someone without fear of pursuit, these spatial pockets are an optimal choice. They could even use it for the same purpose we do, as a testing area for magic tools and treasures. The reason why spatial pockets are rare is more due to a lack of suitable tiers. There are few known spatial tiers that have a fixed position, and even fewer sects that are in a suitable position to use them. Additionally, refining these spatial tears requires an astonishing amount of resources. These are the reasons of why there are few spatial pockets." Han Li sighed with disappointment. "Even so, your spatial pockets are nothing like I had imagined. They cannot be carried on hand, and can only be entered with teleportation formations. It isn't a guardian dimension by any means." Elder Wang chuckled. "How can someone carry a large spatial pocket on their body? I reckon only vastly powerful cultivators that ascended to the spirit realm or true immortals in the immortal realm have such heaven-defying abilities. How could that exist in the mortal realm? It already takes an absurd quantity of rare materials to stabilize an existing spatial tear, and this is an impressive breakthrough in itself." When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled and something suddenly came to mind. Can you stabilize a tear? Could one be damaged to near destruction and be strengthened afterwards? Elder Wang's expression stirred and his tone revealed astonishment. "Of course. So long as the spatial tear isn't completely collapsed, we can use materials to stabilize it. Could it be that fellow Taoists have plans on doing so?" Han Li chuckled and vaguely answered, "I know of one overseas, but it will soon collapse. I don't know if I'll be able to enter it." When Elder Wang heard Han Li's response to the matter, he tactfully kept silent. Then with a flip of his hand he produced a jade box. "I will now release the hidden fortune mansion for you to inspect it. If you find it satisfactory, then we will further discuss trading for it. Han Li nodded. Go ahead, fellow Taoist. With his agreement, Elder Wang didn't further hesitate and opened the jade box, revealing a pure white spiritual light. Before Han Li could clearly see what was inside, Elder Wang quickly uttered the incantation and the box began to tremble. Suddenly, a ball of white light shot out and instantly grew larger until it was a colorless cloud the size of several fields. One could faintly see buildings of white jade within it. Elder Wang then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the air, causing the white mist to tremble before suddenly dropping to the ground. A huge explosion sounded out and light shined within from every direction. A residence constructed completely from fine jade suddenly appeared. Han Li narrowed his eyes and examined the scene with his hands behind his back. This exquisite residence was clearly smaller when compared to common cave residences, but it had a tower, a courtyard, and a mist barrier of white light, causing it to appear like an otherworldly illusion. After staring at it for a long while, Han Li's figure blurred and he shot toward it in a streak of azure light. When Elder Wang saw this, he quickly flipped his hand and took out a white jade medallion. He shook the medallion at the residence, vanishing the barrier that covered it. Han Li then disappeared into the residence without obstruction. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li appeared in front of the jade residence with an unmoved expression. Elder Wang frowned for a moment, but when Han Li arrived in front of him, he smiled and asked, "Is the treasure to fellow Taoist Han's satisfaction? The residence isn't large, but it has rooms for pill refinement, beast nurturing, and everything else I can think of. However, there is something that I'm unsure of. I'll need Brother Wang to explain it to me. If you have any questions relating to the Hidden Fortune Mansion, I will answer to the best of my ability," Elder Wang cheerfully replied. Han Li met his gaze and asked, "I'll be blunt then. I understand that the greatest advantage of the Hidden Fortune Mansion is that it can be enlarged and shrunk at will, allowing it to be easy to carry, but will it behave like a storage pouch and shrink the items that are already inside of it? And will spirit beasts properly shrink inside without a problem? The mansion is able to compress all furnishings that it was refined with, but living things like spirit beasts will not do. Even if they possessed profound transformation abilities, they would be destroyed from the spatial pressure of the mansion's reduction. Even if they are able to endure the immense pressure, they will be sealed from the outside world and disconnected from the world's spiritual qi, surely leading them to death." Elder Wang gave a full and honest explanation. After all, this was something that would be easily discovered with a bit of testing. After a moment of thought, Han Li added, "In that case, I would also have to store away the medicinal plants in the garden each time I put away the mansion. Is this correct?" Elder Wang frowned in thought and spoke with a blank expression. "That's right, fellow Taoist. This is an unsolvable problem for these hidden fortune mansions. Despite that, you are able to summon or send the mansion at your beck and call as a result of its attached restrictions. It isn't comparable to ordinary treasures in terms of value." Han Li smiled. "That's also one of the reasons I am interested in acquiring one, but I fear I might not have enough the means to acquire it." "You mean to say that you plan on trading for this item?" Elder Wang's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. With an easy expression, Han Li said, "I have some rare materials on hand that I have no use for. Once you give me the clear details on the mansion's price, we can discuss what to specifically trade for. Of course, all of what we desire is in this jade slip. Please take a look." With a wide smile, his sleeve trembled as he sent a streak of white light towards Han Li. Han Li caught it and then began to read it with his spiritual sense. 2 hours later, Han Li left the gates of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion with Elder Wang sending him off with a smile. Before departing, Han Li gave a salute back and uttered a few words of farewell. Elder Wang stared at Han Li's departing figure and then returned inside the pavilion with a satisfied expression. Han Li was also smiling as he stroked the bulging storage pouch at his waist. After he traded for the Hidden Fortune Mansion using a large number of rare materials, he took out a few demon cores and spirit herbs, and sold them for an astonishing amount of spirit stones. When he thought to sell even more materials, he saw the astonished look on Elder Wang's face, and grew vigilant despite having found the scene humorous. As humans would often kill themselves over greed, Han Li believed that if he revealed any more wealth, it would surely attract trouble despite his status as a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Although the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had a grand reputation and should be reasonably trustworthy, he had to be especially careful since he was under the identity of an overseas cultivator. It was quite possible he had tempted Elder Wang into conspiring against him. With this in mind, Hanli had released a thread of spiritual sense into his surroundings after he left, ensuring that no one was following him. After shortly attending to this matter, he found an empty alleyway, and his body blurred as it underwent a sudden transformation with azure light shining from his clothes. When he emerged, he looked like a blue-robed middle-aged Confucian scholar with long facial hair and a bright face. Apart from late nascent soul cultivators, nobody would be able to see through his true appearance. With this done, Hanli was able to continue browsing shops without worry, but to his disappointment, none of them had the materials he needed. It wasn't that the larger stores didn't have anything of value, rather that the materials the shopkeepers had recommended to Hanli weren't required for refining Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body or the Tri-Flame fan. And with no lack of ordinary ancient treasures either, he decided not to purchase any. Not long after, Hanli arrived at the end of the street and faced an imposing stone building. It seems we'll have to wait for the auction to convene. It was a simply decorated palace by the name of Treasureshine Hall. The scope of the building was colossal as it consisted of 3 floors with each story stretching over 60 meters high. The huge building could fit over 1,000 cultivators, was probably the reason why the auction was being held there. There were several Foundation establishment cultivators standing guard at the entrance, preventing ordinary cultivators from entering as the auction was being prepared. In addition to Hanli, there were other cultivators that were loitering nearby the building, knowing that it was the location of the grand auction. Hanli took a deep glance at the Treasureshine Hall and was about to leave when a group of 4 cultivators suddenly emerged from it. When Hanli saw them, his expression dramatically changed and he turned around with feigned indifference, intending on leaving immediately. But just as he took a few steps, he could hear a sweet voice speaking from behind him, "Please wait, fellow Taoist." His heart sank and his cheek twitched before he decided to remain in place. After turning around, Hanli's expression remained calm as he said, "Do you have any business with me?" 20 meters away, there was a white-clothed woman with a face covered in a veil. She was currently examining him along with her 3 companions. He swept his spiritual sense past them to discover that they were all nascent soul-stage cultivators. Most notably, the middle-aged black-robed man standing behind her had mid-nascent soul cultivation like himself, causing Hanli to feel somewhat sullen. Seeing that she captured his attention for the time being, the white-clothed woman's eyes beamed and she said with a sweet tone, "No, I simply wish to befriend you since I saw your cultivation was unordinary. Does fellow Taoist mind?" From her tall stature and captivating movements, Hanli could tell she was no doubt a remarkably beautiful woman. However, he wasn't particularly flattered by her invitation. Rather, he wanted to immediately leave knowing the woman was the Endless Sky Saintess. "Befriend me, are you serious? I would be honored to befriend a person of your cultivation and quality, but I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot stay for long." Despite the apprehension he felt, Hanli retained a calm appearance and saluted them before turning around. In a blur, Endless Sky Saintess blocked Hanli's path and spoke with a frown, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be in such a rush. I still have a few questions to ask you. Could you give me a moment?" Hanli's expression turned solemn and he spoke with a harsh tone, "Oh, you want to question me?" The black-robed cultivator lost his patience and asked, "Lady Lin, do you have a dispute with this fellow Taoist?" The black-robed cultivator lost his patience and a layer of faint black chi began to cover his face. It was clear at a glance that he was a cultivator deeply skilled in devilish arts. The saintess brushed back the hair from her face and coldly stared at Hanli. "No, this is the first time that I've seen him, though he reminds me of the person that I've been seeking in the Great Gene for these past years for some unknown reason. As such, I wish to make sure that I am not mistaken." The black-robed cultivator's handsome face suddenly contorted as he gazed at Hanli with a hostile gaze. "What? You mean to say this is the person who used my sex ghost-sifting banner?" The saintess narrowed her eyes and said with an unwavering tone, "I'm not sure, his appearance and stature are different, but he gives me a similar impression. And the person I am looking for carries a bamboo tube on his back." A bamboo tube. When the black-robed devil cultivator saw this, his gaze dropped to the wrapped bundle on Hanli's back. Just as he attempted to look into it, he suddenly felt a powerful spiritual sense repel him. In his shock, he hastily withdrew it with an icy expression. "Fellow Taoist, I am the Yin-sifting sex Gu Tianhao. Could your esteemed self reveal what you are carrying on your back? So long as it isn't what we think, we won't continue to bother you." He spoke slowly and caution began to appear on his face. As for the other 2 similarly dressed cultivators in their party, they exchanged a glance and then blurred, appearing at Han Li's side to coerce him. Han Li remained silent as he stood in place with his hands held behind his back. Although nothing had actually happened yet, the air surged with suffocating hostility. At that moment, the surrounding core formation and foundation establishment cultivators took note of the incoming fight and the cultivation of those participating in it. They immediately scattered in alarm, none of them daring to stay and watch. In a battle between nascent soul stage cultivators, they were simply insects likely to die in the resulting crossfire. In the blink of an eye, all the bystanders had left and the nearby buildings began to each employ their protective restrictions. Han Li's cheek twitched at the sight of this and a layer of sparkling azure light rose up from his face, followed by an ominous glint shining from his eyes. When the four surrounding nascent soul cultivators saw this, they began to circulate their magic power in response and the magic treasures in their bodies restlessly stirred. Han Li thought of something and sneered. The azure light vanished from his face and he calmly said, "If I remember correctly, the West Gene Market strictly prohibits fights between cultivators. Violating this will have 3 of the great Taoist sects and 4 of the great Buddhist sects pursue you. Do you want to find out what it feels like to be chased for thousands upon thousands of kilometers? Or do you feel like they are beneath your consideration given your backing with the Yin-sifting sect?" Just as Han Li finished speaking, an overbearing voice echoed from a distance, "Humph? Who dares ignore our rules? This humble Taoist is curious to meet them." Then 2 balls of light streaked from a building at the other end of the street, 1 silver and 1 gold. They quickly circled in the air before dropping down to reveal an old Taoist with a rosy complexion and graying hair beside an ugly middle-aged Buddhist monk with a large flat nose. The old Taoist glared at Han Li and the Saintis party with fury. "I know you. So it was esteemed cultivators of the Yin-sifting sect. Does your sect plan on breaking our rules and having a battle in our West Gene Market?" The Buddhist monk didn't appear to have anything to say, but he was far from pleased. He coldly stared at the Yin-sifting sect members, but when he caught sight of Han Li and the Endless Sky Saintess, he revealed a trace of surprise. Although there were a number of unknown nascent soul cultivators in the Great Gene, it was quite rare to see an unknown mid-stage eccentric in particular. With the sight of 2 of those unknown eccentrics in front of him, it was no wonder he felt shocked. Gu Tianhao coldly said after hearing the old Taoist's words, "Wu Bai. I only wish to have this fellow Taoist verify a few things. Do you plan on meddling?" Wu Bai then imposingly said, "I don't care what you do, but none may break the rules of this market. If you truly wish to take action, then move to another place or I won't keep being this polite." Enraged by his words, Gu Tianhao harshly said, "Could you wait until after we take action? I was thinking of experiencing the abilities of your Grand Truth sect." The Buddhist monk grinned and said, "Fellow Taoist Gu, there is no need to be angry. So long as nobody uses magic power, we will not interfere." These 2 Taoists also appear quite unfamiliar. "Might you grant me your names?" "I am the Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The matter is quite simple. I suspect this fellow Taoist is actually a great enemy of our Endless Sky Temple, and I wish him to undo the bundle on his back and verify his identity. If I am mistaken, I will offer my deepest apologies and will bother him no further." With that said, she then turned to look at Han Li with her bright eyes. "That's funny," Han Li calmly said. "Who do you think I am? My surname is simply Li. Why do you want to verify my identity?" Lin Yinping curled her lips and a trace of killing intent flourished from her eyes. She said with an icy tone, "If fellow Taoist is unwilling, then it is possible you truly are our irreconcilable foe." "As the Endless Sky Saintess, I cannot allow you to run free." Wu Bai's heart stirred and he frowned, asking, "The Endless Sky Saintess? You're the Saintess of the Soaring Tribes?" As for the Buddhist monk, astonishment appeared on his face. Lin Yinping calmly nodded, "I've made a poor showing of myself. Yes, I am indeed appointed as the tribe's Saintess." Wu Bai ceased his angry appearance and spoke with a more relaxed tone, "Your noble tribe's immortal Su possesses heavenly talents, and had entered mid-nascent soul stage before the age of 400. I had met him several times in the past. How is he doing?" "Immortal Su is doing well. Around 30 years ago, he had entered late nascent soul stage and became one of the tribe's grand immortals." Lin Yinping inwardly rejoiced at the fact that this old Taoist had a friendship with one of her tribe's grand immortals. As I had anticipated, fellow Taoist Su had already entered late nascent soul stage. It may be possible for him to ascend to an entirely greater stage given his young age. Wu Bai's expression grew peculiar as emotion began to show in his voice. Faintly feeling that this matter was turning for the worse, Han Li's mind began to quickly churn. Could it be that he would have to face off against these many nascent soul enemies? Or would he have to escape using Bloodshadow evasion? During his hesitation, he received a sound transmission of Monarch Soul Divergence. Those few words had completely freed his heart of worry. Wu Bai had then finished speaking with the Endless Sky Saintess about immortal Shi. He swept his eyes towards Han Li and with some hesitation he asked, "Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is quite unordinary. Might I ask where you're from? Perhaps I can mediate in your dispute." Although he wasn't sure of his identity, Han Li was still a genuine mid-nascent soul cultivator. Vagrant cultivator or not, he was not someone to take lightly. "I've never heard that I'd have to give my identity and origins to enter the West Gene market. If your market truly has such a rule, I will naturally comply. But if there isn't, I would prefer not to answer." Han Li's expression had remained stiff, but he spoke with an obviously sarcastic tone. Wu Bai's expression grew sullen and was annoyed by his answer, but before he could give a reply, the Buddhist monk at his side chuckled and took the initiative to speak. "Our market has no such rules, of course. Fellow Taoist Wu Bai only wished to use your identity to help you resolve this misunderstanding. If you are unwilling to explain yourself, then all we can do is make sure nothing happens within the market boundaries. But if fellow Taoist Lin and company were to wait at the market's entrance, which isn't within the scope of our protection." These words were spoken with a smile, but their meaning was clear. Han Li coldly laughed in his mind. He swept his gaze past Gu Qianhao and the Endless Sky Saintess and saw their eyes flickering. It was obvious that they were intent on attacking him for the possibility of acquiring the Ghost-Sifting Banner and the Holy Beast's incarnation. Just as he thought this, Han Li stared at the Endless Sky Saintess and gloomily asked, "So you will leave the matter be so long as you see what I have in my bundle? While you might not have any grievances with me, do you think my resentment is so easily dissolved with an apology? Are you threatening us?" Gu Qianhao's cold voice dripped with hostility. Han Li bellowed with laughter and continued with a grim tone, "It was nothing but a jest. But if you truly are mistaken and force me to reveal my bundle for nothing, do you feel that I won't do anything to right this wrong? While I might not have great abilities, I have quite a bit of mastery over my evasion techniques. Even if you were to attack me all at once, I am quite confident I'll be able to escape. Don't blame me for what happens to your sex afterwards. As a lone cultivator, I don't fear retaliation." With that said, Gu Qianhao and the others had changed expressions. Even the Buddhist monk and old Taoist Wu Bai felt a bit of apprehension. Not only was Han Li a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, but his attitude and words displayed him as a troublesome and vengeful character that all large sects make an effort to avoid. After all, with his cultivation and a lack of responsibility tying him down, he could act against the sect's various disciples and cause irreparable harm. It would be even more troublesome if this person was truly skilled in evasion techniques. Even a late nascent soul cultivator might not be enough to catch him. So long as this person was ruthless enough, even the entire 10 great devilish sects would find him difficult to manage. And as a vagrant mid-nascent soul cultivator, the great sects would attempt to draw him in with all their effort and would avoid offending him at all cost. If it was truly too late to stop him from becoming an enemy, then it would be better to hunt him down as soon as possible. Gu Qianhao and his sect members had decided to forcefully verify Han Li's identity on the behalf of reacquiring his sect's Ghost-Sifting Banner, but immense problem would afflict his sect if he was mistaken, provoking vengeance upon nothing. With that thought, he couldn't help but take a glance at the Endless Sky Saintess. She frowned, feeling quite a headache over the matter. If this man was a truly vengeful character, he would later wreak havoc in the Endless Sky Plains. Then she blinked with bright eyes and wore a charming smile. "Why is fellow Taoist Li speaking with such a grave tone over a minor affair? We only wish to see what is inside the bundle on your back. If I have truly made a mistake, you can list a fair condition to make up for our error. Do you feel that is fair?" The Endless Sky Saintess didn't wish to provoke a powerful enemy over a simple misunderstanding and offered a concession. A condition? Han Li coldly glanced at the woman with a blank expression. The Saintess raised her head and calmly proposed, "If fellow Taoist Li is willing, I can compensate you with a sum of spirit stones as an apology." Not spirit stones." Han Li coldly laughed and suddenly grabbed the bundle on his back. His sudden movements captured the attention of the nearby cultivators. Han Li simply shook the bundle open for a sheathed saber to fall onto the ground. As soon as it appeared, a series of cries sounded out and it sparkled with golden light. From these traits, one could immediately tell it was an extremely rare treasure. It suddenly made sense to the others why Han Li would be furious at having his bundle forcefully opened, as it would reveal his beloved treasure to nosy outsiders. When the saintess saw the sword, a trace of astonishment was betrayed from her eyes. She released her spiritual sense in disbelief and examined the saber for a long while before finding that there was nothing strange about it, not even the slightest trace of an illusion. When Gu Tianhao and his fellow sect members saw the saber, they exchanged a glance with one another, all of them feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a result of this matter, they had nearly committed a grave error. Fortunately, this conflict hadn't escalated and caused an unfair grudge to be held against his sect. The old Taoist Wu Bai and the Buddhist monk watched this with a silent smile, obviously distancing themselves from the affair. The saintess sighed and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. With an apologetic tone she said, "It appears I've been mistaken. If you have any conditions, I will strive my hardest to fulfill them to your satisfaction." Han Li looked at her and his eyes focused on an ornament she hung at her waist. "I already have enough spirit stones. How about you hand over that jade pendant?" "This?" She looked at pendant with complete bewilderment. Since she wore it on her body, it was no ordinary ornament. It was an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade ornament that was a rare support-type magic tool, and had an effect of focusing one's mind. However, this item was only precious to Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators. To a mid-nascent soul cultivator, its effects would be negligible. The saintess only valued this treasure as it was a possession she kept throughout her life. What reason could he possibly want the jade pendant? She fiddled with the jade pendant with a hesitant expression. Han Li's eyes flickered and he readily suggested, "What, does fellow Taoist Lin hate to part with it? Then let's change it. How about that pearl hairpin?" The saintess raised her brow and suddenly came to a decision, tossing the jade pendant over to Han Li. "Of course you can have it, it's only a trifling magic tool. I was simply being a bit sentimental." Han Li caught the ornament and felt a warm sensation. He nodded with satisfaction and made it disappear with a flip of his hand. Afterwards, he beckoned to the golden saber and it flew into his hand with a hum. A gray cloth leaped out from his sleeve and quickly covered it back into a bundle. With it now placed on his back, he turned around and made his way to the market entrance. When the others saw his cold demeanor, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As Han Li was about to leave, the saintess suddenly thought of something and asked, "We still don't know of your esteemed name. Could you give it to us?" "I am a vagrant cultivator from overseas, Li Feiyu." Without slowing his footsteps, he indifferently shouted as he walked away. "Li Feiyu? Brother Gu, have you ever heard of such a fierce cultivator from overseas? I know many people but none as heartless as him." The saintess stared at Han Li's back and a cold glint flickered from her eyes. While she couldn't place it, she wasn't able to dispel her doubts about the bundle and still felt uneasy. Gu Tianhao's expression turned unsightly due to his words and said, "Lady Lin's question is quite difficult for me to answer. Although the cultivators overseas technically belong to the Great Jin's cultivation world, they are quite independent and few of them ever set foot on this mainland. Additionally, their circumstances are greatly varied. Countless vagrant eccentrics and factions of all sizes exist, not to mention the many grand cultivators that have yet to reveal their abilities. Of course, the three famous overseas immortals are a different story as they have already risen to fame." The saintess frowned knowing that she wouldn't be able to track him down and could only leave the name of Li Fei in the back of her mind. Han Li left the market in a blur and appeared in a nearby street bustling with mortals. As he walked, he faintly smiled and spoke through voice transmission, "Senior, you have me in admiration. I didn't think that you could use spiritual sense to deceive so many nascent soul cultivators. Even I couldn't sense the slightest oddity about your miraculous transformation." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently replied, "It wasn't much. After you finish cultivating the last 3 layers of the Great Development Technique, you could have other cultivators dance in your palm. If I were even more skilled in illusion techniques, killing low-grade enemies without touching them would prove an easy task." With much newfound respect, Han Li sighed, "Of course. The first 4 layers are already so fearsome. If I managed to cultivate the technique to completion, my spiritual sense would reach unimaginable heights. It is a pity that I don't have the time to refine the last 4 layers of the technique even though Senior has given them to me." Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled. Although your spiritual roots are poor, you have a high aptitude for cultivating my technique. With the addition of other soul-nurturing arts and fantastic items to aid you, your understanding of the Great Development Technique may exceed even mine during my prime. I hope that will be the case. However, there is something that puzzles me. Why did Senior have me take the Saintess ornament? Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and asked, Do you think the Endless Sky Saintess will easily allow you to run free now that she's come to the Great Gene? Hanli sighed with helplessness and said, She'll most likely scour the Great Gene to find me since I took away the Soaring Tribe's holy beast incarnation and seized that strange cauldron as well. It also seems she has joined together with the Een-sifting sect, and they'll likely prove to be quite a problem later on. Monarch Soul Divergence slowly said, For that reason, I had you take something from her body. In the past, I had learned the refinement technique for a detection pearl. By using their scent, you'll be able to detect their presence from 50 kilometers away. In the future, you'll be able to detect her and will be able to sense her approximate location. This way you'll be prepared for any of her attacks. However, in about a year it will completely lose effect as the item fades with time. That should be more than enough for you to avoid her while you stay in the Gene Capital. So it was like that. Thank you for your consideration, Senior. Hanli hastily replied with joy. I wasn't thinking about you, Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said. I just wanted to make sure nothing happened to you before you helped me refine my puppet body. Hanli faintly smiled and said nothing else. He made a sudden change of direction and walked into a nearby alley, making a few turns before arriving in a secluded and abandoned courtyard. There, he came to a sudden stop and his expression turned sullen. He then slowly turned around and glared at an area that appeared to be empty. A cold glint shined from his eyes. Why have you been following me? Fellow Taoist Li is worthy of his cultivation. You were able to see through the ghost shadow technique that I've strenuously trained. There is no need for you to worry. I have no hostile intentions. A chuckle sounded out and in a flash of green light, a silhouette made an appearance. Hanli examined this person with narrowed eyes. This eccentric was a shriveled old man with a crafty appearance and an early nascent soul cultivation. His sly face betrayed his thoughts. A hostile expression appeared on Han Li's face and he solemnly said, You still haven't answered my question. Don't you know it is offensive to follow a fellow cultivators? I could kill you here and no one would find out. The small old man chuckled and calmly said, I've only come to find fellow Taoist Li with the sincere thoughts of an exchange. There is no need for you to be so fearsome. Rest assured you will certainly benefit from it. I have no interest in shadowy characters like yourself. It'd be best for you to leave. Much to the small old man's surprise, Hanli rejected him before he could continue. But soon he thought of something and the wrinkles on his face relaxed. With a faint smile, he said, Fellow Taoist, there is no need to make a decision so quickly. It'd be best to listen to what I have to say first or you might suffer misfortune. Misfortune? Now I'm interested. Go on, enlighten me. Hanli held his hands behind his back and wore a pensive expression. Fellow Taoist is quite wise. First, I'll have you take a look at something and we can save the rest of the discussion for later. The old man chuckled and slapped a pouch at his waist, releasing a streak of green light. It circled once around in the air before landing on the old man's head to reveal a fist-sized spirit beast. It appeared to be a giant slug, but with a body that was emerald green and had long, translucent antennae slowly moving around it. A slug beast. Hanli said with a sullen expression, Why did you bring it out? Could it be you wish to shoot me with its venom? This low-grade spirit beast couldn't possibly pose a threat to you, fellow Taoist Li, but it does have a minor mutation that has the capability of breaking through a few illusion techniques. During the time fellow Taoist Li stood in confrontation against the cultivators of the Een-sifting sect, I had a thread of spiritual sense attached to the beast. You should understand what I'm implying. The old man then stroked the slug on his head with a satisfied expression. What does fellow Taoist plan on doing with that knowledge? Hanli felt his heart tremble when he heard the capabilities of the slug, but his expression remained entirely calm. The old man chuckled with a face full of greed. There is no need for fellow Taoist to be so cold. I didn't mean anything by it. Well, so long as you agree to present a few treasures or a large sum of spirit stones, of course. Then I will forget all about what I just saw, and I'll be sure to leave you alone. Rather than show anger, Hanli wore a light smile and asked, You're blackmailing me? The old man took 2 steps back and wore a sinister smile. What, you're thinking about killing me? You'd best forget it. I have no fear of your threats as I naturally set up something to protect myself. I already had a disciple of mine following after the Een-sifting sect in that endless sky saintess. Once something happens to me, he will immediately tell them of the bamboo tube's illusion. I'm sure it will become quite troublesome for you. And don't forget that many high-grade cultivators have come to the gene capital to participate in the grand auction as well. Do you feel that it is wise to kill me in the city? So long as I let out a whistle, you will be left helpless. While 4 or 5 nascent soul cultivators might not be enough to kill you, how about 7 or 8? To my knowledge, there are quite a few Een-sifting sect elders in the gene capital. Do you have the confidence of fleeing so many? It is a wise decision to take the loss and avoid calamity. You have no choice. Then with that said, a wooden shield flew out from his sleeve and transformed into a yellow light barrier that surrounded him. Han Li tightly frowned while he stared at the barrier, his expression wavering as he pondered. After a long while, his expression returned to normal and he calmly said, "It seems I'll have to make a few concessions or it will be somewhat troublesome. Could you tell me what you want?" The old man rejoiced upon hearing him and hastily said, "Good, I'm not particularly picky. I'm only looking for wealth and have no intention of fighting. So long as fellow Taoist gives me a few ancient treasures, I will be satisfied." The old man's greed had caused Han Li to unconsciously raise his brow and grabbed his storage pouch with a solemn expression. Then, with a flip of his hand, an egg-sized gold-and-silver ball of light appeared. "You want several ancient treasures? You have quite an appetite. While I don't have other ancient treasures, I did encounter this Cloud Night Pearl in the past. Because it isn't suitable for my uses, I will give it to you. Don't be too greedy or it will surely consume you." Han Li spoke with an unhappy tone and then sent the sphere over with a shake of his wrist. The old man wore a happy expression but his eyes flickered. Rather than reaching out to catch the treasure, he tossed the slug to the side and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped the gold and silver ball in black light. He used the slug to further verify that the sphere wasn't an illusion and that it didn't have the aura of an owner. He then suspiciously stared at it for a long while before grabbing it. As he carefully examined it, he muttered, "This item's decorative design is quite unique and is much different from ordinary treasures. Could you tell me its effects? It'd be best if you were to personally give it a try. I can guarantee it will certainly satisfy you." "Right, but don't think that a single ancient treasure will be enough to send me away." As the old man excitedly poured magic power into the sphere, thoughts of further blackmail filled his mind. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Yes, it isn't enough." Han Li's voice suddenly turned void of emotion. "So how about I send you off to the afterlife?" The old man was alarmed but was too late to react. All of his magic power was being violently absorbed by the gold and silver ball. With a light bang, the ball suddenly ruptured into several tens of Han Li's few remaining black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. As soon as they appeared, they fiercely darted towards his face. There was no dodging at such a short distance. Dread simply flashed through his mind as the beetles covered his head and began to gnaw. If it weren't for the dense light protecting his body and his massive cultivation, the beetles would have torn him apart. With so many fierce insects tearing at his face, he was temporarily blinded and began to furiously claw at them with hands glowing with black light. At that same time, he took a breath of air in an attempt to whistle and attract the attention of other cultivators. But then he heard a snort that caused his blood to run cold. He felt his spiritual sense tear apart in pain as his body convulsed and he let out an agonizing scream. In his shock, he instantly took to the air and felt the sharp pain afflicting his spiritual sense disappear. Then, the beetles covering his face flew off of him, allowing him to see once more, only to reveal a meter-long golden sword wrapped in purple flames cleaving towards him. "Ah!" A scream sounded out. It was too late for the old man to do much except pour the entirety of his spiritual power into the light barrier in front of him and pray. In furious alarm, he now realized that this overseas vagrant cultivator had planned on killing him from the start, with not the slightest intention of subjecting himself to blackmail. The old man only felt regret for provoking this person. Fortunately, his yellow wood shield was a powerful ancient treasure. It shouldn't have a problem blocking even a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Just as the old man thought this, the golden sword sliced through the golden barrier like soft tofu. The sword continued to fall and released a blinding flash of light as it cleaved the old man's body into two, revealing an inch-large black nascent soul from the resulting gap. It was shocked still in terror and was then sealed in a chunk of purple ice. The weapon circled once in the air after the strike and smoothly cleaved through the slug at the side, showering the air with its blood before taking back to the air. Then, several bolts of dense golden lightning leapt from the sword and wrapped around the nascent soul before thoroughly destroying it in a series of rolling thunderous booms. Han Li appeared relaxed, but he wasn't done yet. He reached his hand out to the old man's body and a storage pouch flew into his hand. At that same moment, 3 fist-sized scarlet fireballs flew out from his other hand, turning the old man's 2 halves and the slug beast into ash. Han Li then calmly soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. A quarter hour later, 5 streaks of various colored light flew through the sky and dropped down at the scene. They were Gu Tianhao, the other 2 sifting insect elders, the endless sky saintess and an unfamiliar youth at core formation stage. Here. This was where Master's aura had disappeared. The youth looked at the magic tool in his hand with an uneasy expression. Gu Tianhao swept his eyes nearby and spotted a few dark red splatters. With a gloomy expression, he said, "There are still remnant spiritual chi fluctuations and traces of blood here. The aura of that cultivator Li is still present as well. It appears your master has already died." The youth paled and said with an uncertain tone, "That's impossible. Although my master's cultivation is inferior to that villain, he should have had a chance to escape." Gu Tianhao coldly snorted in annoyance and said, "What do you know? Let alone early nascent soul cultivators, that scoundrel has already killed cultivators of a similar grade. It is no surprise that your master wasn't able to protect himself. However, you had best explain in detail what old man Xiao had told you." At that moment, the endless sky saintess quickly swept her spiritual sense through the area and blurred 20 meters away. She took an item on the ground, carefully examining it before wearing an unsightly expression. "Master didn't say anything," the youth muttered. "He only gave me a magic tool and told me to come find you if something strange happened to it or if he didn't return in time." The saintess waved her hand and tossed an item to the youth. "There is no doubt that your master has met mishap. Isn't this part of an ancient treasure your master used?" The youth hastily reached out and his heart dropped at the sight of it. It was a small piece of yellow wood and it faintly shined with a familiar light. It was a fragment of the old man's shield. "This is my master's wooden shield. It possessed astonishing defensive power and durability, so how could it possibly be destroyed?" The youth's complexion had become completely bloodless. "Fellow Taoist Lin, it seems the old man is dead. I originally heard you mention that you weren't convinced that this person truly had the ability to kill opponents of equivalent cultivation, but it appears he is more vicious than we originally believed. Although the old man had early nascent soul cultivation and was skilled in many exceptional evasion techniques, he was killed before he even had the chance to call for help. It appears he already possesses the capabilities of a late nascent soul cultivator. We don't have the strength to capture him." The saintess frowned and asked, "What? Brother Gu, don't tell me you've given up on taking back your sect's signature treasure? Since the ghost-sifting banner is in his hands, he is most likely the culprit who killed your sect's 4th elder." Gu Tianhao dryly laughed. "Even if he was a late nascent soul cultivator, our sect would still pursue him for killing one of our sect elders and seizing our sect's signature treasure. However, your people seem to have a deep hatred for this person as well. Why else would the endless sky saintess stay away from her people for so many years?" The saintess pursed her lips before wearing a sweet smile. "So long as this person is killed, I'll increase the reward by 1/5 of what was agreed. However, our sacred temple requires one of the treasures in his possession. Make it 3/10. The sect will lose a vast number of men in the hunt for this formidable cultivator. As for that treasure, we've already agreed to it previously and don't intend to go back on our word." The saintess hesitated and then said, "Our temple will agree to those conditions." "Very good. With your status as the saintess of the soaring tribes, you surely will keep your promise." Gu Tianhao turned to the Yin-sifting sect elder at his side and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Hu, send out a voice transmission talisman to gather all of the sect elders and disciples near the Jin capital. We must find this person with all our strength. Since he's appeared in the market, he will definitely be participating in the grand auction and that will be a prime opportunity to capture him. However, our actions must avoid attention from the other sects and our low-grade disciples mustn't attack him without the support of several sect elders. In truth, it would be safest to draw him into a spell formation and attack him there." The Yin-sifting sect's elder who asked, "Should I report this to Sect Master Fang? After all, he was the one who sent the 4th elder to take care of him in the past." With the plan to restore our ghost-sifting banners left half completed and the loss of the fourth elder, the Grand Elders have become dissatisfied with Sect Master Fong, and I heard he is currently refining a vicious treasure in seclusion. Even if he were to immediately come, he wouldn't be able to make it into the grand auction in time. We can later send him a sound transmission talisman though. That way if we fail we can make another attempt with the aid of his forces. With a trace of hesitation, Gu Tianhao eventually agreed. Having settled the matter, they immediately departed. Of course, they had disturbed many mortals with their appearance before they vanished from sight. Although the Gene capital had rules that restricted cultivators from flying, cultivators from sects as large as the Yin-sifting sect didn't take them to heart. Meanwhile, Han Li was walking down a small road over 10 kilometers away. He was looking through the old man's storage pouch with his spiritual sense and found a large assortment of items. Then, he came to a sudden stop as a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Monarch Soul Divergence lazily asked, "What? Have you discovered something? What is this? I've never seen it before." With a flip of his hand, Han Li took out a slender jade bottle that was 7 inches tall and had an exquisite appearance. He stroked the bottle to find a stinging icy sensation, causing him to reveal a trace of surprise. Then he shook the small bottle and heard the faint sounds of splashing liquid. Han Li raised his brow and muttered, "Could it be some sort of spirit liquid? But the bottle itself is quite strange. I actually can't see into it with my spiritual sense." Monarch Soul Divergence warned, "If you want to know what it is, you'd best wait until you return. You're walking in a mortal's road. It could attract attention if something strange happened when you open it." Obviously. With a shake of his hand, the small bottle disappeared from sight. Monarch Soul Divergence added, "Youngster Han, since you've revealed your identity, you'll have to be more careful in the Gene capital. The Yin-sifting sect and the Endless Sky Saintess won't leave you be. They've probably already guessed that you'll be participating in the grand auction." "It is no matter," Han Li replied. "I don't believe there will be another spiritual beast in the Gene capital that will be able to see through illusions. So long as I avoid the late nascent soul cultivators, nothing should happen. And the grand auction is the sole place that will be able to gather the materials we need in time. Even if it's dangerous, we'll have to take the risk." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, "That will be fine. But since you've come here to find materials for my puppet body, I will make an exception and use the Great Development Technique Soul Fright Thorn Technique to assist you in combat when it becomes too dangerous." As Han Li gazed at the jade pearl, his eyes wavered. Since this item is so rare, it should have some special properties. Monarch Soul Divergence replied, "Special? It's more than just that. To cultivators this is a top-grade supplementary tool and pill refinement material, but to the demon clan they would risk their very souls to acquire it. It is a fantastical item capable of protecting them against ascension tribulation." The demon clan's ascension tribulation? Despite Han Li's high expectations, he was still stunned. That's right. There are an innumerable number of high-grade demon beasts in this world, but there are only a sparse few that are able to survive their ascension tribulation, allowing them to take human form. As lightning is a weakness to the majority of demon beasts, the lightning from ascension tribulation results in a near-death sentence. But if evolving demon beasts were to first take a drop of glacial quintessence, their bodies will become greatly resistant against lightning for a time, allowing them to better resist the tribulation. Now do you understand how precious glacial quintessence is to those demon beasts? However, there aren't too many human cultivators that know of this item. The North Night Palace is an exception due to the peculiar ice attribute cultivation art they practice. When I toured the Great Gene in the past, I only acquired knowledge of this item after fighting against many high-grade cultivators from their sect. And it was said every 1,000 years or so, a few high-grade demon beasts within the borders of the Great Gene would secretly gather at North Night Palace's island and launch an all-out attack on it, forcing the sect to hand over some glacial quintessence. "Is that true?" Han Li asked with disbelief. Monarch Soul Divergence answered, "What's so strange? Demon beasts without glacial quintessence are almost certain to die in their ascension tribulation. If they manage to acquire a drop of glacial quintessence, their odds of surviving is greatly increased, so they would spare no effort to acquire it. And every so often, the old monster of Myriad Demon Valley would take the initiative to organize a raid. So even if they were to fail, they wouldn't suffer heavy losses. However, the island the North Night sect is based on possesses cultivators with vast ancient abilities and several great formations that have been passed down since antiquity, not to mention the heavenly essence vein the island is based on. The freezing glacial chi surrounding the island from a 1,000-kilometer radius is beyond deadly. Demon beasts that didn't cultivate ice attribute cultivation arts would have to use a majority of their body's spiritual power to block the glacial chi when they invade, exhausting their strength in their coming fight against the North Night Palace cultivators. This was the reason why the Demon Clan cultivators haven't been able to capture the island despite the vast strength they possess. However, how did that old man acquire something that is so precious? Are there any peculiar marks on the bottle? Han Li's expression stirred and he touched the bottom of the bottle. Marks? The bottle has a snowflake pattern on its bottom. Do you know it? Then I am right. That is the mark of the North Night Palace. It is quite strange why a bottle of glacial quintessence would find itself in the strange pouch of an early nascent soul cultivator. Monarch Soul Divergence seemed quite baffled by the matter. Han Li pondered for a moment and frowned. There are countless strange things that occur in this world. Perhaps he stole it from North Night Palace or was defector of their sect. Whatever happened, it still fell into his hand. As you said, glacial quintessence is only a supplementary material for tool and pill refinement to humans. In that case, North Night Palace might have just directly handed it over after successive generations of beast attacks. A few knowledgeable cultivators in the Great Gene have asked this before, but the North Night Palace answered that they were more interested in preserving the stability of the Great Gene cultivation world by preventing more Grade 8 demon beasts from existing. After all, a small bottle of glacial quintessence is enough to create several tens of Grade 8 demon beasts and shatter the balance of power in the Great Gene cultivation world, leading to war. However, this is only something that they say to fool ordinary people. In the past, I fought against a party of high-ranking North Night Palace cultivators with the Deputy Palace Master among them. Because of his disrespectful words, I used a soul-searching technique to properly entertain his primal soul after I killed him in battle, but I unintentionally discovered a secret related to the glacial quintessence as a result. With that said, Monarch Soul Divergence paused as if something came to mind. A secret. Han Li raised his brow with great curiosity. That's right, Monarch Soul Divergence replied with a grave tone. I would have forgotten about it had I not seen this glacial quintessence. Apart from a few members of North Night Palace's higher echelon, nobody else knows of it. In truth, the main use for the glacial quintessence is that it is the main material to refine a secret ancient medicine, the returning sun water. Han Li felt his breath turn cold from the shock. The returning sun water? The limitless body restoration medicine? Monarch Soul Divergence calmly replied, yes. It is said that no matter how severe one's wounds are, even if their body was split into pieces, the medicine could instantly restore them when applied. One record even said that it had the heaven-defying effort of bringing the dead back to life. Of course, those are only rumors. Who knows if it is actually true? But there is one thing that all the records agree on. The returning sun water has a miraculous effect of prolonging one's lifespan by even an entire fourth of their original lifespan. Do you know what this means? Han Li took a deep breath and muttered. This would mean a few late core formation cultivators would have the opportunity to enter nascent soul stage, and even late nascent soul stage cultivators could possibly enter deity transformation stage. Exactly, but the glacial quintessence is only one of the main ingredients for the returning sun water. If you truly wish to refine it, you will need to find pure sun flame essence in the deepest depths of lava. It is incredibly rare and is required to temper the glacial quintessence into returning sun water. Pure sun flame essence? How can you find that? Don't say that common cultivators are able to find it. Pure sun flame essence rarely ever take form in the depths of lava. And by the time it takes shape, it becomes intelligent as well and disappear. How could it allow itself to be captured? Even so, if I were to capture it, it would still be of no use since I don't have the formula for the returning sun water. Han Li said with a wry smile. Monarch Soul Divergence sank into silence for a long while and then slowly said, I have no way to acquire the pure sun flame essence, but I do have the formula for it. Don't forget that I searched through the soul of their Deputy Palace Master. After I found the formula, I took note of it because it was rare. If you wish to refine the medicine, I can give it to you. That is great. Perhaps in the future I'll have a use for it. Han Li was pleasantly surprised by Monarch Soul Divergence's words. With the returning sun water, his chances of ascending to deity transformation stage were greatly increased. Pure sun flame essence isn't something that can be acquired by the cultivators of this world, so I must warn you to not be too hopeful in acquiring it. If it were easy, the North Night Palace cultivators would have been able to refine it, given the many years they've possessed the formula and glacial quintessence. With that said, Monarch Soul Divergence released a yellow jade slip from the bamboo tube, a copy of the formula of the returning sun water. Many thanks, Senior. I'll keep that in mind. Hanli took the jade slip and spoke with a smile. There is also one thing you shouldn't forget. Since your snow crystal pearl was refined from myriad-year ice jade, the intensity of its ice attribute and its power should increase if you add in a few drops of glacial quintessence to it. After this, Monarch Soul Divergence became silent as if he were finished for the day. Hanli raised his brow when he heard this. He would have done so even if Monarch Soul Divergence hadn't mentioned it. But now there was something Hanli was curious about. Given the fearsome icy chi of the glacial quintessence, could the purple apex flames absorb them? Would it increase their strength by another level? With that thought, Hanli turned his eyes back on the silver pearl on the jade plate. He opened his hand and summoned a ball of roiling purple flames. Suddenly, the ball of flames turned into an exquisite barrier and covered the mouth of the bottle. He then formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and began to softly mutter. In a flash of purple light, threads of flame emerged from the barrier and began to slowly revolve around the bottle, gradually speeding up, making the bottle release a wisp of sparkling silver glacial chi. It appeared as gorgeous as starlight. Hanli took a shallow breath and released an azure spell seal from his hand. The barrier of light absorbed the spell seal and it turned back into a fist-sized ball of flames, completely sealing the glacial chi within the flames. Soon after, Hanli sealed the bottle of glacial quintessence with its cap and he waved his hand at the ball of purple flames, shooting down Hanli's mouth in a flicker of light. With the fireball and the silver glacial chi inside him, he sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, 2-inch large nascent soul opened its eyes in Hanli's dantian. The purple flames in front of it began to slowly revolve around the flickering silver ball. The nascent soul blinked and formed an incantation gesture, causing its body to brightly glow with azure light. Then spell seals began to fly out from its hand. The purple fireball excitedly crackled with flames as the glacial quintessence began to burn in an ember of silver flames and began to fuse with the purple flames. As for Hanli's physical body, it had now completely sank into deep meditation. Although the master of the Taoist monastery was immortal, he knew a few things of the cultivation world and could faintly guess Hanli's identity. As such, he hadn't disturbed him when he stayed in his room for an entire day. When Hanli finally opened his eyes, he wore a trace of disappointment. With a helpless tone, he muttered, "The glacial quintessence is incapable of being merged with the purple apex flames. It appears that it can only be used as a material for refinement or enhancement." Then he spat out a clear, luminous pearl into the air, the snow crystal pearl, and had it float a meter above him. As he watched it, he waved his hand and took out the small bottle of glacial quintessence. He brushed his finger past the bottle and sent it into the air. Then with his other hand, he slapped the bottom of the bottle and a drop of glacial quintessence shot out before disappearing into the snow crystal pearl. Forming an incantation gesture, he spat out a thread of azure nascent flame and it quickly wrapped around the pearl. After watching the flickering inferno for a time, Hanli closed his eyes. The snow crystal pearl's refinement should finish by the time the grand auction convened. With that in mind, he controlled the thread of nascent flame and slowly refined the pearl. Elsewhere, there was a frail azure-robed youth that was strolling around a magnificent garden with a pleased expression. He was currently inside of a grand mansion in the imperial palace to the north of the Jin capital. At that moment, his expression stirred and he suddenly turned around, revealing a face almost exactly like Hanli's. The only difference was that his eyes were particularly cold and emotionless. Footsteps came from the entrance of the garden to reveal an old man wearing a black hat and embroidered robes. When he met the youth's bitter eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. The youth withdrew his gaze and strolled over. He then calmly said, "So it was fellow Taoist Yuni. Why have you come to find me?" Yuni let out a dry laugh and walked over. "Elder Han, we've recently acquired some information from our people that may be of interest of you." "Information?" Elder Han coldly uttered, "I have little interest of things outside from myself, nor am I responsible for any specific matters. I will not take action towards anything without Elder Ye's command." He then turned his head over back to look at the garden. Yuni chuckled, not seeming to mind Elder Han's cold attitude, and said, I wouldn't dare to disturb your cultivation if it was something else, but this information is closely related to you. Could it be you found that person? The youth narrowed his eyes and his expression turned frigid. That's right. It is reported that a few cultivators in the Een-sifting sect are secretly looking for him through the markets in the Gene capital. This is a portrait of his face and appears the same as what Elder Han had described. How about you take a look for yourself? A white jade slip then shot out from the old man's sleeve. Elder Han gloomily raised his hand and caught the jade slip. The youth's face twitched as he quickly read through it with his spiritual sense. Then he coldly asked, That's right, it should be him. Do you know why the Een-sifting sect is looking for him? Not yet, but their elders in the capital have suddenly begun to gather together. Elder Han, you've said that this person who shares your name is a great enemy. As such, the second elder has made the decision to let you handle him. So long as you don't disturb the grand auction, you may use any method to deal with him. There are a few items being sold that the Yi clan must acquire at all costs, and we can't have you causing a disturbance. Elder Yi also doesn't wish for anything mishap to occur. Elder Han coldly snorted, So long as this information is accurate, I'll have him disappear from this world. Do you know how long it will take until the clan can help me find those devilish artifacts? Before I enter the Imperial clan and follow your orders, my conditions will have to be fulfilled. Don't worry, Elder Han. We've already found the whereabouts of several of them. We did help you find one, but the others will be more difficult and will take some time, the old man calmly explained. Elder Han curled his lips and a cold light flickered from his eyes. I don't care how you do it. I agreed to serve the Yi clan for 20 years, so you must help me find them. Of course we won't go back on our word. We already have someone looking into more concrete information and you will be the first to know when we get it. The old man saluted him and then took his leave. After Elder Han watched the old man's silhouette disappear from the flower garden, he coldly laughed as something came to mind. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword with golden flickering light appeared in his hand. The small sword had threads of black chi swirling around it, and it trembled as if attempting to shake off the substance. But no matter how hard it tried, the black chi firmly held. Elder Han frowned and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood to cover the golden sword. It let out a wail and its spiritual light immediately dimmed, but it continued to endure as it cried out. This is truly troublesome, he muttered with impatience. How is it so difficult to erase the spiritual nature of a sword from the mortal realm? If it wasn't refined from golden lightning bamboo, there would no need to go through such efforts. But since he's already in the Gene capital, this is a seldom opportunity. Not only can I take revenge on him for destroying my main soul and denying my full cultivation, but the flying swords will immediately become masterless and I'll be able to take control of them after his death. A trace of hostility was betrayed from his face and his pupils became pitch black, shining with purple light. His entire body began to show monstrous transformations. In a building at the remote corner of a mansion, there were two men and a woman sitting at a table and having a chat. One of them was the old man with a black hat that had just returned from speaking with Elder Han. The other man was middle-aged, possessed a dignified appearance, and wore a jade belt around his waist. As for the beautiful woman, she was the one who had spoken to the head nun at Royal Serenity Monastery. But this time, her expression was sullen as she listened to the old man's account of his conversation with Elder Han. The middle-aged man appeared pensive after hearing him and said, You mean to say that Elder Han immediately agreed? That's right. As soon as he heard that this person had appeared, a trace of killing intent was betrayed from his face. It appears his hatred for him is genuine. The beautiful woman raised her brow and said, But not only are their names the same, but their appearances are as well. Furthermore, this Han Li had infiltrated the Royal Serenity Monastery not long ago. It was unsure what his objective was. He possibly meant to harm our clan. And now there are Een-sifting sect members secretly tracking him down. I can't help but feel that something is wrong. While there are certainly matters that we don't understand, we don't need to delve too deeply into it. So long as this Elder Han isn't a spy for any of the major factions and will help our clan, that is all that matters. Not only does he possess great cultivation, but his knowledge of ancient secrets has proven to be essential to our cause over the last few years. We must win him over with all our might. As for the man who shares Elder Han's name, we must pay particular attention to him. Since he was able to provoke the Een-sifting sect to such a degree, he can't be an ordinary character. And since we suspect him to be hostile towards our Yi clan, We should assist Elder Han in disposing of him if the opportunity arises. The old man then said, "The second elder's words are reasonable. However, this Elder Han is from an evil sect and I feel that he is concealing his true power from us. We don't know what he is thinking for us to gather these self-harming devilish artifacts for him. We must be more cautious." With a grave expression, the middle-aged man said, "Little brother Yun-Yi, don't worry too much about him. Apart from the core elders of our Yi clan, we cannot afford to trust any outsiders and have them reveal our true plans. The upcoming grand auction is particularly crucial. The auction will have several items that we require, but we can't have the other powers discover we are bidding on them. Otherwise they may see through our plans. Since this cannot happen, you must make proper arrangements to acquire them. There can be no mistakes. If we cannot refine those magic tools, our journey to acquire the treasures in several years will prove very difficult." You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.